Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Liu Changqing watched as Yuanyao waved goodbye before stepping into a taxi. He gave her a slight nod in response. Only after the taxi disappeared from sight did he let out a long sigh. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he felt a shift in Yuanyao's behavior. The distance she usually maintained seemed to be steadily eroding. In fact, it almost felt like she was growing closer to him. This made Liu Changqing uncomfortable. It was strange. His thoughts drifted to earlier that afternoon when Yuanyao had smiled at him while offering the roast duck she had carefully wrapped. His face darkened as he slapped himself lightly and muttered under his breath, "Stop thinking about these nonsensical things." He inhaled deeply, trying to clear his head, and looked up at the darkening sky. A wistful feeling stirred within him. "I hope it's not what I think it is. See you tomorrow." Zhao Sunwen waved to Lu Ziyo with a cheerful grin. As soon as classes ended for the day, she began packing her books into her bag. Her tone was playful as she added, "Big sis is heading home to rest. Just leave already and stop rubbing it in," Lu Ziyo muttered, his face sour as he waved her off. Her giggles filled the air as she watched his reaction. Since morning, her deskmate had been in a foul mood. Initially worried, she had tried to coax the reason out of him. After much pestering, he finally relented. His father had hired a tutor for him. No wonder he looked so glum. It all made sense now. Zhao Sunwen could sympathize. She had gone through something similar when her mother hired a tutor for her last year. That torturous experience was still fresh in her memory. Back then, she had complained to Lu Ziyo, but he had only offered her a half-hearted good luck before moving on. Ah, how the tables turn. With her bag slung over her shoulder, she grinned at him one last time and said, "Good luck." Before Lu Ziyo could retort, she skipped out of the classroom, leaving him sighing heavily. From her seat at the front of the class, Zhou Xian watched Zhao Sunwen leave, her eyes thoughtful. The weight of the day bore down on Lu Ziyo. His legs still ached from the 50 extra duck walks his father had added to his morning routine as punishment. "This time, I'll crush the final exams," he resolved, clenching his fists. The seat beside Lu Ziyo shifted as someone sat down. Snapped out of his thoughts, he turned to see Zhou Xian, now seated at Zhao Sunwen's desk. "What's this about?" he asked, frowning. Zhou Xian ignored him, calmly opening a plastic bag she had brought with her. Inside was a thick slice of a French baguette, roughly the size of her hand. She held the bread out toward him, her expression blank. "Do you want some?" Lu Ziyo glanced at the bread and immediately recognized it. "A piece of baguette? Is this your dinner?" "My mom brought it home. It'd be a waste not to eat it," she replied evenly. Baguettes that had been on the supermarket shelves too long and turned hard were often given to the staff to take home. Though this wasn't officially allowed, most people turned a blind eye, knowing about Lan Yuxian's tough circumstances. Zhou Xian took a bite, her small teeth straining against the hardened crust. She stopped, her eyes fixed on the bread. "I can't bite through it," she muttered. Lu Ziyo sighed, exasperated. "You should tear it apart first. And why did you come over here just to eat?" "I didn't," she replied matter-of-factly, placing the bread back on the table and pulling out her books. "I promised your dad I'd tutor you." "You're serious?" "Yes." Her gaze dropped to the bread again, avoiding his stare. Her unusually quiet demeanor made Lu Ziyo suspicious. "I don't get it. Why are you even involved with my dad? And why agree to tutor me?" Her silence stretched on until, finally, she said, "It's complicated." Her vague response left Lu Ziyo frustrated. He couldn't fathom how these two seemingly unconnected people had managed to strike such an agreement. Does being a math class representative really require this much dedication? Letting out a heavy sigh, he glanced at Zhou Xian, who was still struggling with her bread. Her face, usually devoid of expression, was now strained as she tried to bite off a piece. After watching her struggle for a while, Lu Ziyo reached into the desk compartment and pulled out a carton of milk. "Here, drink this," he said, placing it in front of her. "Huh, I'm not planning on drinking it tonight. My dad bought way too many cases for some reason. It's not a bribe or anything. I just thought that bread looked really dry, and milk might help." Zhou Xian stared at the carton for a long moment before finally speaking. "I'll make sure your grades improve." Lu Ziyo felt his right eyelid twitch after hearing Zhou Xian's words. "What does this have to do with improving my grades? Why are we suddenly talking about this?" "I promised your dad," she replied simply. At a loss for words, Lu Ziyo found talking to her utterly exhausting. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhou Xian took the milk carton, unwrapped the straw, and poked it in. Seeing her continue eating, Lu Ziyo sighed and turned his gaze to the window. The evening self-study period passed painfully slowly. With Zhou Xian tutoring him, Lu Ziyo felt like he was barely surviving the ordeal. When the bell signaling the end of class finally rang, he hurriedly packed his bag, eager to escape the classroom. As he brushed past Zhou Xian's desk, she suddenly grabbed his arm, stopping him in his tracks. "What now?" he asked, confused. "Wait for me." "Huh." Without explaining further, she returned to her seat, calmly packing her belongings. Once ready, she turned to him, her expression as calm as ever. Let's go. Wait a minute. Lu Xiao pointed at her, then at himself. Are you saying, you're coming with me? No. Then why make me wait while you packed up? Our paths overlap for a bit, she replied, her tone indifferent. We can use the time to review some English vocabulary. Lu Xiao's expression grew increasingly complicated. After a long pause, he muttered, you're a devil, aren't you? Ignoring him, Zhou Xian headed out of the classroom. When she realized he wasn't following, she poked her head back through the door and called, hurry up. Sighing in defeat, Lu Xiao slung his bag over his shoulder and followed her out. Their houses were in the same general direction, but Zhou Xian's was farther away. Feeling awkward, Lu Xiao deliberately kept some distance between them, fearing that any classmates who saw them might misunderstand. Zhou Xian didn't seem to notice his discomfort. She walked briskly ahead without initiating the vocabulary review she had mentioned earlier, clearly using it as an excuse. Omicron. Her pace put her about 3 steps ahead of him. Trailing behind, Lu Xiao found his gaze inadvertently drawn to her. She was petite, almost the same size as his younger sister. Always dressed in her school uniform, she didn't seem to mind that it wasn't mandatory except for formal occasions. Her long, silky hair swayed gently with each step, catching the faint streetlights in its strands. As they walked, the area grew quieter and darker. Lu Xiao's neighborhood was somewhat remote, mostly occupied by elderly residents or families who had moved away. At night, it felt almost deserted. He slowed his pace as they neared his house. Should I say something? He wondered. After a moment of hesitation, he decided against it. They weren't close enough for formal goodbyes. He could just turn at the corner and leave. Before he could, Zhou Xian suddenly stopped walking. As he reached the intersection, ready to turn toward his house, he felt a tug on his shirt. Startled, he turned to see Zhou Xian holding onto his sleeve, her face partially obscured by her bangs. What are you doing? He asked, baffled. She didn't reply, her lowered head making it impossible to read her expression. The silence stretched, thick and heavy. Feeling uneasy, Lu Xiao tried to step forward, but her grip tightened, pulling his shirt taut. With a resigned sigh, he said, if you have something to say, just say it. Walk a little farther, she mumbled. What? He blinked, unsure if he had heard her correctly. Still holding his shirt, she raised her head slightly. Her eyes avoided his, and her tone was softer than usual. Just, walk a little more. Lu Xiao's expression grew even more perplexed. He glanced around, trying to make sense of her unusual behavior. Is she afraid of walking home alone? But how did she manage before? For the first time, he noticed a fleeting hint of fear in her eyes. Let me walk you home, he offered. Though he didn't know what had caused her fear, it was genuine. Hearing his suggestion, Zhou Xian's eyes flickered with surprise as she looked at him. This area is pretty dark at this hour. I didn't realize your house is even farther out than mine. His voice trailed off as he turned and continued walking, her grip on his shirt pulling her along. Zhou Xian didn't immediately let go. Instead, she raised her head slightly, watching Lu Xiao's back as he led the way. Her thoughts were a mystery. Why are you back so late today? Liu Changqing asked as his son entered the house and changed into slippers. It's nothing, Lu Xiao replied, brushing off the question. After tossing his bag onto the sofa, he turned to his father, a question of his own forming. Dad, how did you end up involving Zhou Xian? And why did you ask her to tutor me? Her family runs a breakfast shop. We started talking, Liu Changqing replied smoothly, showing no signs of discomfort as he lied. He certainly didn't want his son finding out the bruise on his forehead was thanks to her mother. By the way, when does your school collect tuition? Right after finals. That's not far off. Liu Changqing did a quick calculation. When exactly? Next Thursday. Got it. Liu Changqing nodded, his mind settling slightly. Today was Wednesday, June 26th. Next Thursday would be July 4th, just 8 days away. With 2 days for exams and a weekend, there were only 4 actual school days left. Hearing the precise date, Liu Changqing visibly relaxed. He would receive his manuscript payment before the tuition was due, ensuring the funds would be available. Noticing his father lost in thought, Lu Xiao hesitated before speaking again. What about Xiaozi's and my tuition? Don't worry about it, it's all handled, Liu Changqing said with a reassuring smile. But your bookstore job's salary. Do you really think a part-time bookstore job could support a family of 3? Don't underestimate me. Liu Changqing chuckled, looking at his son's surprised expression. Back in the day, I started with nothing and managed to run my own factory. I can still do it now. You just focus on your studies. Though his words were meant to comfort, Liu Changqing had no intention of being complacent. He understood better than anyone why his previous factory had shut down. And he wasn't going to let history repeat itself. Liu Changqing, after all, came from a more developed world. Compared to this one, where technology and entertainment lag significantly behind, his mind, which had experienced a plethora of novel ideas, was like an ultimate cheat code. Though he didn't have a photographic memory that could store every potential business opportunity, his vision still far surpassed that of people in this era. Of course, no matter how many ideas one had, without sufficient resources to back them up, everything would remain a pipe dream. After briefly instructing his son to go rest in his room, Liu Changqing turned off the living room lights and walked alone to the window. Opening it, he felt an urge for a cigarette. Lighting one, Liu Changqing gazed out the window. His thoughts wandered to a particular woman, his children's grandmother, Li Wanran's mother, Yarong. According to Liu Changqing's memories, she was a vicious woman. No matter how hard the previous owner of this body tried to please her after marrying Li Wanran, he could never win her approval or see a friendly expression on her face. When his father-in-law was still alive, Liu Changqing could at least enter the house when visiting his wife's family. But after the old man passed away, even that privilege was stripped away. Most of the time, he acted as nothing more than a driver, ferrying Li Wanran and Lu Xiao to her family's home, then driving himself back. Liu Changqing didn't understand why the original owner endured this and had no desire to. He only knew that now, he harbored no goodwill toward that old woman. Before the divorce, Yarong had drafted an agreement clearly stating she didn't want any of Liu Changqing's assets, only the 2 children. The original Liu Changqing had refused, prompting her to revise it. The assets would go to her, while the children stayed with him. After much consideration, the original Liu Changqing agreed. However, he had taken precautions, transferring the old house his parents left behind into Lu Xiao's name beforehand. Not long after signing the agreement, his factory was inexplicably shut down, leaving the matter unresolved. Liu Changqing was well aware of her intentions to push him to the brink of despair and use the children to extract money from him. In their minds, this was the inevitable course for someone under such pressure. What they hadn't counted on was that he was no longer the original Liu Changqing. As his cigarette burned to its end, Liu Changqing flicked the ashes into a plastic bottle by the window, dropping the still-lit butt inside before exhaling a final plume of smoke. As he turned to leave, something suddenly crossed his mind. His gaze shifted to the plastic bottle where he had just flicked the ash. He vaguely remembered his daughter mentioning something about not wanting the tadpoles to suffocate. She had cut the bottle in half with scissors, added some water, and enthusiastically placed it in a well-ventilated spot. RA with circumflex omicron S. Hadn't he seen her putting something there earlier today when he got home from work? Approaching the bottle, he squinted for a better look. He distinctly recalled flicking several cigarette butts into it tonight. Peering closely at the murky water, he spotted 2 small black dots floating within. Liu Changqing's expression turned complicated. Something seemed off. Morning. After their morning jog, father and son returned home. The first thing Liu Changqing saw was Lu Xiaozi, dressed in her pajamas, intently studying something by the window. Changing his shoes quietly, he walked up behind her. Standing there, he noticed his daughter's large, curious eyes fixed on the plastic bottle in front of her. What's up? Watching your adorable tadpoles first thing in the morning, he asked with a smile. Well, Lu Xiaozi glanced back at him, then pointed at the bottle. The tadpoles look kinda strange. Her small face was filled with puzzlement. Liu Changqing maintained his smile. Our Xiaozi has taken such good care of the tadpoles? That's why they're growing so well, it's all thanks to you. Really? Her previously glum expression lit up instantly at his words. After thinking it over seriously, she decided that must be the reason. She had been diligently changing their water, tearing up small pieces of bread to feed them, and even talking to them every day. Remembering all this, Lu Xiaozi couldn't help but smile. Beaming, she gazed at the floating tadpoles in the bottle. You have to grow up fast, okay, and turn into cute little frogs. Xiaozi, time to wash your face. Coming. The call from Lu Xiao snapped her out of her thoughts. She turned and ran to the bathroom. Watching her disappear inside, Liu Changqing let out a long sigh, his smile collapsing. That was close. Looking at the visibly larger tadpoles, guilt flickered across his face. They shouldn't notice much difference. Tadpoles are tadpoles. The 2 tadpoles from yesterday had long since died, suffocated in the cigarette ash-tainted water. No matter how resilient they might have been, they couldn't survive such pollution, especially not the little ones. Terrified that his daughter's first attempt at raising pets would end in disaster at his own hands, Liu Changqing had gone to a nearby pond late at night to catch replacements. It should be fine. After all, tadpoles were just tadpoles. After freshening up, Lu Xiao spotted Liu Changqing by the window. Dad, aren't you going to work today? Later. I've got something to take care of. Huh? What's more important than work? Don't ask. Without explaining further, Liu Changqing waited until the kids left for school, giving them enough money for meals before they departed. For some reason, the breakfast shop downstairs had been closed for several days without any notice. With the door slamming shut behind them, Liu Changqing sat on the sofa for a moment before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. After a quick shower, he blow-dried his short hair, changed into one of his more presentable outfits, and was just about to leave when his phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. He quickly stopped what he was doing, grabbed the phone, and answered. Hello, Mr. Chen, are you here yet? Chen Deifu was only 25 years old. He dressed plainly, his clothes sourced from cheap market stalls, and his unkempt beard gave him a somewhat messy and scruffy appearance. Despite being a seemingly ordinary young man, Chen Deifu was born into a wealthy family. His father was a renowned real estate developer with a multitude of other ventures under his name. In simple terms, Chen Deifu was a second-generation heir of substantial wealth. However, unlike typical heirs, he was determined from a young age to make a name for himself without relying on his father. His wealthy father scoffed at this ambition and casually threw him 5 million yuan, challenging him to start his own business. And then, the money was nearly all swindled away. Chen Deifu's overly trusting nature led him to believe in people who turned out to be nothing but con artists. One such person convinced him to hoard pagers, claiming they'd be worth a fortune in a few years. Chen Daifu, naively trusting, handed over millions to stock up on pagers. The man then disappeared without a trace along with the money and the supposed pagers. Furious, Chen Daifu eventually tracked the scammer down, only to be persuaded again. The scammer said, "I've reconsidered, pagers aren't the way to go. Let's venture into food. Fried chicken and burgers are all the rage abroad, but we'll revolutionize the market with a high-end chain of Reggiano shops and even export them." After mulling it over, Chen Daifu found the idea plausible. Excitedly, he scouted locations, opened stores, and invested heavily in advertising and staff training. The chain initially gained traction with its slogans of authentic flavors, organic ingredients, high nutrition, and better value. But soon after, negative news surfaced about unhygienic kitchens, employees spitting into minced meat, and scratching their feet while working. Forced to rectify these issues, the business's reputation tanked, and sales dwindled until the stores had to shut down. Heartbroken, Chen Daifu felt disillusioned by his repeated naivete and the scams that followed. Resigned, he opened a small bookstore with a brand new computer, spending his days watching TV and gaming, a routine that lasted for a year. Bored with the monotonous lifestyle, he eventually decided to return home and inherit his family's business. Before losing his cherished freedom, he planned to travel and enjoy himself. To keep the bookstore running, he sought a clerk to manage it. Profits didn't matter as long as the shop stayed open. It was during this hiring process that Chen Daifu met Liu Changqing. Chen Daifu had a vivid impression of Liu Changqing. His family had loose ties to Yarong, and he had seen Liu Changqing's ex-wife, Li Wanran, and her mother at a banquet. Even from a distance, Chen Daifu was struck by how Liu Changqing seemed more like a servant to that family than a husband. A Nigerian Naira Epsilon. Especially Yarong. Something about her pretentious demeanor and self-styled high society airs made Chen Daifu instinctively dislike her. The disdainful glances she cast at others only deepened his aversion. Sometimes, a single look was enough to dislike someone. So when Liu Changqing applied for the clerk position, Chen Daifu was astonished. Learning later that Liu Changqing had divorced and was raising 2 children on his own, Chen Daifu saw the haggard, lifeless man who seemed utterly broken by those 2 women. Out of a mix of pity and curiosity, he hired Liu Changqing. A few days ago, Liu Changqing called him unexpectedly, saying he had something to discuss. Coincidentally, Chen Daifu had returned to the city after a brief vacation and agreed to meet. Approaching their meeting place, Chen Daifu dialed Liu Changqing's number. Before he could speak, Liu Changqing's voice came through the receiver. "Hello, Mr. Chen, are you here yet?" When Liu Changqing arrived at the private dining room, Chen Daifu had already ordered the dishes. Apologetically, Liu Changqing took a seat, offering a casual excuse. "Sorry about that, I was dropping my kids off at school, so it took a bit longer." "No problem. Kids are a handful, totally understandable. I only just got here myself," Chen Daifu replied, pouring himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table's turntable. Chen Daifu knew Liu Changqing, but Liu Changqing had no idea who he was. Sipping his tea, Chen Daifu got straight to the point. "So, what's this about?" Liu Changqing appreciated the straightforwardness. When they first met, he realized Chen Daifu wasn't one for beating around the bush and even showed him unexpected warmth. Liu Changqing never understood why but didn't dwell on it. Smiling, he pulled a pack of good quality cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Chen Daifu. After lighting up and taking a deep drag, Liu Changqing finally spoke. "I wanted to ask if you're willing to sell your bookstore." "Huh?" Startled, Chen Daifu nearly dropped his cigarette. "You want to buy my bookstore?" "Yeah," Liu Changqing nodded. When he had applied for the bookstore job, Liu Changqing had already scoped out its location. It was in a prime spot, with 2 schools just across the street. If Chen Daifu had partnered with the schools to supply study materials and taken a cut, the bookstore might not have fallen into decline. Chen Daifu pondered Liu Changqing's words for a moment before asking bluntly, "You're not much older than me. Mind if I call you Old Liu?" "Go ahead." "All right, Old Liu, you want to buy my bookstore, but do you have the money?" Staring directly at Liu Changqing, Chen Daifu's curiosity was evident. He couldn't reconcile how a man who had endured so much from that peculiar family could suddenly want to purchase a store. "It's not like I'm rolling in cash, but I've saved up a bit. I can't just remain a clerk forever, I have 2 kids to raise." Liu Changqing chuckled, unaware that Chen Daifu already knew who he was. "I'm actually a novelist. I've been serializing a story online called Battle Through the Heavens. You should check it out sometime. It's doing all right, and I've managed to earn some money from it." Downplaying his success, Liu Changqing avoided bragging but made it clear he wasn't broke. Even in this world with strong copyright protections and minimal piracy, website royalties were still abysmal. For a 3,000-word chapter, a single reader's subscription brought in less than 3 cents, and platforms took a significant cut. Though Battle Through the Heavens was performing well, making 700,000 or 800,000 yuan a month was unrealistic in this era. Earning tens of thousands monthly was achievable, though. Chen Daifu was initially shocked but grew skeptical. This guy, writing novels? Pulling out his stylus-equipped smartphone, he awkwardly tapped around until he found the novel's details. At first, nothing seemed remarkable until he saw the top reward on the leaderboard. Over 10 million. Take off 2 zeros. Oh. Unfazed by the adjusted figure, Chen Daifu relaxed. Tens of thousands didn't impress him much. Still, he noticed that Liu Changqing's overall demeanor seemed significantly more spirited than when they first met. Intrigued, Chen Deifu asked, "So, what do you plan to do with the store?" Hearing Chen Deifu's question, Liu Changqing was momentarily dazed. He had thought about this extensively. Compared to his previous world, this one lagged significantly in technology and entertainment. The internet was still largely undeveloped. If he had enough capital, Liu Changqing would have dived in immediately. He was confident that even a single idea from his past life, while not guaranteed to succeed or reach the same heights, would at least ensure a comfortable, modest wealth. Unfortunately, he didn't have the money. Even if he took out a loan and used the old house as collateral, the initial funds wouldn't suffice. Thankfully, real estate prices in this world hadn't skyrocketed yet. Much like his previous life, property value here was destined to rise. Worst case scenario, if his entrepreneurial efforts failed, he could still buy up properties and ensure a worry-free life. But that was the fallback plan. Liu Changqing took another cigarette from his pack, lit it, and smiled. "It's simple, really. I just want to leave something for my kids." He exhaled smoke, maintaining his grin. "My son is 15 now. If I don't start preparing a foundation for him, how will he manage when it's time to get married? Buying a storefront will at least give them something to lean on, even if they don't do well in school. Isn't that reasonable?" "That's it. What else would it be?" Chen Deifu felt an inexplicable disappointment in Liu Changqing's response. Though he suspected it wasn't the whole truth, he couldn't figure out what Liu Changqing planned to do with the property. It didn't seem like it could generate much money. Then his mind wandered to Liu Changqing's life, raising 2 children alone. After a moment of thought, Chen Deifu nodded. He was about to inherit his family business anyway. "Fine. Do you just want the one storefront?" "What do you mean?" "Well, if you're serious about buying, I can sell you the one next door too. I'd planned to open a snack shop there, but even managing one bookstore wore me out." As he spoke, Chen Deifu sighed deeply, looking utterly exhausted. "Worn out? You had one of the laziest jobs imaginable." Liu Changqing thought to himself but kept a polite, smiling face. "How much are you asking?" Chen Deifu glanced at Liu Changqing, held up a hand with all 5 fingers spread, then clenched it into a fist. Liu Changqing's eyes widened, his heart skipping a beat. 50,000? 10,000, Chen Deifu said calmly. 10,000 per storefront. What do you think? He took another sip of tea, his face serene. "That's already a bargain." Liu Changqing was left speechless. He stared at Chen Deifu, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. Is this guy some kind of money-giving deity? "It's nothing personal. I just think you're a decent guy," Chen Deifu added with a faint smile, setting his cup down. "To be honest, when you first applied to the bookstore, I didn't think much of you. Especially after hearing about your situation divorced, with 2 kids. I figured even if you weren't aiming for a high-paying job, you'd at least try to be a bit more ambitious. But instead, you came here, ready to coast through life working for me New Epsilon." Chen Deifu spoke with a mix of truth and jest. While he still suspected Liu Changqing wasn't being entirely honest, he wasn't overly concerned about the man's intentions. Still, part of him was curious to see if Liu Changqing could stir up some trouble for that woman. For now, he decided to just sit back and enjoy the show. Looking at Liu Changqing, a glimmer of anticipation sparked in Chen Deifu's eyes. After listening to him, Liu Changqing chuckled. "Brother, the moment I saw you, I felt a deep sense of familiarity like we were destined to get along." Grinning, Liu Changqing handed Chen Deifu another cigarette. "Well then, I won't hold back. I'll take both storefronts. But as for the money, I might need a few days." "Oh, why's that?" "The royalties from my novel come in at the end of the month. It won't take long." "That okay with you?" "No problem. I thought you'd been bluffing about having money." "Huh? How could I?" Liu Changqing laughed, then suddenly had an idea. "No drinks today. I drove here, I can't drink." "Then stick around for the day. I'll get you a hotel room later." "Huh? What for?" "Let's grab some drinks later, then head to a bathhouse I know. The service there is top-notch." Liu Changqing winked suggestively. For some reason, Chen Deifu found his expression oddly sleazy at that moment. Liu Changqing's familiarity with bathhouses wasn't due to personal indulgence. Back when he ran a factory, hosting clients often required such outings, and over time, he became familiar with the best spots. He never engaged in anything improper. His eyes back then had only been for Li Wanran. By the time they left the bathhouse, it was already evening. After helping Chen Deifu get settled in a hotel room and chatting for a bit, Liu Changqing noticed his pale, exhausted expression. Not wanting to overstay, he found an excuse to leave. Rather than taking a cab, Liu Changqing opted to walk. With his belly full of baijiu, he feared he might end up vomiting in the car. It had been a while since he'd had a drink. Thinking about securing 2 storefronts for such a low price, Liu Changqing couldn't suppress a grin. 20,000 yuan to seal the deal? It felt like a dream. However, he didn't plan to keep the bookstore running. Initially, Liu Changqing considered turning it into an internet cafe. Proximity to schools guaranteed good business, but the outdated computers and scarce games of this world posed a problem. There was no League of Legends, no Dungeon Fighter Online, no Kart Rider, not even Audition Online. The gaming scene was barren, and kids were still stuck playing knockoff Tetris on clunky handheld consoles. Ultimately, he abandoned the idea of an internet cafe. Instead, another plan began to take shape in his mind, something better. Once he saved enough seed money, He intended to start attracting investors, following the footsteps of a certain entrepreneurial legend from his previous life. And no, not the one nicknamed Pony. The first time Liu Changqing discovered this world had a bullchat app, he thought that particular figure might have reincarnated here too. Thankfully, the app's login page featured not a penguin in a scarf but a duck in a red one. Walking along the streets, hands in his pockets, Liu Changqing's plump face carried a look of hopeful anticipation for the future. Friday, after evening classes, at Zhou Xian's doorstep. "See you next week," Lu Ziyo said as he turned to leave. Standing by her door, Zhou Xian watched his retreating figure, her lips slightly parted. "Be careful on the way," she murmured. Lu Ziyo paused briefly on the steps but then waved casually without looking back. "I'm a guy, what's there to be careful about? You go inside," he replied. Under the cover of night, his figure gradually disappeared from Zhou Xian's sight. She lingered by the door for a long time before finally turning to step inside. The road was quiet, the surroundings dim. This area lacked streetlights, making the entire street appear eerily dark and gloomy. Lu Ziyo quickened his pace. This was the third day he'd walked Zhou Xian home. He didn't quite understand what Zhou Xian was afraid of. To him, it was simply a matter of her house being in a slightly remote area with poor lighting. Over the past 3 days, he hadn't noticed anything particularly scary. Maybe it's just because she's a girl? His thoughts drifted to the first day he escorted her. As he was about to leave, she had grabbed his shirt, her face showing a rare, frightened expression. The memory made Lu Ziyo chuckle a little. It was amusing to see an expression other than her usual stoic demeanor. Still, considering her home's surroundings, he understood why she always wore her school uniform. Her living conditions seemed even more meager than his own. The sound of his footsteps echoed along the deserted street. Suddenly, he felt the rhythm of his steps change. The sound seemed to grow chaotic, as if someone else had joined him. He stopped in his tracks, and the noise ceased immediately. Turning his head, he scanned the empty street. Aside from the pitch-black buildings on either side, there was nothing but silence. Shaking his head, he dismissed the unsettling thoughts and resumed walking. "It's just your imagination," he told himself. Step by step. After walking a few dozen paces, he noticed something off with his right shoe. It had come untied. Bending down, Lu Ziyo crouched to tie his shoelaces. Before he could start, he heard hurried footsteps rushing toward him from behind. An ominous feeling surged through him. Acting on instinct, Lu Ziyo dodged to the side. Clang. The sound of metal striking the ground rang out beside him. His eyes darted toward the source, landing on a rusty iron rod lying on the pavement. He quickly looked up to see a man holding the rod, still in the motion of swinging it. The figure was slender, and from his crouched angle, Lu Ziyo couldn't discern his height. The man wore a baseball cap and had his face wrapped tightly, leaving only his eyes visible. Alpha Thailand body. Lu Ziyo didn't have time to tie his shoelaces. His mind raced. He didn't know why this person had attacked him, but one thing was clear: if that rod had connected, he wouldn't have escaped unscathed. Without hesitation, Lu Ziyo lunged forward with all his strength, ramming into the man. Compared to his own sturdy frame, the assailant's slender build couldn't withstand the impact. The man was knocked to the ground, rolling over once before coming to a stop. Lu Ziyo didn't waste a moment. He turned and ran as fast as he could. Glancing back, he saw the man quickly getting up, gripping the rod in one hand, and chasing after him with alarming speed. The loose shoelace on his right foot slowed him down significantly. The gap between them closed rapidly until a sharp pain shot through his back. The iron rod had struck him squarely. The searing pain made him stumble, nearly falling to the ground. Desperate, he steadied himself and spun around, trying to grab the rod before the man could strike again. But before he could act, the man was already upon him. A swift kick landed in Lu Ziyo's stomach, knocking him onto the ground. He sat there, his eyes locked on the man's face. The man's narrow, crazed eyes stared back, filled with unhinged intensity. The attacker bent down to retrieve the rod and glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Satisfied, he began walking toward Lu Ziyo with the weapon raised. Pain coursing through his body and his heart pounding like a drum, Lu Ziyo's hand groped around the ground in desperation until it grasped a handful of dirt. With all his strength, he flung the dirt at the man's face. Caught off guard, the dirt struck the man's exposed eyes, causing him to cry out in pain and cover his face. Not stopping to look back, Lu Ziyo forced himself to his feet and ran, ignoring the sharp pain of gravel digging into his shoeless foot. Meanwhile, Liu Changqing sat at home, repeatedly reading the bank notification on his phone. His gaze fixated on the string of numbers. The royalties and rewards from his novel had just been deposited. After taxes and platform deductions, the leaderboard's top reward alone brought him nearly 80,000 yuan. In just 10 days since the book's launch, Liu Changqing had posted over 100 paid chapters. With each chapter priced at 3 cents and a cut taken by the platform, he still managed to earn 210,000 yuan. After various expenses, Liu Changqing now had a substantial amount in his bank account, far removed from the 3,000 yuan he had when he first arrived in this world. Earlier that day, a publisher had even approached him about releasing a physical edition of his novel. Though the details were yet to be discussed, Liu Changqing felt optimistic about his future. Lost in thoughts of his improving life, a sudden, frantic knocking broke his reverie. He quickly got up and opened the door. "Ziyu, why are you knocking so hard?" he called out as he opened the door. What greeted him was a disheveled Lu Ziyu, gasping for air. One foot still had a shoe, while the other wore only a sock. Sweat dripped from his pale, round face, and his clothes were covered in dirt. The moment Liu Xiao saw his father, the tension in his body seemed to release. His lips moved weakly. Dad. And then he collapsed forward. Liu Changqing instinctively caught him, his momentary shock replaced by panic. Son. Liu Xiao faintly heard someone calling his name. Slowly opening his eyes, he was greeted by the overwhelming smell of disinfectant. The bright light stung his vision, and he became aware of someone tightly holding his left hand. Turning his head slightly, he saw Liu Changqing sitting beside him, head bowed. Dad. Hearing his son's voice, Liu Changqing, who had been on the verge of dozing off, immediately jolted awake. His eyes widened as he looked at the now conscious Liu Xiao. Son, how do you feel? I'm okay. That's good. That's good. Liu Changqing let out a long sigh of relief, fearing any mention of lingering pain or discomfort from his son. Lying in the hospital bed, Liu Xiao noticed that the sharp pain in his back had subsided significantly. However, his injured right foot, now entirely wrapped in bandages, throbbed dully. When Liu Xiao had collapsed outside the house, Liu Changqing was terrified. He had rushed his son to the hospital, dreading the worst. Thankfully, the doctors confirmed there were no life-threatening injuries. The marks on his back were from being struck with a heavy object, while the main injury was to his foot. Running barefoot on the rough ground had embedded small stones into his flesh, and the wounds had been further contaminated by dust and grime. Though his body was otherwise unharmed, the doctor explained that the fainting had been caused by the sudden release of tension after prolonged stress, a diagnosis that finally eased Liu Changqing's fears. Where's Zizi? Liu Xiao asked weakly. Hearing his son's question, Liu Changqing gently patted the back of his hand. Don't worry. I sent Zizi to school already. You're the one who's been sleeping for a whole night. I slept the whole night. Turning his head to look outside, he noticed it was broad daylight. Sighing inwardly, Liu Xiao shifted his gaze back to his father. Dad, I've got exams coming up. I can't stay in the hospital. You're in no condition to think about exams. It's not the high school entrance exam, don't worry about it. But I promised I'd do well this time. You need to focus on recovering. It'll take at least 10 days for your foot to heal properly. Liu Changqing calmed his son's growing anxiety before his expression turned serious. What happened last night? Why did you come home in that state? Liu Xiao hesitated, his eyes fixed on the hospital ceiling as he tried to recall the events of the previous night. All he could remember was the vague outline of the man who attacked him. I didn't get a good look at him. He wasn't very tall, and his face was covered. I could only see his eyes. What kind of eyes? They were narrow, kind of like the ones I saw in a wildlife documentary about foxes, but not as exaggerated. And what? There was a strong smell coming from him, like he hadn't bathed in days. The memory of the attacker swinging the iron rod was vivid, as was the stench that lingered in the air. Liu Changqing frowned deeply. He couldn't recall offending anyone who fit that description, let alone someone who would attack his son. Do you remember where the attack happened? After a moment of thought, Liu Xiao nodded. It was on the road between Zhou Xian's house and ours. At first, everything seemed fine, but then I felt like someone was following me. Luckily, I bent down to tie my shoelace and noticed him, otherwise, he would have ambushed me. Nubeta. Zhou Xian. It's strange, Liu Xiao said, his expression turning somber. Didn't you ask her to help me with my studies? That night, after evening classes, she tutored me for a bit. When we were leaving, she seemed really scared, so I walked her home first. Liu Changqing recalled the first time he met Zhou Xian and her anxious demeanor. At the time, he dismissed it as a misunderstanding. She'd been startled by a stray dog, or so he thought. Now, with the attack on his son, things seemed more complicated. He exhaled heavily. Don't worry about it. Leave this to me. Someone will come by later to ask you some questions. Just tell them everything you remember. Don't be scared. Okay. Knowing his father had likely reported the incident to the police, Liu Xiao nodded. After making sure his son was settled, Liu Changqing stepped out of the hospital room. His expression darkened. You dared to lay a hand on my son? You're finished. Saturday. At home, Zhou Xian sat alone, focusing on her final preparations for the upcoming exams. Her sister, Lan Yuxian, had gone to work at the supermarket, leaving the house unusually quiet. Seated at a worn-out desk, Zhou Xian held down the corner of her textbook with one hand while scanning its contents. Her other hand scribbled notes onto a piece of scrap paper. Despite being the math class representative, Zhou Xian wasn't naturally gifted in mathematics. She was the type to diligently study, meticulously recording every key point her teachers covered and reviewing them in her spare time. Unlike the math prodigies in her class, Zhou Xian represented the average student who thrived through sheer effort and determination. Over the past few days, she had been tutoring Liu Xiao. To her surprise, Liu Xiao grasped concepts quickly, sometimes even solving problems in ways she hadn't considered. Her impression of him, a middling student who often appeared uninterested in class, was beginning to shift. Could he be a rare math talent? This thought distracted her from her studies. Her pen came to a halt on the scrap paper as she stared blankly at her textbook. When she had watched Liu Xiao leave the previous night, she couldn't shake the ominous feeling that something bad was going to happen. Her grip on the pen loosened, and it slipped from her hand, rolling across the table. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden knock at the door startled her. She turned to look at the entrance. Before she could ask who it was, a familiar voice called out. Zhou Xian, are you home? It's Liu Xiao's father. Zhou Xian opened the door to find Liu Changqing standing outside. Seeing his unexpected visit, she was clearly surprised. Uncle Liu, why are you here? I have something to ask you, Liu Changqing said, glancing inside the house. Noticing that Zhou Xian's mother, Lan Yuxian, wasn't home, he asked, your mom's at work? Yes. Nodding slightly, Zhou Xian seemed unsure about his intentions. Looking down at her, Liu Changqing said, let's talk inside. Though she didn't quite understand what he wanted, her good upbringing prevented her from refusing. She stepped aside to let Liu Changqing enter. Inside, Liu Changqing's gaze swept over the room, noting the neatly stacked textbooks on the table and the meticulously folded bedsheets. He pulled out a chair and sat down. After closing the door, Zhou Xian walked over, looking at Liu Changqing nervously. Uncle Liu, my son was attacked last night, Liu Changqing stated bluntly. Attacked? That's right. Do you remember the last time we met? You said someone was following you that night. Liu Changqing raised his head. Did you get a good look at them? Zhou Xian froze, her mind still processing the shocking news that Liu Ziya had been attacked. Her face paled as guilt rose in her chest. It's all my fault. If he hadn't walked me home. Did you see what they looked like? Answer me, Liu Changqing pressed. His words snapped her out of her thoughts. She hesitated, clearly flustered. I didn't. Standing before Liu Changqing, she fidgeted like a child who had made a grave mistake. The knowledge that Liu Ziya's injury stemmed from walking her home made her deeply uncomfortable. Ao Thailand bot. Don't overthink it, Liu Changqing said, recognizing her distress. The most important thing now is figuring out who attacked my son. Narrowing his eyes, he continued, I already had a feeling something was off that night. Now, it seems there really was someone following you. Even the dog that barked was probably reacting to that person. But, my mom and I don't have enemies. And we're not wealthy. This probably has nothing to do with you or your mom, Liu Changqing said, shifting his gaze to her. By the way, does your family own the breakfast shop? No, we rent it. Her eyes darted nervously, avoiding his face. Liu Changqing caught these subtle changes in her expression. Is that so? He could tell she wasn't lying but sensed she was withholding something. Your mom is divorced, right? Yes. And your dad? Zhou Xian fell silent, her hands clenching involuntarily as if she wanted to push the topic away. Why did they divorce? All right, let's drop it, Liu Changqing sighed, leaning back. He could see she was reluctant to talk, and he wouldn't force her. Having learned little, he decided it wasn't worth staying any longer. He stood and moved to leave. As he passed her, Zhou Xian suddenly asked, which hospital is Liu Ziyu in? Midday. Zhou Quan staggered along, humming an off-key tune. His face, purple from years of heavy drinking, and his filthy, matted hair showed how neglected he was. Garbage piled around him as he stumbled to a dilapidated shack built from tin and wood. Reaching into his dirty pants pocket, he pulled out a key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. After shutting the door, he turned only to see a shadowy figure in the room. His scream was filled with terror as he stumbled back, losing his balance and landing hard on the floor. Instinctively grabbing at anything within reach, he knocked over a wash basin from a nearby shelf, sending it clattering to the ground. Panting heavily, Zhou Quan's previously dull eyes widened in fear as he stared at the figure before him. You're just getting back now. The figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Despite the heat, they were fully covered, leaving only their eyes visible. Zhou Quan's expression turned from surprise to sheer panic. You. I told you before I hate being kept waiting. The voice was hoarse, as if the person's vocal cords had been damaged, making their tone grating and unpleasant. Zhou Quan's face twisted in fear as he stammered, I didn't know you were coming today. The figure didn't respond. Instead, they pulled an iron rod from behind their back and swung it down. Zhou Quan screamed as the rod struck his arm. He collapsed to the ground, curling up and clutching his arm in pain. His face pressed against the floor, his mouth gaping as he gasped for air. The figure didn't stop there. Stepping forward, they delivered a swift kick to Zhou Quan's face, silencing his cries. Zhou Quan felt several teeth loosen or fall out, the excruciating pain sharpening his senses. He dared not make another sound, trembling as he gasped for breath. The figure crouched in front of him, using the rod to poke at his mouth. Only 3 teeth, huh? Please, don't hit me again. Hit you? Didn't your teacher ever tell you that liars must be punished? The figure chuckled, their laugh harsh and grating. Why did you lie to me? You told me the shop your mother left went to you, but it went to Lan Yuxian instead, didn't it? I didn't know. I'm her son, it should have been mine. There must have been some mistake, Zhou Quan sputtered, blood dripping from his mouth as he tried to force a smile. But the figure wasn't buying it. Also, you said you bought an accident insurance policy for your daughter, with yourself as the beneficiary. Is that true? Yes, it's true. Good. The figure stood, tucking the rod back into their waistband and covering it with their clothes. When the money comes through, it's all mine. You'll figure out how to handle the rest of your debts. You have to leave me something? I'll die without it. Zhou Quan panicked at the thought of losing everything. Turning back, the figure's narrow, bloodshot eyes bore into Zhou Quan. Lifting their chin slightly, they sneered, if I don't get it all, I can make sure you die right now. Liu Ziyu was clearly surprised by Zhou Xian's unexpected visit. His younger sister, Liu Zizi, who was lying next to him on the hospital bed holding a strangely shaped apple, froze mid-bite and stared blankly at Zhou Xian. The siblings fixed their gaze on the sudden visitor. Why are you here? Lu Xiao asked first. Without responding, Zhou Xian stepped closer, her eyes scanning him from head to toe. Where are you hurt? Huh. A bit slow to react, Lu Xiao eventually lifted his right foot awkwardly. My foot stepped on something sharp and got torn up. Zhou Xian's gaze lingered on his injured foot, her face showing a trace of distress. She stepped forward, intending to touch it, but Lu Xiao quickly stopped her. Don't touch it. You can't just go touching someone's foot. Her hand paused midair before she pulled it back, unsure what to say next. She clasped her hands behind her back, looking slightly flustered. Lying beside her brother, Lu Xiaozi tilted her small head upward and curiously eyed Zhou Xian. She reached out and patted Lu Xiao. Brother, who is this kid? Call her sister. She's my classmate, Lu Xiao corrected her while gently patting her head. Your classmate? Lu Xiaozi exclaimed, clearly amazed. She quickly hopped off the hospital bed, not bothering to pull up her little leather shoes properly, and ran over to Zhou Xian. Looking up at Zhou Xian, who was only slightly taller than herself, Lu Xiaozi tilted her head in thought before asking, did you skip grades to get to middle school? Xiaozi. Lu Xiao pulled his sister back, looking at her sternly. Don't talk nonsense. But, that's enough. Go get me another apple to eat. Didn't you say earlier you didn't want apples I've already bitten into? Well, I've changed my mind. Go wash one for me and peel it with your teeth. Pouting, Lu Xiaozi looked annoyed. She placed the half-eaten apple on the bedside table, rummaged through the bag for another one, and pulled her shoes back on before leaving the room. The hospital room, which had 2 beds but no other patients, now felt emptier with Lu Xiaozi's departure, leaving only Lu Xiao and Zhou Xian behind. They stood in silence, their eyes meeting. Finally, Zhou Xian broke the awkward atmosphere. I'm sorry. The sudden apology caught Lu Xiao off guard. He looked at Zhou Xian, whose face now held an expression of guilt. Why are you apologizing? Because of me, you got hurt. Lu Xiao's expression turned unreadable. He stared at her for a moment before replying, you don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. It is my fault. If it weren't for my dad. Your dad. Nothing. Zhou Xian quickly clammed up, refusing to elaborate further. Lu Xiao could tell she was hiding something but didn't push her. He wasn't the type to force others to share what they didn't want to. Instead, he shifted the topic. How's your studying going today? It's fine. I reviewed my old notes and solidified some key points. Think you'll do well on the test? I think so. Lucky you get to take the test. With my foot like this, there's no way I can make it to the exam hall. Lu Xiao's tone carried a hint of frustration, which didn't escape Zhou Xian. She glanced at his injured foot, her mind racing. Don't worry. You can still take the test. Huh? How? You want me to hop there on one foot? Her response confused him, and he stared at her incredulously. I'll talk to the teacher, Zhou Xian said firmly. After the exam, I'll come and supervise while you take it. That way, your score will still count toward the rankings. Lu Xiao suddenly felt like he had shot himself in the foot with his earlier complaint. But wouldn't that be unfair, since I'm not taking it at the same time as everyone else? It's fine. I'll watch you closely to make sure you can't cheat. Is she really this rigid? Before he could say anything more, Lu Xiaozi returned, holding a freshly gnawed apple. Here, brother. Lu Xiao found her appearance amusing. She had juice all over her face. Grabbing a tissue from the bedside table, he began wiping her face clean. How did you manage to get apple juice all over yourself? As he spoke, he carefully cleaned her small face and took the apple she handed him. Its surface was uneven, marked by her bite marks. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He grabbed another apple from the bag and handed it to Zhou Xian. You should have one too. My dad bought way too many. Watching the siblings interact, Zhou Xian slowly accepted the apple, cradling it in her hands. So this is what it's like to have siblings. Leaving the hospital after nightfall, Zhou Xian walked home alone. Her thoughts were filled with the person who had attacked Lu Xiao. Though she didn't want to admit it, she had a strong suspicion that the attacker was the same person who had followed her that night. Deep down, she had already linked the incident to her father, Zhou Quan. Once, he had been a kind and loving man, someone who ruffled her hair and took her on adventures. But gambling had changed him. In her fragmented memories, she recalled nights spent clinging to her mother, crying silently to avoid waking the drunken monster her father had become. She remembered Lan Yuxian's tear-swollen eyes, the bruises on her body, and the strands of hair ripped from her scalp lying on the floor. That had been the darkest period of Zhou Xian's life. Thankfully, they had severed ties with him, and life was slowly improving. Although they lived in poverty, simply being alive was enough. Quickening her pace, Zhou Xian climbed the stairs to her apartment, fishing her keys from the faded pocket of her school uniform as she went. Night had fully settled. Suddenly, a hand clamped tightly over her mouth. Fear swept through Zhou Xian in an instant. Her body was lifted off the ground, legs instinctively kicking, her eyes straining to see the person behind her. SHHH. A soft but urgent hush came as Liu Changqing used one hand to cover Zhou Xian's mouth, preventing her from making any noise. He signaled toward her house with his eyes. When Zhou Xian saw that it was Liu Changqing, she froze in place, her gaze following his to look at her home. It was just as it had been when she left. Without making a sound, Liu Changqing slowly set Zhou Xian back on the ground and let go of her. As soon as her feet touched the floor, Zhou Xian turned to look at him. Just as she was about to speak, she saw him raise a finger to his lips, signaling her to stay silent. Though her head was full of questions, she nodded in response. Liu Changqing looked at Zhou Xian's house. After searching for Zhou Xian earlier that morning, he had left to buy something for self-defense. If the person targeting Zhou Xian was determined, they would strike again. The earlier attack on Lu Xiao was likely because Liu Changqing's son had been escorting Zhou Xian home every day, leaving no opportunity for the perpetrator to act. What a lunatic. No matter who it was, anyone capable of such actions was clearly not in their right mind. Since he had already reported the incident to the police, Liu Changqing had seen officers in the area that afternoon. While they didn't find anything conclusive, he doubted the culprit would stay around there, unless they were truly brainless. Planning to warn Zhou Xian not to stay out alone for long periods, Liu Changqing returned to her home near dusk. He hadn't known she'd spent most of the day at the hospital with his son. While he'd given her the address earlier, he assumed she would visit briefly and return home soon after. So when Liu Changqing knocked on Zhou Xian's door in the evening and received no response, he was puzzled. He knocked several times, calling her name from outside, but the house remained silent. Unaware that Zhou Xian hadn't returned yet, Liu Changqing turned to leave, feeling a bit uneasy. Just as he was about to walk away, he heard a soft exhale from inside the house. He paused, only for a moment, then resumed walking casually. And that led to the events that unfolded when Zhou Xian returned home. Liu Changqing felt like he might have been overthinking. The walls in these rental apartments were poorly insulated, but to hear a mere exhale? Yet he was certain he'd heard it. Better safe than sorry. He gestured toward the door, signaling Zhou Xian to open it. Though she didn't understand his reasoning, Zhou Xian nodded. She trusted Liu Changqing enough to comply. Pulling her keys from her pocket, she approached the door. She inserted the key into the lock, twisted it, and with 2 clicks, the door unlocked. Removing the key, she gripped the handle and pressed down, pulling the door open. No epsilon. Standing before her was a man, mid-swing, about to strike downward. The blow came. Ah! A scream escaped Zhou Xian as Liu Changqing yanked her aside. The sudden movement threw her off balance, and she fell to the ground. The next sound was the iron rod slamming into the door. Liu Changqing leaped over Zhou Xian, pulling something from his pocket, a device he switched on. Electric arcs crackled. He lunged, thrusting the stun baton toward the man. Ugh! The attacker groaned, his hand holding the rod spasming as if he had polio, his body jerking uncontrollably. With a clang, he collapsed to the floor. Zhou Xian was still in shock. She hadn't seen what had happened. Her view was blocked by the door. She sat dazed on the ground for a moment before scrambling to her feet and rushing inside. There, she saw Liu Changqing crouching, pulling at the cloth covering the man's face. Uncle Liu, don't talk yet. Liu Changqing peeled back the fabric, revealing an unremarkable face. He stood, found the light switch, and turned it on. The yellow bulb flickered a few times before illuminating the room. Approaching the attacker, Liu Changqing nudged him with his foot. The man's body twitched slightly. Seeing movement, Liu Changqing activated the stun baton again, delivering another jolt. This time, the man lay completely still. He then turned to Zhou Xian. Is this your dad? And no, Zhou Xian looked equally confused as she cautiously approached, studying the man's face. I don't know him. Liu Changqing fell into thought before prying the iron rod from the man's grasp and setting it aside. He began patting the man down, searching his belongings. The man's clothes reeked, as if he hadn't changed in days. When Liu Changqing lifted the fabric, the stench hit them both like a wave. Wrinkling her nose, Zhou Xian instinctively pinched her nostrils. With a grimace, Liu Changqing searched thoroughly but found nothing, not even a scrap of paper. What kind of lunatic is this? Just an iron rod? Not even a knife? He had expected the attacker to carry more weapons, but the man seemed oddly underprepared. Taking precautions, Liu Changqing handed the stun baton to Zhou Xian. I won't need this anymore. You should keep it for self-defense. It's dangerous for a girl to be out alone at night. How do I use it? It has a switch on the side. Push it. Nodding hesitantly, Zhou Xian fiddled with the device, pushing the switch. Crackling. The loud noise startled her, and she nearly dropped it. Panicked, she quickly turned it off. Liu Changqing ignored her, focused on the man lying on the floor. He was already thinking about how to deal with the body. Turning to Zhou Xian, he asked, do you have any rope? Rope. Responding quickly, Zhou Xian rummaged through her house. After a while, she handed him a bundle of ribbon. This is all I have, my mom used it to tie bread. This. Liu Changqing gave the ribbon a tug. It seemed decent enough. It'll have to do. Muttering to himself, Liu Changqing got to work. Su Gang's head throbbed painfully as if it were being split apart. From the moment he regained consciousness, the pain had been unrelenting. He felt a strange sensation. He was hanging upside down. He couldn't tell how long he had been unconscious. His last memory was of someone charging toward him before everything went black. Slowly, he opened his eyes. His blurry vision took in the sight of a forest, but something seemed off. His view was inverted. Well, you're awake. A voice nearby caught Su Gang's attention. He squinted to see a stocky man holding a flashlight, its beam directed toward him. The man set the flashlight on a nearby rock to act as a makeshift light source. Under the dim light, Su Gang finally got a clear look at the man's face. His half-closed eyes suddenly shot wide open, and his expression turned to shock. Liu Changqing. You know me. Liu Changqing's face, initially expressionless, showed a flicker of surprise when he heard his name. Frowning, Liu Changqing scrutinized Su Gang's face. He was certain he had no memory of this person. Su Gang's mind was in turmoil. Twisting his head as best as he could, he surveyed his surroundings, a forest of unknown location. His ankles were tightly bound, leaving him hanging upside down, while his hands were tied behind his back. He was completely immobilized. Watching Su Gang's futile struggles, Liu Changqing picked up a small bowl from a nearby rock and began stirring its contents with a brush. The knot's tight. Stop wasting your energy. What are you trying to do? The nerve of you to ask. Liu Changqing's voice was calm, yet chilling. He stopped stirring and fixed his gaze on Su Gang's face. Why did you attack Zhou Xian with an iron rod? What does it have to do with you? Su Gang's voice was grating, like the screech of sharp nails on glass. Liu Changqing frowned. He couldn't understand how Su Gang hadn't yet grasped his precarious situation. You sure talk tough. He tapped the edge of the bowl with the brush, then leaned in and smeared its sticky contents across Su Gang's face. What are you doing? What is this stuff? Something nice. Ever had honey? Ignoring further protests, Liu Changqing continued spreading the honey until Su Gang's face was evenly coated. What are you trying to do? Panic set in as Su Gang desperately squirmed, trying to free himself. His struggles only made him sway back and forth like a piece of dried meat hanging in the wind. RNOMicron. Placing the bowl aside, Liu Changqing crouched slightly to meet Su Gang's eyes. My son came home safe and sound. What's wrong with your brain that you thought it was a good idea to mess with him? Su Gang froze. His thoughts flashed back to the chubby kid who had resisted him. That boy, was Liu Changqing's son? I didn't know he was your son. Liu Changqing didn't bother replying. Instead, he stepped back and delivered a powerful punch to Su Gang's stomach. Pain exploded in Su Gang's abdomen, twisting his face into an expression of agony. Because he was upside down, saliva dripped down his face. Who taught you this? Watching too many movies? Swinging an iron rod at random people. He followed up with another punch. And stalking people. Grabbing a fistful of Su Gang's greasy hair, Liu Changqing yanked his head up slightly. I'm not letting you off easy. With that, he sliced through the rope holding Su Gang's ankles. The man fell to the ground with a thud, his head slamming painfully into the dirt. Liu Changqing stood still, watching as Su Gang squirmed and flailed on the ground like a fish out of water, bound hand and foot. The honey smeared on his face had begun attracting swarms of mosquitoes and other insects, biting him relentlessly. Liu Changqing eventually left. Before departing, he cut the ropes binding Su Gang's hands and feet. By then, Su Gang's face was swollen and raw from rubbing against the ground, trying to alleviate the unbearable itching. Dirt had mixed with the honey, leaving his face completely unrecognizable. Only after Liu Changqing was gone did Su Gang scramble to his feet, furiously clawing at his face in an attempt to scrape off the honey. However, the more he rubbed, the worse it spread. Unable to stand it any longer, Su Gang fled. He had no idea how Liu Changqing had brought him to this forest, but seeing him again had been a shock. During a previous encounter with Zhou Xian, the dim lighting had prevented Su Gang from recognizing Liu Changqing's face. But now, there was no mistaking him. Su Gang had known of Liu Changqing from a past incident. Liu Changqing once owned a factory. During his tumultuous divorce with Li Wanran, Su Gang and others had been hired by Yarong to infiltrate the factory, bribe key personnel, and orchestrate chaos during inspections. Sabotaging equipment and production had resulted in a flood of defective products, ultimately forcing the factory to shut down. When Su Gang recognized Liu Changqing, he assumed the man was seeking revenge for those events. But that wasn't the case. It was simply because Su Gang had attacked Liu Changqing's son. The realization filled Su Gang with rage. He resented Liu Changqing and harbored an equal grudge against Zhou Quan, the cowardly gambler. It was Zhou Quan who claimed he had taken out an accidental death insurance policy for his daughter, Zhou Xian, which led Su Gang to plot her murder and stage it as an accident for the payout. But now, with Liu Changqing on high alert, any attempt to harm Zhou Xian would be futile. Su Gang's efforts had been for nothing, leaving him seething with frustration. After a grueling journey, Su Gang arrived at Zhou Quan's dilapidated home on the city's outskirts. The area was littered with garbage. With a powerful kick, he smashed through the flimsy metal door, startling Zhou Quan, who was lying on his bed. Badly beaten the previous day, Zhou Quan had skipped his gambling sessions to recover. Drowsy from his nap, the loud crash jolted him awake. He grabbed his threadbare blanket in panic. It's you? In the dim light, Zhou Quan saw Su Gang's dirt-covered face and filthy clothes. Before he could say more, Su Gang charged at him, fists flying. What began as resistance devolved into pleas for mercy. Zhou Quan's cries grew weaker and weaker as Su Gang's assault continued, his rage boiling over. Suddenly, bright lights flooded the room, accompanied by the wailing of police sirens. Su Gang froze mid-strike, panic etched on his face. Scanning the room, he realized there was no way out. At the door stood 2 police cars, their occupants waiting. That's him. He's the one who attacked my son. Liu Changqing stood outside, his expression filled with grief and anger. My son is only 15. What did he ever do to deserve being attacked with an iron rod by this lunatic? This guy is insane. Liu Changqing lunged forward, but officers held him back. Another officer entered the house and quickly assessed the scene. There's someone inside with serious injuries. Call an ambulance immediately. Su Gang stared blankly at Liu Changqing, his face drained of all emotion. He seemed utterly soulless. Su Gang was taken into custody, and Liu Changqing, as the one who reported the incident, went to provide a statement. The man Su Gang had assaulted, filthy and disheveled, turned out to be Zhou Quan, an unemployed drifter. After a brief investigation, the police contacted Zhou Quan's family. For Liu Changqing, once the statement was made, his involvement was essentially over. The findings revealed that Su Gang was a typical shady figure, a longtime thug at gambling dens, a loan shark, and a collector of dirty money. His assault on Zhou Quan was supposedly over a debt the latter owed him. Exiting the police station, Liu Changqing let out a relieved sigh. Though Su Gang recognized him, Liu Changqing was certain he had no memory of the man. As for Zhou Quan, Liu Changqing deduced he was Zhou Xian's father. This conclusion came when, as Liu Changqing was leaving, he saw Lan Yuxian, her expression grave, rushing into the station. She ran right into Liu Changqing, who had just stepped outside. The sky had yet to brighten. "Good morning," Liu Changqing greeted. Lan Yuxian, startled, looked at him in surprise before her expression turned puzzled. "What are you doing here?" Her gaze darted behind him, and she cupped her hand around her mouth, lowering her voice. "Did you get arrested?" Liu Changqing twitched his lips, giving her a look as if she were an idiot. "Do I look like a criminal? Why are you tarnishing my good name for no reason? Then why are you standing in front of the police station? And why are you here?" Liu Changqing deflected, not intending to reveal too much. "Shouldn't you be at the breakfast shop kneading dough at this hour? What are you doing at the station?" Lan Yuxian's face flushed with embarrassment. Her eyes darted around as she fumbled for an explanation. My ex-husband got beaten up, and they called me here." "Your ex-husband?" Liu Changqing immediately thought of Zhou Quan, the man whose teeth had been knocked out. "Zhou Quan? Yes. So that guy was your ex-husband." Liu Changqing sized her up. She was dressed plainly, likely having come straight from the breakfast shop. A bit of flour clung to her clothes, and her face, bare of makeup, looked slightly weary but strikingly authentic. Her hair was casually tied up, yet the overall effect gave her a fragile charm. Her eyes, in particular, were captivating. "That guy's no good." Lan Yuxian was taken aback by his blunt comment but then nodded in agreement. "It's nothing to do with me or my daughter anymore. I'm just here to talk to the police, then I need to hurry back to open the shop." "Fair enough. How did you get here?" "I took a cab. I'll give you a ride back to the shop. You can pay me with some steamed buns. Wouldn't that be a bother?" "Well, if you think so, just toss in 3 sesame balls for the ride." Lan Yuxian was momentarily dumbfounded, feeling like she couldn't quite keep up with Liu Changqing's pace. Waving her hand dismissively, Liu Changqing nodded toward the station. "Nigerian Nairo. Go on, I'll wait for you outside." "All right." With that, Lan Yuxian jogged into the police station. Liu Changqing watched her retreating figure before pulling his van keys from his pocket. He walked over to the rented vehicle, opened the door, and climbed inside. He had rented the van specifically to haul Su Gang to the outskirts. It had been a while since he last drove, especially a beat-up old van like this. Sitting inside, Liu Changqing rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and rested his arm on the frame, gazing ahead. Within 10 minutes, he spotted Lan Yuxian running toward the van through the rearview mirror. Her hurried strides made her figure stand out even in the dim light. "Did I keep you waiting?" she asked, slightly out of breath as she reached the van. "Not long. You're pretty quick." Flicking the cigarette butt aside, Liu Changqing pulled the seatbelt over himself and clicked it into place. "Get in." Lan Yuxian silently walked around to the passenger side, opened the door, and climbed in. Her hands rested neatly on her lap, and she sat with perfect posture. Liu Changqing glanced at her. "Buckle up. There are cameras." "Oh, okay." Startled by the reminder, she turned to grab the seatbelt. However, the old van's seatbelt mechanism seemed stuck. Lan Yuxian tugged and pulled at it, but it wouldn't budge. After watching her struggle for a moment, Liu Changqing sighed and leaned over. "Hold still." Reaching across her, he adjusted the seatbelt, pulling it back slightly before giving it a firm tug. This time, it came loose. He guided it into the latch and clicked it into place. As he finished, their faces ended up closer than expected. Liu Changqing caught the faint scent of flour on her, surprisingly pleasant. "What are you staring at?" "Sit properly," he said, pulling back. Straightening up, Liu Changqing started the engine. He pressed the clutch, shifted gears, and released the handbrake. The van jerked forward, then stalled abruptly. "Ah!" Lan Yuxian exclaimed as she lurched forward, only for the seatbelt to hold her in place. Her heart pounding, she clutched her chest and turned to glare at Liu Changqing. The atmosphere grew awkward. Scratching his head sheepishly, Liu Changqing muttered, It's the van, not me." Later, Liu Changqing brought his son home from the hospital. Liu Xiao's injuries weren't severe, just some bruises on his back from being struck with the iron rod, a kick to the stomach, and minor scrapes on his feet. By now, even the small wounds on his soles were beginning to heal. The reason for the hospital stay was his sudden collapse at the doorstep that night. Worried there might be underlying issues, Liu Changqing had taken him in for a full checkup, which revealed nothing serious. With no reason to keep him hospitalized, Liu Changqing brought him home. After settling his son upstairs, Liu Changqing woke up his daughter, Liu Xiaozi. Still rubbing her sleepy eyes, Liu Xiaozi looked at her father groggily. Her attitude toward him had softened considerably since the divorce with Li Wanran. Once everything was ready, Liu Changqing set the breakfast he'd bought from Lan Yuxian's shop on the table. The family sat down together to eat. Do you know about that new handheld console? Liu Changqing asked her brother. The new one? Not really. My classmate Hao has one. It looks so fun. Their chatter filled the room as Liu Changqing watched quietly. For some reason, a smile spread across his face. The siblings paused, staring at him in confusion. What's so funny? They asked in unison. Liu Changqing chuckled, placing a hand on each of their heads. He ruffled their hair gently, his gaze warm. Our days are only going to get better. Reaching for a dumpling, he was about to take a bite when something struck him. Turning sharply, he stared at Liu Changqing, who was nibbling on a bun. His face darkened. Wait a minute. Who's Hao? July 3rd. Chen Daifu had already gone back to inherit his family's fortune. Before leaving, he told Liu Changqing to call him if there were any problems. Having completed the transfer of ownership, Liu Changqing directed the workers to move out all the remaining books from the bookstore. The textbooks were sold to nearby schools, while the children's picture books and other items were quickly sold off at discounted prices. The rest, which was essentially trash, was hauled off as waste paper. He didn't have the time to sell everything bit by bit. Lifting his head, Liu Changqing wiped the sweat from his forehead. Standing at the doorway in the scorching midday sun made his skin sting painfully. The weather was becoming unbearably hot. Suddenly, a figure quietly approached him and pressed an ice-cold soda bottle against the back of his neck. Liu Changqing shuddered, jumped aside in alarm, and quickly turned around. He. A slightly chubby, smiling face came into view. Recognizing the visitor, Liu Changqing let out a relieved breath. Stop messing around. My neck is really sensitive, don't do that. Uncle, this is for you. Li Qing handed him the chilled soda with a broad smile. Shooting a glance at the silly girl, Liu Changqing reached out, opened the bottle, and took a big gulp. The sudden rush caused the carbonation to surge up in his chest. Heek. He. What are you laughing at? Burping after drinking soda is the proper way to drink it. Uncle, if you drank slower, you wouldn't burp. You don't get it. On a hot day like this, you have to down half of it in one go for it to hit the spot. Really? Li Qing looked at the soda in her hand, puzzled by Liu Changqing's logic. Mimicking him, she popped open her soda and took a big gulp. But her smaller throat couldn't handle the sudden carbonation, and the soda sprayed out of her mouth. Pfft. Ha. Liu Changqing laughed unabashedly at her misfortune. Seeing her frantically cover her mouth in embarrassment, he eventually stopped laughing and pulled a small pack of tissues from his pocket. After opening it, he handed her one. Here, wipe it. Li Qing took the tissue, finished what was left in her mouth, and wiped her lips. However, as anyone who's dealt with soda knows, tissues get soaked easily, leaving bits of paper stuck on the skin. This was precisely what happened to Li Qing. After wiping her face, she crumpled the tissue, ran to the trash can, tossed it in, and returned. Today, Li Qing was dressed refreshingly in a floral dress and open-toed sandals. Her hair was braided into pigtails on either side of her head, and she wore a sun hat. The youthful vibe she exuded was so striking it seemed any random photo could land on the cover of a fresh, minimalistic magazine. Pouting, Li Qing puffed her cheeks as she glared at Liu Changqing. Uncle, you're so mean? Why'd you laugh at me? Well, if your mouth can't handle it, don't try to imitate me. Consider this a lesson. Humph. Liu Changqing noticed her cheeks still puffed with anger but didn't bother mentioning the tissue remnants stuck on her face. She seemed oblivious to it as well. Instead, she glanced at the workers carrying books in and out of the store. With diary Siso. Uncle, is this bookstore closing? Pretty much. Hearing his response, Li Qing's expression turned gloomy. If the bookstore where Liu Changqing worked closed, didn't that mean she wouldn't see him anymore? The thought made her visibly sad. Liu Changqing noticed the change in her expression. What's wrong? Does this mean I won't see you again, uncle? Pretty much. Liu Changqing nodded, not elaborating. He only viewed this girl, 4 years older than his son, as a daughter figure. Li Qing's mood worsened upon receiving his confirmation. Suddenly, she thought of something. Uncle, why don't you come work as a dorm supervisor at our school? It's an easy job to get. No way. At my age, if I worked as a dorm supervisor, the girls at your school would treat me like a thief every day. Liu Changqing turned his attention to two workers chatting away. Hurry up. Less talking, more moving. The two, realizing they'd been caught, resumed their work. Liu Changqing then turned to Li Qing. Are your exams over? Yeah. I've been wanting to visit, but I had to study. I failed 2 subjects last semester. No big deal. Just passed the makeup exams. I already failed the makeup exams too. Liu Changqing stared at her in surprise, realizing she wasn't just a slacker, she was a serious underachiever. Has your school gone on break? Why are you still here instead of heading home? My house isn't far, less than an hour's drive. Even so, don't wander around just because it's vacation, especially at night. It's dangerous for girls to be out alone. Taking on a lecturing tone, Liu Changqing felt it necessary to give some advice to a girl her age. Li Qing suddenly raised her head, her watery eyes staring at him expectantly. Did uncle remember? Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Liu Changqing looked away. There was a maniac with an iron rod near my place recently, hitting people left and right. He's been caught now, but there could be others. Just don't wander around at night. Hearing this, Li Qing's hopeful expression turned somber again. Not sure what to make of it, Liu Changqing waved her off. Go home. Isn't it more comfortable to relax at home? Uncle. Come find me next time. I'm not leaving this city anytime soon. Really? Li Qing brightened instantly. Watching her shift moods so quickly, Liu Changqing chuckled. Yes, really. Now, go home and get some rest. I'll be here for a while longer. Okay. Li Qing beamed, her chubby face lighting up like a flower. If only those bits of tissue weren't stuck to her face. After reassuring her a little more, Liu Changqing watched her hop away, disappearing down the street. He sighed, looking at his slightly slimmer stomach after recent exercise. Patting it, he muttered, could this pudgy look actually be attractive? Pretty much. Holy sh*t. The sudden response and a warm breath near his ear startled Liu Changqing so much he nearly fell over. He turned to see An Yuanyeo retracting her neck, holding a bag and covering her mouth as she stifled laughter. Staring at her, Liu Changqing wore a stunned expression, as if he'd seen a ghost. Do you walk without making any sound? You were too lost in thought. I called your name several times. An Yuanyeo had been there for a while already. Today, she had deliberately worn a dress, tied her hair casually, and applied just a hint of light makeup. After getting out of the taxi at the corner, she immediately noticed Liu Changqing standing at the door along with the college girl next to him. To avoid being seen by the two, An Yuanyeo hid behind a van parked nearby, peeking her head out to watch the girl, Li Qing, perform her soda-spraying act. She used her handbag as a shield in front of her face, sneaking glances at the pair as they joked and laughed. For some reason, her initially good mood from the morning took a nosedive. Luckily, the sour feeling didn't last long. When Li Qing eventually hopped away in the direction of where An Yuanyeo was hiding, she quickly squatted down and used her bag to cover her face. Only after Li Qing had left did she stand up, lower her bag, and adjust her hair. Silently, she tiptoed over to Liu Changqing, who was fiddling with his belly, and leaned in close to his ear. Pretty much. The result? A startled Liu Changqing cursed loudly, shuddered, and looked at her with a face full of terror. Seeing his reaction made An Yuanyeo feel a bit better. Serves you right for not behaving? Do you walk without making any sound? You were just too lost in thought. I called you several times. An Yuanyeo lied she hadn't called out to him at all. Liu Changqing stared at her smiling face, feeling like she wasn't telling the truth. When exactly did you call me? I didn't hear a thing. I did call you. She shifted slightly, pointing toward the road behind her. I was calling from over there. You were just too busy chatting with that pretty college girl to notice. As she finished, her smile faded, replaced by a sidelong glare at Liu Changqing. Her gaze made him uneasy, and he awkwardly turned his head. Why did her tone seem so strange today? What brings you here again? Am I not allowed to come and see you? It's not that, it just feels like you've been visiting quite often lately. Can't I go for a stroll when I have nothing to do? Sure, sure. At that moment, the workers finished moving the items. Liu Changqing noticed and said to her, wait a moment. He then quickly walked over to where the workers were. Alpha. Before she could respond, Liu Changqing was already chatting with a man who seemed to be in charge. They gestured toward the store and the large truck outside as they talked. After a while, they seemed to reach an agreement, and the workers and truck left, leaving the storefront quiet. Liu Changqing walked back. Want to take a look? Sure. Nodding, An Yuanyeo followed him inside. The moment they stepped into the bookstore, she froze in place. Her eyes stared blankly at the empty surroundings. Where there had once been shelves filled with books, there was now nothing but a barren space. Dust and scraps of paper littered the floor. It no longer felt familiar, instead, it felt foreign. Liu Changqing took a few steps forward and paused. I bought this bookstore. You bought it? Yeah. You know, I've been writing novels. I've made a little money. He couldn't help but sigh as he said this. When he had first arrived in this world, the mere 3,000 yuan in his account had left him struggling to breathe. Thankfully, those days were behind him now. I also bought the adjacent storefront that had been closed for a long time. He turned to look at her. You remember my novel Battle Through the Heavens, right? A big spender tipped me nearly 200,000 yuan, though I only got to keep half. As soon as he said this, An Yuanyeo's expression shifted. Only half? What do you mean? The platform takes a 50% cut. Otherwise, I could have earned more. What? That's so greedy? Why do they take so much? Exactly. A 20% cut would have been reasonable, but 50% is definitely excessive. As Liu Changqing spoke, he noticed her growing frustration and couldn't help but find it puzzling. Why are you so angry? Huh. An Yuanyeo froze for a moment, then awkwardly waved her hands to deny it. I am not angry, I just think it's unfair to you. Really? Of course? Think about it, that's not a small amount of money. The person tipping you probably wanted to support you and make your life better. Who would have thought the platform would take half? She clenched her small fists in indignation. Such a greedy website, squeezing authors out of their rightful earnings. It's outrageous. Liu Changqing looked at her, amused by how she seemed to be fighting on his behalf. Slowly, her fists unclenched, and her gaze shifted awkwardly under his steady stare. The room suddenly felt a lot warmer to her. She raised a hand to fan her face. It's so hot today. Don't you feel hot? Your reaction earlier seemed a bit odd. What's odd about it? Don't make things up. Avoiding his eyes, she glanced around the room. Then, as if remembering something, she hurriedly walked to the back room and pushed open the door. It was just as empty. She stood there for a moment before turning back to him. Where's the lounge chair? I sold it. What else was I supposed to do with it? What? How could you sell it? Anyunyo suddenly became upset, stomping her foot to emphasize her displeasure. That chair was so comfortable to lie on. What are you even talking about? Aren't all lounge chairs the same? They're all comfortable. Well, that one was different. Her voice trailed off as she lowered her head, fiddling with the straps of her bag. She mumbled softly, it wouldn't have sold for much anyway, and I've slept on it. Liu Changqing caught bits and pieces of her muttering. Watching her hang her head, his expression grew complicated. He sighed. I'm kidding. I put it in the trunk. I was planning to take it home. Huh. Her head shot up, her sorrowful expression still lingering on her face. Really? Yeah. Hearing his confirmation, her face lit up with a dazzling smile, so radiant it was almost blinding. Seeing Anyunyeo's radiant smile, Liu Changqing's expression shifted slightly. For some reason, he turned away, scratching his cheek. Why does she seem a little off today? Suddenly realizing something, Liu Changqing pulled out his candy bar phone, pressed the wake up button, and checked the time on the screen. This late already? I've got to head to my daughter's school, he muttered, then turned back to Anyunyeo. If you've got nothing else to do, you should head home. Why are you going to Xiazi's school? She asked, completely ignoring his second sentence, her tone tinged with curiosity. Caught off guard, Liu Changqing paused for a moment before replying. She has her elementary school finals today. I promised to pick her up. Already? Finals came up so quickly, she said, her gaze lowering as if deep in thought. Aren't finals always around this time? Liu Changqing responded absent-mindedly, unaware of her contemplative mood. Anyway, if there's nothing else. I haven't seen Xiazi in so long. Take me along to see her. Liu Changqing looked at her in astonishment, completely thrown off by her sudden suggestion. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Are you crazy? You're the crazy one. I just want to see Xiazi, it's been so long. Liu Changqing rubbed his ears. Was there something wrong with them? Why did it sound like she was acting coy? What's wrong with you? I'm picking up my daughter, not hosting a party. I miss seeing little kids too. Take me, please. Liu Changqing stared at her, hands clasped together as she looked at him imploringly. She's definitely acting strange today. Feeling inexplicably uneasy, Liu Changqing rubbed his arms as if shaking off a chill. My van isn't exactly comfortable to ride in. That's fine. It's really old and beat up. A car's just a mode of transportation. Who cares if it's new or old, as long as it moves? Her serious tone took Liu Changqing by surprise, and he found himself oddly agreeing with her logic. That's surprisingly reasonable. Hee. Come on, let's go, she chirped, stepping outside ahead of him. She stood by the door, waving for him to follow. Come on out. Watching her grin foolishly at the doorway, Liu Changqing found himself momentarily dazed. Shaking his head, he snapped out of it, walked out, and locked up the store. With ring above an Omicron beta. Once they got into the van, Anyunyeo sat in the passenger seat. Glancing toward the back, she spotted the clutter in the trunk, including the lounge chair, which immediately brightened her mood. Still, the seat felt a little uncomfortable, so she turned to Liu Changqing, who was inserting the keys into the ignition. How do I adjust the seat? Feel around under the seat. Following his instructions, she reached down and fumbled for a while before pulling the lever. The next moment, Liu Changqing's seat reclined all the way back. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere turned awkward. Liu Changqing stayed lying there, staring at her. You're a genius. How did you manage to knock me flat? Liu Changqing sighed, engaged his core, and sat up. He adjusted both her seat and his own back to their proper positions. Put on your seatbelt. Got it. She obediently clicked her seatbelt into place, not daring to touch anything else. Satisfied, Liu Changqing turned the key and eased the van onto the road. As they drove, the atmosphere felt a little stiff. Anyunyeo occasionally glanced at Liu Changqing, who noticed her movements. Perhaps to break the silence, he brought up a topic. Haven't gotten your driver's license yet? Nope. How old are you now? You should hurry up and get it. It's only going to get harder later. My sense of direction isn't great. Well, that's a relief. Better to stay off the road than be a menace to others. Anyunyeo shot him a resentful look. Talking to him doesn't feel like talking to someone my age, it's more like talking to someone much younger. The thought amused her, and she changed the subject. So, what grade is Xiazi in now? 4th grade. She'll be in 5th next term. How old is she? She's just turning 10 this December. Time really flies, feels like she was just a baby, and now she's 10. A smile crept onto Liu Changqing's face at the thought. Yeah. Anyunyeo gazed at him, her eyes lingering on his expression as he talked about his daughter. The warmth in his smile and the way his hands rested lightly on the steering wheel left her momentarily entranced. Liu Changqing, oblivious to her stare, continued driving. The school wasn't far, and before long, they arrived. The area was packed with cars, and Liu Changqing had to circle around a bit before finding a parking spot further down the street. Once parked, he slammed the van door shut, startling Anyunyeo. She glanced at him through the window, then looked at the door and mimicked his action, slamming it shut with gusto. Dusting off her hands, she trotted over to Liu Changqing's side. When does Xiazi finish her exam? Should be soon. They had 3 subjects: math yesterday afternoon, Chinese this morning, and English for the last one this afternoon. They're learning English at such a young age. Yet, even though most of them might never leave the country, it's all just to deal with the occasional foreigner. That's so sad. Liu Changqing didn't respond, walking toward the school gate with her following close behind. As they neared the entrance, a voice called out, "Liu Changqing." Both he and Yuanyao stopped and turned toward the source of the voice. Inside a nearby parked car, Feng Qian waved at Liu Changqing with a broad smile. "Long time no see." Liu Changqing was taken aback when he recognized the person in the car. He walked over and pulled out a cigarette, offering one. "You and your daughter back from traveling?" Feng Qian accepted the cigarette, but his expression turned awkward at the question. "Don't even mention it. I took Xian to a tourist spot, and when we came out, all our stuff was gone." "Wait, you got robbed?" "Yeah." Feng Qian nodded and continued. "We planned a month-long trip, but everything got stolen. We barely had enough cash left for gas money to get home. And since it's final season, we decided to come back early. On the way, Xian kept talking about your daughter, so here we are." "Haha, how is Xian doing now?" As soon as Liu Changqing finished asking, Feng Qian's cheerful demeanor dimmed slightly. Leaning against the car window, he took a deep drag on the cigarette and exhaled slowly. "She's doing better. You scared me there. The way you looked, I thought it had gotten worse." The two exchanged glances and broke into laughter. Standing beside Liu Changqing, Yuanyao silently observed the interaction, her presence quiet but noticeable. Her refined aura caught Feng Qian's attention. "Look at me, forgetting my manners. Is this your wife?" Feng Qian asked, his tone light-hearted. For a moment, Yuanyao froze, her face suddenly flushing with embarrassment as she prepared to respond. Liu Changqing glanced back at her and answered calmly, "No, just a friend." "Ah, I see." Feng Qian accepted the answer without any further thought. He opened the car door and stepped out. "Since we bumped into each other, how about grabbing a meal together? Maybe next time. I've got some things to take care of today." "That's a shame." They fell into a moment of silence, smoking their cigarettes. Liu Changqing suddenly remembered something. "How's your company doing?" "It's fine, running smoothly." Feng Qian's expression flickered briefly, a hint of unease passing over his face. Liu Changqing noticed but didn't press further. "I don't think I ever asked what line of work are you in. Didn't I tell you? Game development." "Game development." Liu Changqing's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "What kind of games?" "Nothing high-end. Mostly the pixel-style games that are popular now." "Is it for those handheld consoles where you plug in a cartridge to play?" "Exactly. You didn't know? They're really popular with kids these days." "I don't follow that stuff much." Liu Changqing trailed off, recalling how Ziazi had mentioned handheld consoles during a recent conversation with her brother. "Raino yes. Maybe I should get her one? Are they expensive?" "Not cheap. Manufacturing costs are only a few dozen yuan per console, but they sell for several hundred. That's quite a profit margin." "Sort of. My company only develops the games, though. We don't sell the consoles." "I see, seems like a lucrative business." Liu Changqing took another drag on his cigarette. Beside him, Yuanyao maintained her polite smile, her gaze unreadable as she quietly studied him. Standing in front of her, Liu Changqing didn't notice, but Feng Qian, facing them both, saw everything clearly. There's something going on between these two, he thought. Just then, the school's announcement system blared, signaling the end of exams. The parents waiting outside surged toward the gates, creating a loud and chaotic scene. "Quick, let's squeeze through," Liu Changqing said, already moving. "Wait for me." Feng Qian followed closely behind. Caught off guard, Yuanyao hesitated, watching as the two men dashed toward the gate. It took her a moment to react. Wait for me," she called out, lifting the hem of her dress and scurrying after them. The sight of eager parents jostling to see their children was unfamiliar to her, and she struggled to keep up. When she finally reached the crowd, she felt like a leaf caught in a storm, swaying uncontrollably. Don't push," she cried, her voice drowned out by the commotion. Liu Changqing, now near the front, caught a faint sound and turned his head. He spotted Yuanyao being pushed and squeezed by the crowd. He hesitated, glancing at the school building where children were starting to emerge. Then, gritting his teeth, he made up his mind. Make way," he shouted, using his size to carve a path back through the crowd. "Hey, who's stepping on me? Who pulled my hair? Watch it, no shoving." Ignoring the complaints, Liu Changqing pushed forward until he reached Yuanyao. He grabbed her wrist just as she reflexively tried to pull away. Looking up, she saw his flushed face. Meanwhile, a disgruntled mother nearby glared at him. "What's with you? Why are you squeezing back in?" "Shut up," Liu Changqing barked. The woman instantly fell silent. "Are you stupid? What are you doing in there?" he scolded Yuanyao. "What if someone pulls your dress off in this crowd?" I'm wearing a one-piece dress. It doesn't matter what you're wearing. You obviously don't belong in a place like this." With a sharp tug, he pulled her out of the crowd. Once they were clear, Yuanyao exhaled deeply, patting her chest. "That was terrifying." "You." Liu Changqing glared at her in exasperation. "I honestly don't know how you've survived all these years. You act like a child." He pointed back at the crowd. "Do you really think someone as small as you can push through that? Use your brain." His scolding left her red-faced and speechless. She had never been reprimanded like this before. Meanwhile, children began pouring out of the gates, parents joyfully greeting them with questions like, "How did you do?" and "What do you want to eat?" As the crowd dispersed, Liu Changqing realized something. Looking down, he saw that he was still holding her hand. Following Liu Changqing's gaze, Yuanyao also noticed their hands. His large hand was firmly gripping her wrist. A fluttering sensation suddenly stirred in her chest as she raised her eyes to look at Liu Changqing. Feeling her intense gaze, Liu Changqing seemed to jolt as if shocked, hastily letting go. Don't get the wrong idea, I only grabbed your hand out of urgency, he mumbled, awkwardly tilting his head toward the school gate. Yuanyao didn't seem to register his words. She stared blankly at her wrist where his hand had been, silent. Dad. Feng Xian came running up to Feng Qian, grabbing his hand. Father and daughter shared a smile as Feng Qian knelt to ruffle her hair. Not far away, Lu Ziazi was walking alongside a chubby boy holding the latest handheld console. Ziazi, wearing a pink backpack, leaned in curiously, her pace slow as she followed the boy closely. Liu Changqing spotted his daughter and immediately noticed the boy next to her. His previously calm expression darkened. So, you must be Hahao. With a grim expression, Liu Changqing marched toward them, his steps heavy with irritation. Still rooted in place, Yuanyao glanced at her hand, muttering to herself. Did he just? When she raised her head, Liu Changqing was already gone. She blinked in confusion, turning to search for him. Liu Changqing reached Feng Qian and his daughter. Uncle Fatty. Feng Qian greeted with a smile. Ignoring her, Liu Changqing walked past them and stopped in front of the two children, blocking their path. Hahao, engrossed in his handheld console, didn't even notice Liu Changqing standing there. Ziazi, her head tilted in curiosity, was similarly oblivious. The two bumped right into him. Ouch. Hahao fell backward, landing on his bottom, while Lu Ziazi was caught by Liu Changqing's hand before she could stumble. Startled, Ziazi froze. When she realized it was her father, her eyes lit up briefly with joy before she quickly masked it. Turning to Hahao, she shook off Liu Changqing's grip and ran to the boy. Are you okay? It hurts. Did the console get damaged? Ziazi asked anxiously, ignoring Hahao's pain. The console? No, it's fine. Phew, that's good. Ziazi sighed with relief, patting her chest. Hahao looked at her, bewildered. Why does it feel like the console is more important than me? Lifting his head, Hahao finally noticed Liu Changqing standing before him, his expression dark and intimidating. Is this your dad? Hahao asked nervously. Yep. Ziazi nodded, her eyes still fixed on the console in Hahao's hands. Hahao glanced at her delicate, cute face and then at Liu Changqing's menacing one. His voice trembled as he blurted out, Dad. Scram? Call me that again, and I'll deal with you. Hahao quickly covered his mouth with his hand, too scared to make another sound. Man, Ziazi's dad is terrifying? Standing up, Hahao dusted himself off and handed the console to Ziazi. Her face lit up with joy as she snatched it eagerly. Then, Hahao fished a few game cartridges from his pocket. If you want to switch games, just swap out the cartridge with one of these. Got it? Thanks. Ziazi nodded, taking the cartridges and carefully placing them into her pink backpack, treating them like treasures. Watching his daughter's gleeful reaction over a mere console, Liu Changqing felt a twinge of sadness. It's just a lousy handheld console. See you the day after tomorrow. Ziazi waved at Hahao as he walked away, his backpack bouncing with each step. The day after tomorrow was the release of exam results and a parent meeting to finalize tuition payments. Alpha OS. As Hahao disappeared into the distance, Ziazi lovingly patted her backpack. Feng Xian tugged on her father's hand and joined Liu Changqing and Ziazi. Uncle Fatty. Feng Xian chirped again. I told you not to call me that. Liu Changqing instinctively raised a hand to flick her forehead but stopped, remembering Feng Qian was standing right there. He awkwardly laughed, settling for ruffling her hair instead. So cute. Feng Qian glared at him with deadpan eyes as she tried to fix her now messy hair. Ha ha ha. Feng Qian chuckled, knowing his daughter wasn't actually upset. At that moment, Yuanyao approached, smiling warmly at Ziazi. Ziazi, long time no see. Antian. Ziazi froze in surprise before breaking into a wide grin. She ran past Liu Changqing and threw herself into Yuanyao's arms. Looking up at her, she asked, Did you come to pick me up too? Of course. It's been ages since I last saw you, my adorable Ziazi. Stroking Ziazi's head, Yuanyao cast a glance at Liu Changqing. Turning to Feng Qian, Liu Changqing said, You should take Xian home. I'll give you a call soon, and we can grab a meal. Sounds good. Keep in touch. After watching Feng Qian and his daughter leave, Liu Changqing noticed the scattered children still trickling out of the school. These were likely the ones whose parents couldn't pick them up. Looking back, he saw Yuanyao holding Ziazi's hand, the two chatting happily. He raised an eyebrow. How do they get along so well? Ziazi, are you hungry? I want fried chicken. Ziazi's excitement made her nearly jump. She adored crispy, golden chicken legs, so much that she seemed ready to drool just thinking about them. No problem. Liu Changqing nodded with a smile before turning to Yuanyao. Not for you, though. You're not invited. I've got money, Yuanyao replied with a grin. I'm kidding. Of course, I wouldn't leave you out. Liu Changqing laughed, though he couldn't help but think her smug expression was oddly amusing. Heading to the van, he gestured for them to follow. Opening the door, he climbed into the driver's seat. Meanwhile, Yuanyao thoughtfully opened the back door for Ziazi, making sure she was settled before closing it. Then, she slipped into the front passenger seat, swiftly buckled her seatbelt, and turned to Liu Changqing. He was staring at her with a peculiar expression. What's wrong? She asked, tilting her head. Nothing. Liu Changqing looked away, started the van, and adjusted the steering wheel. His thoughts, however, lingered. How is she getting along with my daughter so harmoniously? Dusk was approaching. Liu Changqing parked the van steadily outside the residential neighborhood and glanced at Anyuanyeo. We're here. She nodded softly, turning her head toward him. For a moment, time seemed to pause. She looked at his face intently, and the atmosphere grew perfectly still. Liu Changqing met her gaze and smiled slightly. What are you staring at? You're home. Get out of the car. If the security guards spot me, they might chase me off. Humph. Her expression shifted as she grabbed her bag, opened the car door, and, mimicking Liu Changqing's usual habit, slammed it shut with a loud bang. Standing outside, she looked at him through the window, her expression softening into a smile. Waving, she said, bye-bye. Liu Changqing nodded, not saying much, and started the van. He drove away, glancing in the rearview mirror to see Anyuanyeo still standing in place, watching as the van grew smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared from sight. For some reason, Liu Changqing let out a long breath, feeling an odd sense of relief. In the back seat, Liu Ziazi was entirely absorbed in the handheld console she'd borrowed from Hao. Her small hands gripped the device tightly, her eyes fixed on the screen as she muttered to herself. Die, die, die. Her fingers furiously mashed the buttons, her concentration unwavering. Liu Changqing glanced at her, his attention drawn by her voice. Ziazi, is the console fun? I died again. She didn't answer right away, too focused on the game. After losing another round, she let out a loud cry of frustration and slumped forward. Moments later, she perked up again, diving back into the game. Oops. Watching her, Liu Changqing finally understood why parents were so concerned about their kids getting addicted to video games. And this was just a simple handheld console. If she got her hands on an immersive, flashy, pay-to-win game, it could spiral out of control, at best draining her pocket money, and at worst leading to financial ruin. The hearts of game developers are truly black, he thought. When they arrived home, Liu Changqing parked the van in an empty spot nearby, as there were no designated spaces in this area. He opened the back door, grabbed Ziazi's backpack, and helped her out of the car. Stop playing for now. You can play more at home. Okay. She nodded but showed no signs of putting the console down, her fingers continuing to press random buttons. Without saying more, Liu Changqing led her to the house. After unlocking the door, he let her in first before following behind. Ziazi kicked off her shoes and immediately headed for the sofa, plopping down with her console in hand. Meanwhile, Liu Changqing placed her backpack on a chair and knocked on his son's bedroom door. Still studying. Inside, Liu Zia's voice came through the door. I'm reviewing English vocabulary. Though he hadn't been attending school for the past few days, the upcoming exam had motivated Liu Zia to work hard. His foot injury had mostly healed, though his walk was still slightly uneven. It wasn't enough to hinder his determination. Take a break. Come out and have some fried chicken. All right. Shortly after, Liu Zia emerged, looking puzzled when he noticed his father's empty hands. Where's the chicken? It's on the table. Wash your hands and dig in. This time, Liu Changqing wasn't testing his son's resolve to lose weight. After all, he himself had eaten plenty earlier. Being fair was important. Besides, with Zia's foot injury preventing him from exercising, forcing him to diet now seemed unnecessary. Limping slightly, Zia made his way to the dining table and grabbed a burger and a chicken leg. What's Ziazi playing with? He asked, glancing at his sister on the sofa. A handheld console. That chubby kid from her class lent it to her. She's been glued to it all day. Is that the console that's been popular recently? Zia squinted at the rectangular white device in his sister's hands. It's kind of like the old Tetris machines you used to play with, but it has cartridges for different games and can even save progress. Wow, that's fancy. Curiosity piqued, the 15-year-old boy edged closer to his sister while munching on his food. Is it fun? Without looking up, Ziazi answered, yeah, but it's hard. I've been stuck on this level forever. I keep dying. Why? There are bullets flying all over the screen. I can't dodge them. Zia leaned in to watch. Just as he did, Ziazi's character was hit and the screen flashed game over. Ugh. She groaned dramatically, flopping onto the sofa. Her small feet kicked at Zia's side as she whined. It's too hard. Let me try, Liu Changqing offered, walking over. Both siblings turned to look at him, surprised. Especially Ziazi, whose eyes filled with doubt. She couldn't recall ever seeing her father play a game before. Sensing her disbelief, Liu Changqing puffed out his chest confidently. I'm a gaming master. There's no game I can't beat. He plopped down next to her, causing her to bounce slightly on the sofa. Taking the console from her hands, he examined the game. The screen showed a colorful pixel art level with a character firing bullets at enemies in a side-scrolling platformer. On screen was a flashing game over, with a small figure lying prone on the ground. This is child's play. Feeling smug, Liu Changqing restarted the game. Seconds turned into minutes as Zia and Ziazi watched their father intently. Meanwhile, Liu Changqing's confident expression gradually shifted from disdainful, to serious, to outright panicked. Game over. The screen flashed again. This can't be real. Is this even a game for humans? Liu Changqing stared at the screen, his face full of disbelief. The overwhelming barrage of bullets felt impossible to dodge. Surely no ordinary person could beat this level. He refused to believe anyone could pass it. Next to him, Liu Xiao quietly finished his burger, placing the bitten chicken leg on a napkin and wiping his hands clean. Then, he turned to his father. Dad, let me try. Have you even played games before? Of course. Didn't you buy me one of those Tetris consoles when I was a kid? This is completely different, it's way harder. Let me just try. It looks fun watching you all play. After a brief hesitation, Liu Changqing handed the console to him. Xia took it, pressed restart, and prepared to play. Xia scooted closer, kneeling on the sofa as she watched her brother intently. Go, big brother. Don't laugh if I mess up. I promise I won't. Xia nodded earnestly, her expression serious. Xia chuckled but didn't say more, focusing on the game. Liu Changqing leaned in to watch, curious to see how his son would do. Within 30 seconds, Xiao's character was obliterated by a low-level enemy's bullet. Liu Changqing almost burst out laughing. So his son's skills weren't much better. Just give up and let your sister play. Wait a second, let me get used to it, Xiao replied, his gaze fixed on the screen, fingers poised to try again. Seeing his son's determined expression, Liu Changqing decided this might be a good opportunity to teach a life lesson. Some things aren't achievable just because you want them to be. Satisfied with the lesson forming in his mind, Liu Changqing glanced back to see if Xiao had failed yet. To his surprise, Xiao's fingers were flying across the buttons with incredible speed, his eyes locked on the screen, unblinking. His character weaved through the storm of bullets like it was scripted, expertly dodging while firing precise shots at the boss. What the hell? Liu Changqing was stunned. Beside him, Xiaozi was equally amazed, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she watched her brother's character navigate the chaos. She was so focused she barely breathed. NS. Finally, the screen froze as the boss exploded, signaling victory. Xiao's character stood triumphantly, and the words "game cleared" flashed on the screen. The entire game was completed. It turned out the console had been on the final level when Hahao lent it to Xiaozi. No wonder it was so difficult. Xiao exhaled deeply, blinking rapidly as he handed the console back to Xiaozi. Here, it's definitely challenging. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. Xiaozi squealed, lunging forward to hug Xiao around the neck. Teach me how to play. I'm not sure how to teach, Xiao replied awkwardly, noticing Liu Changqing's complex expression as he stared at him. What's wrong, Dad? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, Liu Changqing muttered, brushing it off. Inside, however, he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. Xiaozi took the console back, releasing her brother and flopping onto the sofa. Actually, this game isn't all that fun after a while. Liu Changqing raised an eyebrow. Not fun? You've been glued to it since the exams ended. This is not fun? Xiao shrugged. It's alright. Not too hard. Just a way to kill time. His casual remark hit Liu Changqing like a slap in the face. This brat? Meanwhile, Xiaozi stared at the ceiling, imagining something entirely different. I wish there was a game where you could raise pets. Oh, and battle with them too. That would be awesome. That kind of game doesn't exist. Stop dreaming, Xiao said, smirking. Who knows? Maybe it'll come out soon. Xiaozi pouted, clearly unconvinced. Neither sibling noticed Liu Changqing's sudden dazed expression. After a moment, he snapped out of it, excitement evident in his voice. Xiaozi, what did you just say? Huh? What did I say? About raising pets and battling? Tilting her head, Xiaozi thought for a moment. I just said it'd be cool if there was a game where you could raise lots of pets and battle with them. That would be so fun. That's it. Liu Changqing clapped his hands, startling both kids. They stared at him, confused. What's gotten into Dad? Liu Changqing's mind raced. The idea was simple yet brilliant. Memories from his past life flooded in of the game's global popularity, its dedicated fanbase spanning decades, and its incredible profitability. He looked at Xiaozi, his excitement barely contained. Xiaozi, what if there was a game where you could catch tons of pets while playing, and then battle them against other people? You could carry 6 pets at a time, each with unique skills. How does that sound? Is that real? Xiaozi's eyes widened with interest as she imagined the possibilities. Her little hands clapped eagerly. That sounds so fun. Of course it's real. There would be cute pets, cool pets, even powerful and rare ones. Some would be legendary so strong they'd take 3 or more regular pets to beat. I want to play. I want to play. Xiaozi cheered, jumping off the sofa and tugging at Liu Changqing's shirt. Her previous obsession with the handheld console was forgotten. What's it called? Liu Changqing's face flushed with excitement as countless images and memories swirled in his mind. Smiling, he enunciated each word clearly. Pokemon. Then, as an afterthought, he added, or maybe, pocket monsters. Pokemon? Pocket monsters. Liu Xiao repeated the names, his brows furrowed in thought. After mulling it over for a while, he realized he had no recollection of such a game. If it was really as innovative as his father described, it would already be trending in his class. But he had never heard of it. Raising his head, he asked, Dad, is this game available now? Nope. Liu Changqing's answer caused the excited Xiaozi to freeze mid-action, her entire demeanor deflating as if her soul had left her body. There's no game like that. Not yet, but there will be. Liu Changqing's tone was full of certainty. He turned to Xiao. Do you have a pen and some scrap paper in your room? Yeah. Why? I'll explain later. They're on your desk, right? Without another word, Liu Changqing rushed to his son's room and quickly returned with a black pen and a notepad. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he uncapped the pen and began sketching on the paper with practiced ease. Liu Changqing had worked as a graphic designer in his previous life and had a solid foundation in art. When people thought of Pokemon, the first thing that often came to mind was the iconic yellow electric mouse Pikachu. Fortunately, Pikachu wasn't difficult to draw. Liu Changqing's hand moved fluidly, capturing the details with ease. Curious, Xiaozi crept closer, biting her finger as she craned her neck to watch. Xiao, sitting on the sofa, was equally stunned. When did Dad learn how to draw? Done. Liu Changqing tore the sketch from the pad and held it up for his children to see. The kind of pet I'm talking about isn't like any ordinary animal you've seen. For example, this little guy here, he said, holding up the drawing. I'm calling it Pikachu for now. See these two black spots on its cheeks? They're not just blush, they're where it generates electricity. His words left the kids wide-eyed with amazement. Xiaozi was especially entranced, her gaze glued to the drawing as her eyes practically sparkled. Lunging forward, she grabbed the sketch from his hand. With diuresis. Give it to me. Huh. Liu Changqing looked at his daughter, bewildered. I want to put it up in my room? It's so cute. Her excitement escalated, and Liu Changqing reflexively let go of the paper. Xiaozi clutched it tightly, staring at it like a treasure as she muttered to herself. So adorable. But it's an electric mouse, Liu Changqing reminded her. And aren't you scared of mice? There's no way something as cute as Pikachu is a mouse, she retorted, glaring at Xiao when he chuckled. Don't compare them, regular mice aren't even worthy of cleaning Pikachu's shoes. Xiao was speechless. Since when had his sister become this fiery? Seeing his daughter's love for Pikachu brought a smile to Liu Changqing's face. But he noticed Xiao watching him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Dad, when did you learn to draw? Liu Changqing froze for a moment, realizing the body he was in didn't have artistic skills. Clearing his throat, he waved it off. Drawing just takes hands, doesn't it? Then how come I can't do it? Xiao's curiosity was palpable. After standing there awkwardly for a moment, Liu Changqing suddenly smacked his son lightly on the head. Brat, your old man has been practicing for a month. If you practiced, you could do it too. Really? Of course. Why do you think you're so talented? You inherited it from me. Hearing this, Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit impressed. Leaving his son to mull it over, Liu Changqing turned to Xiaozi, who was still marveling at the drawing. Like it? Love it. There are even cuter ones. Really? Xiaozi's eyes lit up as she whipped her head toward him. Of course. Imagine a puppy-like creature, a lizard with a flaming tail, a turtle that can shoot water, or a frog with a flower growing on its back. Don't you love frogs? I do love frogs. Xiaozi nodded enthusiastically, thinking of her pet tadpoles that were still alive. Her excitement soared as Liu Changqing's descriptions painted vivid pictures in her mind. Grabbing his hand, she demanded, show me. All right, I'll draw them for you. Her father's willingness made her squeal with joy. Pulling out the pen again, Liu Changqing began sketching. Nearby, Xiao took another bite of his chicken leg while watching his sister, who had now leaned in close, her face glowing with anticipation. She seems to be bonding more with Dad, Xiao thought, a faint smile spreading across his face. July 4th, 8:26 a.m. Liu Changqing jolted awake. Today was the first day of Xiao's 2.5 day final exams. Initially, Liu Changqing hadn't planned for his son to attend, especially after the incident with the nighttime attack. But after a few days of rest, Xiao's walking had improved enough to be manageable, even if he still limped slightly. Moreover, Xiao was determined to prove himself in the exams, which would determine placement in the regular, experimental, or elite rocket class. Time to go, Liu Changqing muttered, tossing off the blanket and rushing to his son's room. Opening the door, he found Xiao still asleep, books piled neatly on his desk. Wake up, kid. We're gonna be late. Huh. Xiao shot up groggily, his eyes darting to the clock. They're gonna start soon. The stupid alarm didn't even go off. Liu Changqing grumbled, rummaging through Xiao's things and tossing clothes onto the bed. Get dressed. I'll get your toothpaste ready. We've got 5 minutes. Got it. Xiao quickly dressed and limped to the bathroom, where he brushed his teeth with lightning speed. Liu Changqing hurried to wash up as well, splashing water on his face and wiping it with a towel before helping Xiao with his. Together, they rushed to the door, hastily slipping on their shoes. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut as father and son dashed out. A van pulled up in front of a breakfast shop. Lan Yuxian was cleaning up the trash left by customers when she saw a figure dash toward her. Looking up, she found herself face to face with Liu Changqing. What brings you here for breakfast today? She asked, puzzled. Get me a cup of soy milk, 2 yushao, and 1 marinated egg. Oh, and he turned back toward the passenger seat. Son, do you want buns? No buns. Just yushao, Liu Xiao replied. Got it. Liu Changqing turned to Lan Yuxian. That's 2 yushao, 1 egg, 1 soy milk. Quick, I'm in a hurry. Oh, okay. Though bewildered by his urgency, Lan Yuxian set aside her tasks and rushed inside to prepare the order. In no time, she returned with the food packed and ready. Grabbing the bag, Liu Changqing called out as he headed back to the van, put it on my tab. I'll pay you later, I don't have time right now. Before Lan Yuxian could respond, Liu Changqing was already in the driver's seat, starting the engine. What's the rush? She muttered as she watched the van speed away. As Liu Changqing drove, his eyes remained fixed on the road while Xiao unwrapped his food in the passenger seat. The aroma of eggs filled the car as Xiao cracked the shell and bit into his yushao. Dad, is the breakfast shop downstairs closing? It's been shut for 2 weeks. Not sure, Xiao replied between bites of his egg. It's a hassle having to go further for breakfast. Still, we could start coming here, it's cleaner, Liu Changqing suggested. Yeah, their yushao is crispier than anywhere else, Xiao said, nodding in agreement. And their soy milk isn't watered down, it's rich and filling. Liu Changqing didn't argue. In truth, Lan Yuxian's breakfast offerings were far superior. Her baizai had thin skin and plenty of filling, and the soy milk had an unmistakable aroma of fresh soybeans. The shop's popularity was well earned. As they drove, Xiao polished off his yushao and idly glanced out the window, suddenly spotting a familiar figure. Dad, stop the car. Huh? Why? Without waiting for a reply, Liu Changqing pulled over. Xiao rolled down the window and called out, Zhou Xian. The girl, visibly out of breath from running, stopped and turned toward the voice. When she saw Xiao, her face lit up, but her exhaustion was evident. She bent over, hands on her knees, struggling to catch her breath. Get in, you're going to be late, Xiao urged. Without hesitation, Zhou Xian made her way to the car, and Xiao opened the rear door for her. Sliding into the seat, she closed the door and slumped against it, her face pale from exertion. Liu Changqing glanced at her in the rearview mirror as he pulled back onto the road. Were you running all the way to school? She nodded, her breathing still uneven. That's impressive. The distance from your house to the school must be at least 2 or 3 kilometers. Slept in today, huh? Her silence confirmed his suspicion. You shouldn't be running that far to save on cab fare, he muttered, shaking his head. They soon arrived at the school. Liu Changqing parked temporarily by the gate, pulling the handbrake. Relax. You've still got over 10 minutes before the gates close. No need to panic, he said as he hopped out of the van and jogged to a nearby stall. Returning moments later, he handed a bottle of milk to Zhou Xian. R alpha epsilon S. You need this. Your color hasn't improved yet. Zhou Xian stared at the milk in surprise, then glanced at Xiao, unsure of how to respond. What are you waiting for? Take it, Liu Changqing said, placing the milk firmly in her hands. Drink it before the exam. You've got time. Caught off guard by his gesture, Zhou Xian lowered her gaze to the milk, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. Raising her head, she met Liu Changqing's eyes, and for a moment, something passed between them. His caring expression reminded her of her mother. Come on, drink up, he urged, smiling as he patted her head. The warmth of his hand lingered, and she obediently unwrapped the straw and began sipping the milk in small gulps. Noticing her occasional glances at him, Liu Changqing gave her what he thought was a gentle smile. Watching their interaction, Xiao couldn't help but feel like the odd one out. Why didn't I get milk? He asked, baffled. You had soy milk earlier. If you drink too much, it'll turn into fat, Liu Changqing replied matter-of-factly. Xiao couldn't argue with that. After finishing her milk, Zhou Xian jogged to the trash can to dispose of the empty carton, then returned. Liu Changqing glanced at both kids. Check your exam permits and make sure you don't end up in the wrong room. Double-check your answers, and don't rush to turn in your papers even if they seem easy. Got it. Got it, they replied in unison. More and more students were streaming into the school. Liu Changqing gave them a few final reminders before watching them walk through the gates. As the two figures disappeared into the crowd, Liu Changqing exhaled deeply. With a faint smile, he muttered to himself, they'll be fine. Liu Changqing drove back to Lan Yuxian's breakfast shop after dropping off the kids. He bought breakfast for himself and Xiaozi and settled the bill for the earlier purchase. From Lan Yuxian's polite demeanor, it was clear she had no idea about Zhou Xian's previous assault. It seemed her daughter hadn't mentioned it. To her, Liu Changqing was likely still just the man whose head she'd hit with a French baguette. With the bruise on his forehead long gone, Liu Changqing decided not to bring it up. After paying, he headed home. When Liu Changqing returned, it was already past 9:50. Xiaozi was still fast asleep. Their relationship had grown considerably warmer, so much so that she no longer reacted defensively when he entered her room. Opening her door, he found her sprawled on the bed, snoring lightly. Half the blanket was on the floor, and her hand still clutched the handheld console. This girl. Liu Changqing chuckled and shook his head. Yesterday, she'd claimed the game wasn't that interesting after playing for a while. Yet here she was, clearly playing late into the night. He picked up the fallen blanket and gently patted her shoulder. Time to wake up. Xiaozi stirred slightly, frowning in her sleep and mumbling incoherently before turning over and pulling the blanket closer. After a few more attempts to wake her, Liu Changqing gave up. She seemed utterly exhausted. Quietly closing her door, he decided to let her rest. In the kitchen, Liu Changqing unpacked the breakfast. He placed the soy milk in a bowl to stabilize it and sat at the table to eat. Halfway through his meal, his phone rang. Quickly answering to avoid disturbing Xiaozi, he swallowed his food and said, Hello, Mr. Liu. This is Xin Publishing. Do you remember us? Yes, I do. What's the matter? We've revised the contract based on your preferences. Are you available to come in and discuss it further? Sure, I'll be there soon. Great. When you arrive, call this number, and someone will meet you. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Liu Changqing ended the call. The publishing house had contacted him earlier about turning his work into a physical book, but the project had been delayed due to recent events. After finishing his meal, Liu Changqing changed into fresh clothes and headed out. Arriving at the publishing house, he parked his van, called the contact number, and was soon escorted inside by a staff member. He was led through the bustling office to a private room. "Please wait here for a moment," the staff member said before leaving. Liu Changqing stepped into the office, noticing the elegant decor artwork on the walls, a sturdy wooden desk with a computer, and potted plants flanking the room. Yes. He took a seat on the sofa, leaning back as he surveyed the tasteful furnishings. Not bad. The wait wasn't long. Soon, the clicking of high heels echoed down the hall. The door opened to reveal a poised woman holding a folder. Without acknowledging him, she walked straight past to her desk, flipping through the folder as she sat down. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I had something to handle," she said without looking up. Liu Changqing didn't respond immediately, his gaze fixed on her. Her demeanor left a sour impression. Though this was supposed to be a collaborative meeting, her attitude made him feel as if he were here to beg for a favor. Noticing his silence, the woman finally put down the folder and looked at him. Her scrutinizing gaze shifted to surprise. "Liu Changqing." Her tone and direct use of his name irked him further. "What's the problem with my name?" Liu Changqing asked, leaning back with a hint of displeasure. Ignoring his tone, the woman stared at him, as if trying to confirm something. Then, as if needing a closer look, she stood and approached him. Now standing over him, she examined him closely, her expression growing more awkward. "Why are you so fat now?" Liu Changqing was momentarily stunned before irritation flared. "What's that supposed to mean? I mean, you weren't like this before. You used to be tall and thin and quiet." Liu Changqing nearly laughed. Quiet? In school, his former self had been the loudest troublemaker in class. She's lying. His suspicion that he didn't know her grew stronger. "I was called here to discuss publishing my book," he said evenly. "What's with this attitude? Are you trying to insult me?" The woman, clearly taken aback, seemed lost in thought as she compared the face before her to her memories. It was both familiar and unfamiliar. "Did you write Battle Through the Heavens?" she asked. "Whether I did or didn't doesn't matter. If you called me here to waste my time, we won't be meeting again." With that, Liu Changqing stood and moved toward the door. "Wait." The woman grabbed his wrist, stopping him. "What do you want?" he asked, turning back with a frown. "Don't you recognize me? In my memory, I don't know you. Is there anything else, Miss Zhao?" Her eyes widened in disbelief. Pointing at herself, she exclaimed, "Zhao Yalin." Liu Changqing stared at her silently before responding flatly, "Don't know you." He turned back, hand on the doorknob, ready to leave. Menuping. The name froze Liu Changqing in place. He stood there, back to her, brows furrowed. The name was both familiar and distant. After a long pause, he slowly turned to face her, his expression complicated. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Liu Changqing's words made Zhao Yalin's expression darken. Her gaze fixed on Liu Changqing, filled with doubt as memories of him surfaced one by one in her mind. There was no mistake, it had to be him. Her expression turned anxious, and she placed a hand over her chest. "It's me, Zhao Yalin? You can't possibly not recognize me, but I really can't remember who you are." Liu Changqing frowned as he answered. He wasn't lying. This woman named Zhao Yalin, whether by her appearance or her name, left no deep impression on Liu Changqing. If they truly knew each other, how could he still not recall her despite all the hints? Hearing his reply, Zhao Yalin was momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, she stepped forward, looking at Liu Changqing. "Let's sit down and have a proper talk." Now it was Liu Changqing's turn to remain silent. After thinking for a moment, he responded to Zhao Yalin. "Miss Zhao, if this is how your company conducts its business, then I'm sorry, I don't think there's any need to collaborate." "No, that's not it." Zhao Yalin appeared flustered. But Liu Changqing couldn't shake the suspicion that he didn't actually know her. He strongly suspected this was just a strategy from her company. Pretend to be an old acquaintance, gather random bits of information beforehand, and then use the guise of being classmates to ease communication. Unfortunately, Liu Changqing wasn't buying it. "If you really know me, then tell me when we supposedly met." He mocked with a sneer. "We were middle school classmates." "Just as I thought." Liu Changqing's expression clearly said, "I knew it." "Are you going to say next that we were desk mates or seated in adjacent rows? I sat in front of you." "All right, stop right there." Liu Changqing interrupted her, his tone growing impatient. "Do you expect me to believe such a coincidence? I write novels, your company reaches out to me, and by sheer chance, we also happen to be old classmates." He glanced at Zhao Yalin before turning away. "I'm leaving?" With that, he pushed the door open and walked out. Perhaps their voices had been loud during the conversation, for as soon as Liu Changqing stepped out, he was met with the curious gazes of over 20 employees in the office. The rows of interested eyes made him feel uneasy. With a darkened expression, he left the premises. Inside the office, Zhao Yalin stood frozen in place. She didn't try to stop Liu Changqing from leaving. Instead, she stood there, puzzled as to why he didn't remember her at all. Memories flooded her mind. After a long while, she let out a sigh. Liu Changqing opened the car door, and once everything was set, he drove off. He felt that what had happened today was utterly ridiculous. Sitting in front of him in middle school? In Liu Changqing's faint recollection, his front desk in middle school was a boy not a girl named Zhao Yalin. Not even the gender matched. Who were they trying to fool? In hindsight, he thought it would have been better to contact the novel website directly and let them arrange a deal with the publisher. At least that would have saved him from unnecessary trouble. With a sigh, Liu Changqing headed home. On the way, he stopped to buy some paper and pens. Since the concept of pocket monsters was already taking shape in his mind, it was better to start drafting ideas as soon as possible. Although he wasn't skilled in game development, drawing was right up his alley. Otherwise, all those years of studying art in his past life would have been wasted. After parking in his usual spot downstairs, Liu Changqing grabbed the paper and pens he had bought and prepared to head upstairs. As he approached the building, he noticed a luxury car parked not far away and was a bit surprised. Seeing such a car in this area was rare. However, Liu Changqing wasn't particularly concerned about cars. To him, they were just tools for transportation. Of course, he'd upgrade if he had more money in the future. He started climbing the stairs. Just as he was about to reach home, his steps faltered. Standing at his door was someone he hadn't expected. In that moment, Liu Changqing's expression turned icy. "Is she inside?" "Madam just arrived," said the driver at the door. Liu Changqing recognized this driver well. Back when he was still married, they had exchanged words occasionally. The driver stood tall, his years only adding to his aura. Women with a preference for mature men would probably swoon over him. Hearing the driver's response, Liu Changqing didn't say more. He simply took out his keys, patted the driver on the shoulder, and said, "Step aside. I need to open the door." The door's unlocked. Liu Changqing pocketed his keys, reached out, and grabbed the doorknob. He pulled the door open. Inside, Lu Ziazi was already awake and sitting on the sofa, her posture prim and ladylike. She was making a visible effort to maintain it. Beside her sat another woman. She had short hair and dressed fashionably, her makeup thick but skillfully applied, making her skin appear smooth and pale. Her face bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Wanran's. Yerong. Liu Changqing would never forget this face. "A rare guest," Liu Changqing said flatly as he closed the door. This was the first time since his transmigration that he had met this woman, the one he loathed deeply in his memories. Still, his gaze carried a hint of curiosity. He wanted to see what kind of person could be so shameless. Yerong ignored him entirely, as if he were invisible. She sat beside Lu Ziazi, observing her. Lu Ziazi, trying her best to maintain an unnatural sitting posture, looked visibly strained. Yerong noticed and spoke in a firmer tone, "Always keep a gentle smile on your face. That's the basic requirement of a lady." Startled by the remark, Lu Ziazi flinched and quickly forced a strained expression, which to Liu Changqing looked painfully unnatural. Yerong stared at her face, her gaze flickering with a hint of disappointment. "That's enough for now," she finally said, her tone indifferent. To Lu Ziazi, however, it sounded like a signal of liberation. She exhaled deeply, her tense expression collapsing as she slumped against the sofa, completely drained. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and glanced sideways. Yerong, noticing her posture, frowned in displeasure, prompting Lu Ziazi to quickly sit upright again, frightened. Liu Changqing couldn't watch anymore. He stepped forward, gently patted his daughter's head, and said softly, "Be good. Go to your room." Nodding rapidly, Lu Ziazi got up without hesitation and scurried into her room. With a bang, the door slammed shut. From the moment Lu Ziazi entered her room, silence fell over the living room. After a moment's thought, Liu Changqing sat on the sofa, keeping some distance from Yerong. He picked up a cup from the coffee table and poured himself some water. "I don't drink this kind of water," Yerong remarked. Liu Changqing paused for a moment but continued filling the cup. He then picked it up and downed the entire contents in one go. "I wasn't pouring it for you. Besides, we don't have cups that suit someone of your stature," he added as if remembering something. "Oh, right. If you're thirsty but find our cups dirty, I'd suggest heading to the bathroom sink. Just open the tap and drink straight from there." He gave her a mocking smile. "That way, you won't dirty your mouth, right? Are you trying to gain the upper hand with words?" Yerong's expression remained unchanged, her head slightly tilted upward. She looked at him with the condescending gaze of someone born to look down on others. This kind of disdainful gaze disgusted Liu Changqing. "If that's how you interpret it, I have nothing more to say. After all, I'm just looking out for you by suggesting the most practical option." Liu Changqing shook his head with a faint smile. "Breaking into private property, this is a family trait of yours, isn't it?" He leaned back against the sofa, mimicking her posture by tilting his head upward as he stared at her. "Your daughter did this before, and now you're doing the same. Coming and going as you please without notice. So." He paused, his sharp eyes locking onto her. "Do you think I don't exist? Back then, it was written in black and white you took everything, and I got custody of the 2 kids. So what's the meaning of this now?" Yerong looked at Liu Changqing, her eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. This once submissive man seemed different now, but that didn't deter her. She reached into her bag, pulled out a bank card, and placed it lightly on the coffee table, pushing it toward him. "There's 500,000 yuan in this card. Double the amount? Your daughter only gave 100,000 last time. You're out of money now, aren't you? I've already heard you're working in a bookstore." Yerong's words brought a flicker of surprise to Liu Changqing's face. She noticed it and wasn't surprised, thinking she had struck a nerve. But what Yarong didn't realize was that Liu Changqing's surprise wasn't due to her knowledge of his bookstore job. He was amazed at how outdated her information was. Hadn't she followed up on him since learning about the bookstore? Lowering his head slowly, Liu Changqing appeared as though she had touched on a sore spot. His body trembled slightly, as if struggling to suppress himself. Yarong furrowed her brows briefly before relaxing. As expected, still the same no growth at all. Liu Changqing clenched his fists, his face reddening as if from anger. Then, glaring at Yarong with wide eyes, he bellowed, "Even if I have no money, I will raise my 2 children myself." Liu Changqing's reaction seemed to be exactly what Yarong had anticipated. In her mind, Liu Changqing was supposed to act this way, angry and flustered. It was his indifferent attitude when he first entered the house that had made her feel unsettled. "You don't have a stable income to support 2 children. I'll earn money." "With what?" Yarong's face was full of disdain as she delivered her words. "By rebuilding that clothing factory from scratch? Do you really think a high school dropout like you could have made it on your own back then?" Liu Changqing silently acknowledged the truth in her statement. The former owner of this body had worked hard after marrying Li Wanran, but talent has its limits. No matter how much effort an ordinary person puts in, achieving great success is unlikely. The clothing factory had only come into existence with his father-in-law's secret assistance. No wonder she had never looked at him with respect. Liu Changqing clenched his fists briefly before loosening them. "So, you're the one who destroyed my factory?" "Yes." "Perfect." It wasn't difficult to guess. The way she admitted it was as casual as sipping water. What had once been Liu Changqing's primary source of income was nothing more than a child's sandcastle on the beach to her, a slight push, and it all came crashing down. Back then, how did you even dare to negotiate with someone like her? From the start, you weren't even in the same league. Liu Changqing exhaled deeply. "Tell me, why are you here this time?" "I've come to take Zizi with me." "Don't say such absurd things." Liu Changqing stared at Yarong, his expression devoid of emotion and entirely unmoved. "Until I'm utterly defeated, you can't take the child. She's still young and moldable." "Moldable into what?" Yarong's words made Liu Changqing chuckle. "Someone like her mother." He glanced at Yarong and continued. "Cheating during marriage, abandoning her children. Were the harmonious and stable days of the past not good enough? You don't understand." "Understand my?" Yarong's eyes widened, seemingly shocked to hear such words from him. "What did you just say?" "I said you don't understand a damn thing. Didn't you hear me? I have no ties to Li Wanran anymore. Do you still expect me to grovel like I used to?" Liu Changqing lowered his voice, keeping their argument quiet. "Zizi is my daughter. Her surname is Liu. She's not part of the Li family, and she certainly doesn't share your surname. What, do you plan to take her back and turn her into someone like you and your daughter?" "Ringo, yes. Have you gone mad?" "You know exactly what I mean." To his surprise, Liu Changqing was unnaturally calm. He had assumed he would lose control of his emotions when confronting Yarong. After all, whenever he recalled her in his inherited memories, he would feel a suffocating rage. But now, Liu Changqing overcame it. He stared into Yarong's face. For a moment, her perpetually indifferent expression flickered with shock, albeit fleetingly. "So you do have that kind of expression. Leave. And don't you or your daughter come back again." Yarong fell silent. She stared at Liu Changqing's profile for a moment before rising to her feet to leave. "Wait." Liu Changqing's voice stopped her in her tracks. "You forgot your card." Yarong turned around but had no time to respond before the card was tossed at her. Instinctively, she took a step back, fumbling to catch it. She held it in her hand and looked at Liu Changqing, who remained seated on the sofa. Without looking up, he poured himself another cup of tea. His voice drifted over. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you." Placing the cup down, Liu Changqing lifted his head and smiled at her. "Do you know what my father-in-law told me in his hospital bed all those years ago?" Yarong froze at his words, sensing something off in his expression. "It's not the right time to tell you yet. And, have a good trip. I won't see you out." Yarong left. Standing by the window, Liu Changqing watched the car drive away, remaining there for a long time. His father-in-law had never said anything to him before his death. Liu Changqing had only mentioned it to throw Yarong off balance. He had always known she wouldn't obediently leave everything behind. As he mulled over these thoughts, Liu Changqing heard the soft creak of a door opening. Turning his head, he saw Lu Zizi peeking out her small head. "What is it? Why are you sneaking around? Is she gone?" "Yes, you can come out now." At his words, Lu Zizi pushed the door open and skipped to the sofa, jumping up and down barefoot. Finally free, she cheered. Watching his daughter's antics, Liu Changqing smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like being a lady? It's so uncomfortable, not even a little fun." Pouting, Lu Zizi stopped jumping and sprawled on the sofa. After a while, she flipped onto her back, her eyes fixed on the ceiling. Now this feels so much better. You're a young lady, you should be more mindful. This is our house. I'll do whatever I want." "Fair enough." Liu Changqing chuckled, surprised at her logic. "By the way, you skipped breakfast. Are you hungry now?" "A little." "What do you want to eat?" "How about fried chicken?" Lu Zizi shouted excitedly. Liu Changqing smiled but gently refused. "Too much fried chicken isn't good for you. I'll head to the market later and buy a chicken to cook for you." "Fine." Pouting again, Lu Zizi looked slightly disappointed. The father and daughter chatted a bit more before Liu Changqing put on his shoes and left the house. The sound of the door closing echoed through the living room, leaving it silent once more. Liu Changqing lay on the sofa, her breathing steady. The smile on her face faded as she stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. She had overheard most of Liu Changqing and Yarong's conversation earlier. The soundproofing in this apartment wasn't great, and though they had kept their voices low, it hadn't been enough. Now, she just stared blankly at the ceiling. After a long while, she murmured softly to herself. Dad. Mom, July 5th. Today was the day Liu Changqing's grades were released. As was customary, after attending the final class meeting and paying tuition fees, summer vacation officially began. Meanwhile, Liu Changqing's 3-day exams were still ongoing. Today marked the second day. After dropping his son off at the examination hall, Liu Changqing returned home and woke up the still sleeping Liu Changqing. Perhaps due to playing on her handheld console late into the night, Liu Changqing's eyes looked drowsy, and her head drooped as she groggily followed behind Liu Changqing. After brushing her teeth, Liu Changqing dampened a towel and wiped her face, which helped revive her spirits a bit. Standing on her tiptoes, Liu Changqing stared at herself in the mirror, frowning as she fussed with her hair, repeatedly combing at it with her fingers. My hair is such a mess. That's what happens when you don't use the hairdryer after your bath and just run off to your room, Liu Changqing commented as he smoothed down a rebellious tuft of hair on her head. Lately, you've been staying up late. No, I haven't. Time just flies too fast. Puffing up her cheeks, Liu Changqing turned to glare at him. I barely played for a little while, and it was already so late. As she spoke, a thought seemed to cross her mind, and she grabbed Liu Changqing's arm, looking at him with anticipation. So, when can I play Pocket Monsters like you mentioned? It'll still take some time. There's a lot of prep work to do first. Oh, disappointed, she turned back to the mirror and resumed fiddling with her hair. Liu Changqing stepped up to the sink, cupped some water in his hands, and applied it to Liu Changqing's hair, trying to smooth down the unruly strands. After some effort, he got her hair to lie flat and took out the hairdryer to give her hair a quick blow-dry. When he finished, he put the dryer away and asked, by the way, doesn't your school have a summer camp this year? I don't know. Liu Changqing replied absent-mindedly, grabbing an elastic band from the side of the mirror and attempting to tie her hair. Feeling satisfied that she'd tied it securely, she let go, only for the elastic to snap off and hit Liu Changqing before falling to the ground. She stared blankly for a moment before puffing her cheeks in frustration. Ugh. All right, don't get mad, Liu Changqing said as he picked up the elastic, looped it around his hand, and grabbed her hair. Starting from the back of her head, he gathered her hair upward until it was all in his grip. Nigerian Naira Thailand body. He then looped the elastic around the hair, twisted it, looped it again, and repeated until it was secure. When he finally let go, he examined the result. It's not bad, right? Liu Changqing's tone was hesitant as he looked at his daughter in the mirror. Her eyes were squinted, almost as if someone had pulled her temples upward, completely changing their shape. They had become thin and narrow. Liu Changqing stared at her reflection, seemingly unsure if the person in the mirror was herself. After a moment, she sniffled. It's so ugly. Her voice trembled, startling Liu Changqing into quickly pulling the elastic out and frantically reassuring her. Don't worry, I'm just out of practice. I promise to tie the cutest hairstyle for you. Liu Changqing sniffled again, looking at Liu Changqing's determined expression. Fine, I'll trust him one more time. Anyuanyeo had just washed her face and hadn't yet applied any skincare products when her phone rang. Slowly, she pulled out her phone and glanced at the caller ID. Big Fool. She froze, staring blankly at the screen. The contact Big Fool was none other than Liu Changqing's number. Since the last time Liu Changqing had told her not to call him again, Anyuanyeo had obediently complied. She hadn't called him even once, and whenever she wanted to see him, she relied on chance encounters. For instance, when the bookstore was closed a few days ago, she'd gone looking for him and left disappointed. Seeing his name on the screen now made her inexplicably happy along with a small sense of triumph. You told me not to call, but here you are calling me first. Humph, this guy. Clearing her throat, she raised the phone to her ear and answered. Hello, Anyuanyeo, I need to ask you something. Liu Changqing's anxious tone came through the phone, accompanied by the faint sound of a little girl crying. Anyuanyeo immediately tensed up. What happened? Is everything okay? I'm facing a tough problem. Do you know how to solve it? Tell me, I'll do my best to help. Clenching her fists, Anyuanyeo felt her heart race. Was something wrong? Why could she hear Xiaozi crying? Her heart pounded in her chest as anxiety rose. How do you tie twin ponytails? Anyuanyeo froze. After a moment, she thought she must have misheard. What did you say? Twin ponytails. My daughter wants that hairstyle because her friend has it. Now she wants it too. Twin ponytails. So, you don't know either. I do, but that's pretty simple. It might be simple, but my attempt didn't turn out well. Listen, grab the hair on the left side and loop the elastic twice. Then do the same for the right side. That's all there is to it. Easy for you to say. Liu Changqing's voice came through the phone after a brief silence. Let me think. Realizing it was hard to explain over the phone, Anyuanyeo frowned. As she thought about how to give clearer instructions, an idea came to her, and a sly smile crept onto her face. Ahem. What? Did you think of a good solution? Actually, it's very simple, but it's hard to explain in a few words over the phone. Why does Xiaozi suddenly want her hair tied up? She usually leaves it down. She's getting her grades today, and there's a parent meeting. She wants to look pretty. I see. Well, it's understandable for a girl to want to look her best. I thought it would be easy. Well, you're a guy? Of course, you're heavy-handed and can't get the tension right. Here's the solution, come pick me up. I'll tie Xiaozi's hair for her. How did things turn out this way? Liu Changqing couldn't figure it out. As they drove to Liu Xiaozi's school, he could clearly hear Yuanyao chatting with his daughter in the back seat. She was supposed to come just to tie Xiaozi's hair, so why did she tag along to the school? Liu Changqing was baffled. With a beaming smile, Yuanyao released Xiaozi's newly tied hair and cupped the little girl's face in her hands. She tilted her head to one side, then the other. Absolutely gorgeous. Really? Give me a mirror? I want to see. Girls loving to look pretty seemed innate, and Liu Xiaozi was no exception. When Yuanyao pulled a small mirror out of her bag, Xiaozi eagerly snatched it up and opened it. Staring at her reflection, she was awestruck. Too beautiful. You've looked in mirrors plenty. Aren't you tired of it yet? Liu Changqing couldn't help grumbling, casting a somewhat jealous glance at the back seat. Liu Xiaozi was nestled in Yuanyao's arms, completely ignoring him. This little girl. While the car was in motion, Yuanyao held Xiaozi tightly to prevent her from falling. Be careful. What if you bump your head? She said, her voice tinged with concern. Her slender fingers gently poked Xiaozi's forehead as she pretended to scold her. Girls shouldn't just throw themselves into someone's arms like that. But Anton isn't someone else. That's true. Hearing Xiaozi's words, Yuanyao's heart melted. She couldn't resist planting a kiss on the girl's cheek, which made Xiaozi giggle uncontrollably. The harmonious scene made Liu Changqing a little envious. His daughter had never asked him for a hug. As if noticing his jealous gaze through the rearview mirror, Yuanyao smirked and playfully squished Xiaozi's cheeks with her hands, as if showing off. Beta Epsilon. Liu Changqing averted his gaze and sped up slightly. The school wasn't far, so it didn't take long to arrive. This time, there were so many parents that both sides of the street were lined with parked cars. Since they were a bit late, Liu Changqing had to drive farther away to find a spot. After much searching, he finally managed to park the car. Once everything was settled, Liu Changqing got out and opened the back door. Yuanyao stepped out slowly, holding Xiaozi's hand, and the two of them, one tall and one small, descended gracefully. With a thud, Liu Changqing closed the car door and locked it. He pocketed the keys and glanced at Yuanyao. After a moment of thought, he suggested, "Why don't you wait at the nearby milk tea shop during the parent meeting?" "Why would I do that?" Yuanyao gave him a puzzled look. Liu Changqing didn't respond. Instead, he walked ahead of them. There were no rules against bringing someone else to a parent meeting, and many parents attended together as a couple. Leading the way, Liu Changqing glanced back to see Yuanyao walking hand-in-hand with Xiaozi, her head tilted slightly as she listened attentively to the girl's chatter. His gaze drifted lower, landing on her fingers. They were bare. After paying the tuition fees, Liu Changqing led them to Xiaozi's classroom. Inside, he immediately spotted Feng Qian chatting with Feng Shuyan at one of the desks. Feng Shuyan noticed them first. She leapt to her feet and waved energetically. Her slightly uneven twin ponytails swayed as she moved. "Fat uncle, over here." Her loud call drew the attention of nearly all the parents and children in the classroom, and their heads turned to look. Being the center of attention, Liu Changqing felt awkward and managed an embarrassed smile before quickly heading over to Feng Qian and his daughter. Seeing Feng Qian stifling a laugh, Liu Changqing gritted his teeth and whispered, "Can you stop your daughter from calling me that? She's just a kid. It's hard to make her change, and she doesn't listen to me anyway." Feng Qian chuckled, then noticed Yuanyao and Xiaozi following behind Liu Changqing. His expression turned a bit peculiar but said nothing. "So, the three of you, that makes seating arrangements tricky. No problem. Have your daughter sit on your lap, and mine can sit on mine. We'll squeeze a bit." "I don't want to." Xiaozi immediately rejected the suggestion, clutching Yuanyao's hand. "I want to sit with Anton." Yuanyao covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Liu Changqing shot her a glare. "Fine. Yuanyao, you sit inside with Xiaozi." "Okay." Holding Xiaozi's hand, Yuanyao moved to the inner seat. She carefully smoothed her skirt as she sat down, then placed Xiaozi on her lap. Holding the girl gently by the waist, she shifted slightly to expose part of the bench and looked at Liu Changqing with a smile, patting the spot. "There's space for you here." Liu Changqing's expression was odd as he stared at her. "You're playing with fire," he muttered before grabbing a stool from another spot and placing it beside Yuanyao to sit down. Next to him, Feng Qian sat with his daughter on his lap, nearly spilling into the aisle. Liu Changqing didn't say much, focusing his gaze on the blackboard and waiting for the teacher to arrive. Suddenly, he felt a poke on his arm. Turning, he saw it was Yuanyao. "What is it? What did you mean by playing with fire?" Just take it as a compliment. You're fiery and passionate." "Really?" After speaking, Liu Changqing ignored the contemplative look on Yuanyao's face. Meanwhile, Feng Shuyan, who hadn't seen Liu Changqing in a while, was staring at him with her head tilted, her big, bright eyes fixated on him. At first, he intended to ignore her, but her gaze was too piercing. Unable to bear it any longer, Liu Changqing asked, "What do you want to say? Why are you pretending not to see me, fat uncle? Can you drop the fat part?" "Okay, fat uncle." Hearing her response, Liu Changqing didn't reply but turned to glare at Feng Qian, who was laughing while patting his daughter's head. By the way, old Feng, you're okay with me calling you that, right? No problem. Good. Then let me ask you something. Is developing a pixel art game hard? It depends. If you have a framework and storyline, it's not too difficult. But if you have to create everything from scratch, it can take a lot of time. Is that so? Why do you ask? I'll tell you later. All right. With that, Liu Changqing lowered his head in thought. Parents continued trickling into the classroom. Since Liu Changqing had taken a stool from another spot, that seat was now empty. When its original occupant arrived, they couldn't find the stool and had to get a replacement from the teacher. Liu Changqing, however, paid no attention. His main goal today was to attend the meeting for his daughter and discuss some matters with Feng Qian. What he failed to notice was Ziazi, sitting on Yuanyeo's lap, her head lowered in deep thought. Her small face bore an increasingly uneasy expression. Liu Ziazi's homeroom teacher was the same bespectacled woman with a scholarly air from before. Her attire was modest and conservative, and despite the sweltering weather, she remained fully covered. The chatter among the parents instantly ceased as she entered the room. Adjusting her glasses, the teacher cleared her throat. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the homeroom teacher of class 4 to 3 and the language arts instructor. Many of you are probably familiar with me, as I've been with this class for 2 years now. I truly appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this end-of-term parent-teacher meeting. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Changqing started clapping, and the rest of the parents quickly joined in. The teacher blushed slightly, shyly scratching her head as the applause faded. She continued, in a moment, the class monitor will distribute the report cards to all parents. Please review your child's performance to see if you're satisfied or if there's room for improvement. With that, a chubby boy in the front row stood up, walked to the podium, and received a thick stack of report cards from the teacher. He began distributing them row by row. Liu Changqing's gaze sharpened as he recognized the boy. It was Hao, his round face smiling adorably at least to others. When the report cards reached the parents, most ignored their children's uneasy expressions and eagerly checked the scores. Some children's faces turned pale as disgruntled parents began softly scolding them. Liu Changqing frowned at this behavior. A child's worth shouldn't be determined solely by grades. And really, how bad could an elementary schooler's scores be? As Hao approached their row, he handed Feng Qian's report card to Feng Qian, whose face lit up with delight upon seeing her grades. Next, Hao passed Ziazi's report card to Liu Changqing. Liu Changqing grabbed it, giving Hao a pointed look that immediately wiped the smile off the boy's face. Unfolding the report card, Liu Changqing's initial smile froze as he read the numbers. Slowly, he turned to look at Ziazi, who was nestled in Yuanyeo's arms. Ziazi seemed prepared for this moment. Pouting, she attempted to whistle but only managed to spit a bit. Her large eyes darted toward the window, deliberately avoiding her father's gaze. Ziazi, what? Noticing Liu Changqing's expression, Yuanyeo leaned in to peek at the report card. Before she could see anything, Liu Changqing quickly folded it and tucked it away. What's that about? She asked, puzzled. Nothing, Liu Changqing replied calmly. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be aired publicly. Seeing his daughter's abysmal scores, he felt a pang of guilt. Previously, Ziazi's grades were average, usually in the 70s or 80s out of 100. But this time, it seemed she hadn't studied at all, with scores that could only be described as shockingly poor. Nigerian Nairobi Epsilon. Math, 66. Language Arts, 62. English, 41. 2 subjects barely passing and 1 outright failing. This was a record low for Ziazi. Glancing over, Liu Changqing saw Feng Qian's beaming face and leaned in to peek at Feng Qian's scores out of curiosity. Math, 96. Language Arts, 92. English, 88. Liu Changqing's face darkened further. That dead-eyed little imp played all week before exams and still scored so well? He remembered the first time he met Feng Qian, accidentally stepping on her glasses. It seemed they weren't just decorative, they were a testament to her hard work. Clutching the report card tightly, Liu Changqing heard Feng Qian's amused voice. What's wrong? Nothing. Your daughter's scores are impressive. They're decent. She didn't even review this time. Impressive indeed. Maintaining a strained smile, Liu Changqing patted Ziazi's head, causing her to stiffen nervously in Yuanyeo's lap. Once all the report cards were distributed, it was time for awards. The teacher called out a name, and one child after another walked up to the podium to receive their certificates, greeted by enthusiastic applause. Liu Changqing watched as Feng Qian climbed down from her father's lap, leisurely made her way to the podium, and held her award high for all to see. The applause rang out again as she returned and handed her certificate to Feng Qian, who praised her warmly. Predictably, Ziazi didn't receive an award. Among Liu Changqing's children, only his son had ever won an award in the past. He realized now that Ziazi had never brought one home, something he should have noticed earlier. Seemingly aware of her poor performance, Ziazi hung her head, remaining silent. The meeting concluded with the teacher's closing remarks, officially marking the start of summer vacation. Parents began to leave the classroom in small groups. Liu Changqing and Feng Qian exited together, with Yuanyeo following behind, holding the hands of both children. Feng Qian's gaze occasionally flicked between Liu Changqing and Yuanyeo, sensing something unusual in their dynamic. Suddenly, Liu Changqing tugged at Feng Qian's sleeve. What's up? About that game I wanted to ask you something. You're thinking of getting into the industry. Something like that. I have a concept in mind. Liu Changqing nodded. I've already thought of the world building, storyline, characters, and basic gameplay. But since you're the expert, I wanted your advice. What about the kids? No problem. Let's chat briefly and then grab some food. The kids can have some milk tea while they wait, it won't take long. I've brought my sketches with me. Liu Changqing spoke to an Yuanyao, who nodded in agreement. After leaving the school grounds, she took the two children to a nearby milk tea shop. Meanwhile, Liu Changqing led Feng Qian to his van. Opening the door, he pulled out several sketches and handed them over. Feng Qian took the sketches Liu Changqing handed him. He had a decent impression of Liu Changqing but had never thought of him as particularly remarkable. Yet, as soon as he saw the drawings, he was surprised not by the content itself, but by the fact that Liu Changqing could draw. If he had this skill, why had he worked as a bookstore clerk? Setting those thoughts aside, Feng Qian spread out the sketches and began examining them carefully. The first page depicted a cartoon character wearing a baseball cap, holding the brim with one hand while the other extended outward, clutching a round object with a visible button. Behind the character, a forest was roughly sketched, and at their feet stood a lizard-like creature, its mouth spewing flames and its tail ablaze. Turning to the next page, he saw a progression. The same lizard appeared but had evolved its body larger, its features sharper, and it now resembled a dragon with wings. Flames erupted from its tail and mouth. Feng Qian was stunned. He lifted his gaze from the drawings and looked at Liu Changqing with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. What is this supposed to be? I'm calling it evolution. Evolution. Yes. You see, the basic form is a round, cartoonish lizard. As it levels up, it evolves into the middle form with a larger body, and finally into the dragon-like form with wings. Evolution. Feng Qian repeated the word thoughtfully before turning to the next page, which featured a turtle-like creature, and another with a frog-like being carrying a flower on its back. Each design was intriguing and distinctive. This is interesting. Did you come up with this? Sort of. My daughter gave me some inspiration the other day, and I suddenly thought of it. Liu Changqing took back the sketches Feng Qian handed over and pointed to the ball held by the cartoon character in the first drawing. All these creatures can be captured and stored inside this ball. Huh? Captured in a ball? Exactly. Let me explain. In this game's world, there are countless fascinating creatures. When a person reaches a certain age, they receive this ball and a starter companion, then embark on an adventure. Alpha Nigerian Nairo Thailand bot. Is this one of those monster fighting games? Sort of, but that's not the main point, Liu Changqing explained. The core of the game is PvP, player versus player combat. Player versus player. During the adventure, players can encounter wild creatures. Using their captured creatures, they battle the wild ones. They can either defeat them for experience points to level up their own companions or weaken them and use the ball to capture them. So, the ball is for capturing creatures? It must have a success rate then. As expected of someone experienced in game development, Feng Qian caught on immediately. Liu Changqing nodded. Exactly. The balls come in different tiers. The basic red and white ball has the lowest success rate, but higher tier balls greatly increase the odds of a successful capture. And how does combat work? It's turn-based. As creatures level up, they unlock new skills, some boost stats, others debuff enemies, and there are various attack options. Each creature can only carry 4 skills at a time. That's fair. It ensures balance. Exactly. There are also exclusive skills that can only be acquired through specific story events or player exploration. That adds replayability. Feng Qian nodded, clearly intrigued. Most games on the market were straightforward dungeon crawlers focused on grinding for money and gear upgrades. A PvP-oriented concept like this was fresh. Liu Changqing continued, the story would have a main narrative. Players take on the role of a character aiming to become the world's top trainer while contending with an antagonist organization. It's classic, a series of grunts leading up to the big boss, providing experience and rewards along the way. A tried and true formula. So, what do you think? Can you develop something like this? It's a hefty workload, but with today's technology, pixel games aren't as difficult as they were 5 or 6 years ago. However, the data for a project like this would be massive. And, surely these 3 creatures aren't the only ones you have planned. Of course not. These 3 are just the starter options for players. That makes sense. Feng Qian pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Liu Changqing. Accepting it, Liu Changqing lit up, noticing a shift in Feng Qian's mood. After lighting his own cigarette and taking a drag, Feng Qian exhaled and said, "But I don't think I can take on this project right now. Is your company in trouble?" Feng Qian nodded. Yeah. When Xian had her accident, I was practically living at the office because the company was struggling. I worked overtime every day to keep it afloat. The last time I withdrew money, it was all I had left. After paying salaries and project expenses, I can't even afford the rent for our office. This didn't surprise Liu Changqing. When he had asked about the company's situation during their last meeting, Feng Qian's demeanor had been off, though Liu hadn't pressed the issue. When are you moving out? End of July. So, just this month left. Yeah. The two fell silent. Taking a drag on his cigarette, Liu Changqing tried to dispel his frustration. Just as he was about to ask if Feng Qian knew any reliable game development companies, an idea struck him. Are all your company's current assets, equipment, tools yours? Yes. Initially, we rented them, but after our first game made some money, I bought a batch of equipment. Then we already have what we need. What do you mean? Feng Qian looked puzzled. Meeting his gaze, Liu Changqing continued, I own 2 commercial spaces. I can register a company, and with your equipment and team, we can partner up. What do you say? Partner up. That's right. I'll combine the 2 spaces, renovate them into an office, and you can move your team there. We'll either register a new company or I'll invest in your existing one. Liu Changqing's proposal left Feng Qian frozen in place. He raised the hand holding his cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled the smoke. How much can you invest? Feng Qian asked seriously, his gaze fixed on Liu Changqing. If we really want to develop the game you described, it won't be finished anytime soon. Sure, I have people and skills, but we'll need at least a basic amount of operational funding. How much do you have left right now? Liu Changqing asked. Feng Qian's expression faltered. After hesitating for a moment, he finally admitted, less than 100,000 yuan. Give me an exact figure. Just over 50,000. You're way off, Liu Changqing said with a sidelong glance before taking another puff of his cigarette. I thought you were loaded. That was before. The industry's gotten incredibly competitive. I made some money in the first couple of years, but after that, it's been a slow decline. Liu Changqing studied Feng Qian's face, sensing the exhaustion radiating from him. Against the tides of change, what could a small figure do? It was like an egg trying to smash a rock feudal. Will 200,000 be enough? The number caught Feng Qian off guard. What? Can you make do with 200,000 for a while? That would work. Alright, I'll get you 200,000. Why? Feng Qian's eyes widened. His confusion was evident as he stared at Liu Changqing, unable to understand the reason behind this offer. Liu Changqing didn't answer immediately. Instead, he fell silent, pondering. For now, Yerong was unaware that Liu Changqing had earned money from writing novels. In her mind, he should be struggling to support 2 kids. Of course, there was always a chance she'd find out later. As for Feng Qian, while he wasn't a bad person, Liu Changqing couldn't trust him entirely. We'll talk over lunch. Let's find a restaurant and chat properly. After putting the sketches back in the van and locking the door, Liu Changqing started walking toward where Yuanyao and the kids were waiting. Feng Qian watched Liu Changqing's retreating figure. He felt like he couldn't quite predict Liu Changqing's next move. Lowering his head, Feng Qian thought about the fantastical world of creatures Liu Changqing had described earlier. A smile tugged at his lips. Interesting. Hey, quit standing there. Let's go have a drink. Liu Changqing's voice broke his reverie. Turning back, Feng Qian saw him calling out. Coming. Jogging to catch up, Feng Qian walked alongside Liu Changqing and suggested, if we're driving, maybe we shouldn't drink. We'll leave the car here. It's not like it'll get towed. Just join me for a drink. Alright. By the way, last time I saw you, you were working at a bookstore. When did you buy commercial spaces? I'll explain later. Their figures grew smaller as they walked further away. Lying in the front passenger seat, Liu Changqing leaned his head against the car seat. He didn't feel well after drinking, his stomach churning with an urge to vomit. After leaving the restaurant, he had called a car for Feng Qian and his daughter, watching them depart before hailing a taxi for himself, and Yuanyao, and Ziazi. RNES. In the cab, Liu Changqing slumped in the passenger seat, reeking of alcohol. The driver, without saying much, rolled down the windows to ventilate the car and drove quietly. From the back seat, and Yuanyao watched Liu Changqing with a mix of concern and curiosity. Neither she nor Ziazi spoke much. Liu Changqing had been acting strangely all day, discussing confusing topics with Feng Qian during lunch, something about companies and funding. Though she didn't understand what they had agreed upon, Liu Changqing's demeanor toward Feng Qian had noticeably shifted, becoming more amicable. Once in the taxi, Liu Changqing gave the driver his address, then leaned his head against the window, closing his eyes in silence. The ride passed without a word. When they arrived, Liu Changqing stirred slightly, fumbling in his pocket before pulling out a red bill and handing it to the driver. Mister, please take her home after this. Give her the change. I can pay. And Yuanyao quickly interjected, noticing Liu Changqing slurring his words. It's fine. It's a small amount, no big deal. Pushing the door open, Liu Changqing got out, staggering slightly. Through the car window, and Yuanyao saw his unsteady movements and quickly got out to support him. Why did you drink so much today? It wasn't even a business deal, she asked, her tone laced with worry. Felt like drinking? Liu Changqing muttered, bracing himself against the car door. Ziazi climbed out of the car as well, hovering nearby with a worried expression. After a brief pause, Liu Changqing fished out his keys and handed them to his daughter. Ziazi, go on upstairs. Your brother's probably home from his exam. What about you? I'll come up in a bit. I need to talk to Aunt An. Okay. Though still worried about her father, Ziazi took the keys and headed toward the building. Watching her walk away, Liu Changqing seemed to sober up a bit, the evening light casting long shadows. Pushing gently against Yuanyao's arm, he said, I'm fine. I can stand. Let me help you back to your apartment, she offered. No need. I'm clear-headed. You're slurring your words and still claim to be clear-headed. Rolling her eyes, Yuanyao turned to the waiting driver. Mister, you can go. I'll call another cab later. This area isn't great for catching cabs, Liu Changqing interrupted, then turned his now sharp gaze to Anyuanyeo. Let me go, he said firmly. But you? I said let go. His raised tone startled her into letting go. Without another word, Liu Changqing opened the taxi door, gently pushed her inside, and shut it. Leaning against the car, he bent slightly to speak through the open window. After a moment's thought, he said, let's not contact each other anymore unless absolutely necessary. What are you saying? Hearing this, Anyuanyeo's hand shot out to open the door, but she found it held shut from the outside. Failing several times, she gave up and looked up at Liu Changqing, biting her lip. What do you mean by that? I appreciate everything you've done for me recently. And, well, I've helped you too. Let's just call it even. What are you really trying to say? Liu Changqing remained silent. Anyuanyeo was a good person. If he didn't know her, he might have fallen for her. But their relationship was too complicated. Every interaction left him feeling uneasy. He hated that feeling. Watching the desperation in her eyes, Liu Changqing gave her a wry smile. Mrs. Li, please mind your boundaries. Liu Changqing stood in place, watching the taxi disappear from his view. He didn't move for a long time, letting the moment linger. Eventually, he chuckled self-deprecatingly and began walking home, step by step. The current him had no right to think about love. Although his steps were steady, his mind was not clouded by alcohol. His body, after all, could handle drinking fairly well. The act of seeming tipsy was just a pretense, an excuse to make things clear with Anyuanyeo. Liu Changqing didn't want to dwell on his feelings for her, whatever they were. Rather than allowing their ambiguous relationship to drift further, it was better to cut it off cleanly. Right now, his priority was raising his two children, not getting involved in a complicated romance. If he didn't put a stop to it, he feared he would fall for her sooner or later. Liu Changqing wasn't naive. He was acutely aware of Anyuanyeo's increasing closeness to him. But if her attachment was only born out of his recent care and attention, what if someone else treated her the same way? Would her feelings transfer just as easily? His mind swirled with thoughts. He shook his head lightly, trying to clear away the confusion. Reaching his doorstep, Liu Changqing slapped his cheek slightly and exhaled deeply, forcing a calm expression onto his face. Hand on the doorknob, he opened the door and called out, I'm home. Dad, did you drink? Liu Xia, hobbling slightly on his injured leg, came over to greet him. Kicking off his shoes, Liu Changqing waved his son off with a smile. I'm not drunk. Don't bother helping me. Where's Xiaozi? She went to her room. Do you want some water? Get me a glass. Hearing the offer, Liu Changqing suddenly realized how dry his mouth was. Liu Xia wobbled off to fetch a glass of water, placing it on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Sinking into the sofa, Liu Changqing patted his bloated stomach and let out a satisfied burp. Last day of exams tomorrow. Yeah, just 2 more subjects to go. All right. Rest up for a few days afterward. Your leg should be healed by then. We haven't been out running or doing any weight loss exercises lately. I've been doing sit-ups before bed every night, Liu Xia replied, surprising his father. Despite his injury, the boy had kept up his efforts. Looking closely, Liu Changqing noticed his son's frame had indeed slimmed down a bit over the past 2 weeks of dieting and exercise, though the change wasn't dramatic. ROES. Not bad. Keep it up. Of course. Nodding enthusiastically, Liu Xia smiled, though the conversation soon trailed off into silence. Liu Xia could sense something off about his father. It had been a long time since he'd seen him appear so preoccupied. The father and son sat in silence, the tension thick in the air. After a while, Liu Changqing, his head leaning back against the sofa, gazed at the harsh glare of the overhead light. He reached out to tap his son lightly. Go study. I'll rest here for a bit. Don't forget to drink the water. Got it. Obediently, Liu Xia carried the water pitcher closer to his father's feet before retreating to his room. Watching his son leave, the composed expression Liu Changqing had been maintaining finally crumbled. Fumbling in his pocket, he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and leaned forward, placing the ashtray closer to himself. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he seemed to let go of some of the heaviness in his chest. In the taxi, Anyuanyeo slumped against the seat, looking utterly defeated. Her face was pale, her body limp, as if all strength had left her. She lay there without even a semblance of proper posture. The driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror, his expression curious but restrained. Though he didn't know what had transpired, it was clear to him that the two weren't a couple. Their relationship seemed complicated. Clicking his tongue slightly, he decided to focus on driving. When they arrived, the driver pulled up the handbrake and began rummaging for change. While he did so, Anyuanyeo had already opened the door and stepped out, walking straight toward her house without a word. The driver, holding the change in his hand, turned to the back seat only to find it empty. Quickly looking out the window, he saw her figure in the distance and called out, Miss, your change. She didn't respond, as if she hadn't heard him at all. Perplexed, the driver watched her retreating figure until she disappeared from sight. At home, Anyuanyeo absent-mindedly changed into her slippers, turning on all the lights in the house. The sudden brightness illuminated everything. Mrs. Li. She murmured the words aloud, her mind replaying Liu Changqing's calm smile as he uttered those words earlier. Her steps faltered, and she stopped in front of a photograph hanging on the wall. It was a picture of her and Liu Changqing. She was beaming in her white wedding dress, while he wore a stoic expression. How had she felt back then? Looking at her radiant, youthful smile in the photo, Anyuanyeo found it oddly piercing. The image of her in the wedding dress, full of hope and beauty, clashed with her current state. Her thoughts drifted to her memories of Liu Changqing. The way he had told her to let go, his drunken yet caring demeanor as he brought her home, how he'd stayed up to boil water for her frozen feet, dried her clothes, and even shared her leftover food. Those simple yet comforting gestures had replaced the presence of Liu Changqing during that time. Liu Changqing. She whispered his name, her dim eyes gradually brightening with determination. Looking down, her gaze fell on her feet, clad in her pink, embroidered slippers, old-fashioned and unflattering, yet inexplicably comforting. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. Such ugly slippers. Her fingers brushed over the ashtray on the coffee table. Grabbing it, she hurled it at the photo on the wall. Crash! The glass shattered. Striding forward, she stretched on her toes to remove the photo from its hook. Holding the frame in her hands, she stared at the cracks in the glass, behind which Liu Changqing's emotionless face remained visible. You were right. This should have ended a long time ago. Murmuring to herself, she tightened her grip on the frame before throwing it forcefully against the wall. The room became a mess, broken photos piled in a corner. In the bathroom, Anyuanyeo stood before the toilet, holding the wedding ring she had taken off that morning. She stared at it, realization dawning that this marriage had been a failure all along, a dream she had clung to out of fear of waking. It should have ended sooner. Her hand clenched tightly around the ring before she slowly relaxed her grip. The ring dropped into the toilet. She pressed the flush button. Resolute, she stepped out of the bathroom, grabbed her phone, and dialed a number she hadn't called in a long time. Holding the phone to her ear, her face was set with determination. When the call connected, she spoke. Li Wanran, I need to talk to Liu Changqing. July 9th. Battle Through the Heavens had become a massive success, a money-making phenomenon. With over 100,000 favorites, it had sparked an entirely new genre, the trash protagonist trope. The novel's success led to an influx of similar stories featuring worthless protagonists. Liu Changqing had recently finalized a deal with a major publishing house. The contract terms were favorable. He sold the rights for simplified and traditional Chinese editions, along with overseas rights, for 500,000 yuan upfront, plus royalties based on sales. He had also signed a partnership agreement with Feng Qian, registering a new company. Liu Changqing handed over the keys to his commercial spaces, and renovations were already underway. By the end of the month, Feng Qian's company would relocate to the new office. Over the past few days, apart from negotiating the publishing contract, Liu Changqing had locked himself at home, sketching creatures for pocket monsters. He had drawn many designs for the first generation of Pokemon. While he couldn't guarantee 100% accuracy to the originals, the iconic creatures were faithfully recreated. Today, however, Liu Changqing had to leave the house. It was the third day since his son Liu Ziyu's exams had ended, and the results were out. Since the results affected class placements, Liu Changqing felt it was important to personally check on his son's performance. After paying tuition, Liu Changqing arrived at his son's classroom, where the teacher was addressing the students. The back rows were crowded with parents standing to observe. Excuse me, Liu Changqing murmured as he squeezed into the room. This was his first time seeing his son's seat second to last row by the window, a prime location. Sitting next to him was his desk mate, Zhao Sunwen, who looked surprised to see Liu Changqing. It had been a while since he'd seen the girl. After nodding in acknowledgement, Liu Changqing moved to stand with the other parents. He straightened his posture and focused on the teacher at the podium. You're here too. A soft voice beside him drew his attention. He turned to see a familiar face, someone with a gentle demeanor, bangs framing her forehead, and her hair tied in a bun. Her soulful eyes were captivating. It took Liu Changqing a moment to recognize her. Zhou Xian's mom. I'm Lan Yuxian. That's a nice name, Liu Changqing said awkwardly, suddenly realizing he hadn't known her name despite having eaten breakfast at her place multiple times. A with diary Siso Thailand body. Today, Lan Yuxian looked especially put together, youthful, and confident, though her figure remained as striking as ever. How long have you been here? Liu Changqing asked, lowering his voice. Over an hour. That long? You could have come later when the class assignments were posted. Have you seen the report cards? You missed it, Lan Yuxian replied, pointing toward a desk at the front. Following her direction, Liu Changqing spotted a sheet of paper on the desk, though it was partially covered and unreadable from his angle. You must be thrilled. Your daughter's a class representative, right? She must have done well. She did all right, Lan Yuxian said modestly, though the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. Before they could continue, the teacher at the podium coughed pointedly, drawing attention. Realizing their quiet conversation had disrupted the class, Liu Changqing offered a quick apology to those around him and fell silent. The teacher began announcing the class placements. Liu Changqing was eager to hear where his son had been placed, though he noticed Liu Ziyu sitting with his head down, avoiding eye contact. One by one, the teacher called out names. Some parents beamed with pride, while others looked visibly upset. Zhou Xian was unsurprisingly assigned to the rocket class, a special class for the top students. Lan Yuxian's face flushed with joy at the news. What caught Liu Changqing off guard was Zhao Sunwen being placed in a regular class. He had assumed she was an excellent student based on her demeanor. As the teacher neared the end of the list, Liu Changqing waited anxiously to hear his son's name. But the teacher finished reading, packed up her papers, and dismissed the students for summer break. Why wasn't Xiao's name called? Liu Changqing thought, his concern mounting as he glanced at his son, who still hadn't lifted his head. The teacher began to leave the classroom, but Liu Changqing quickly stepped into the hallway to intercept her. Excuse me, I'm Liu Xiao's parent. Why wasn't his name on the list? The teacher, startled by his sudden approach, adjusted her glasses and replied, you must have missed my earlier announcement. It's no wonder, arriving so late. What do you mean? Liu Changqing asked, unease creeping in. With a faintly mocking smile, the teacher explained, your son was caught cheating. His exam results were invalidated. Cheating. Liu Changqing's voice rose in disbelief. Pulling out the report cards, the teacher pointed to his son's name and explained, Liu Xia, who's consistently ranked in the lower middle of the school, suddenly scored in the top 10. Even on the advanced math paper, which was well beyond the syllabus, he achieved a perfect score. The progress is too unrealistic to be credible. The printed number 150 at the top of the math score glared back at Liu Changqing. His brows furrowed as he stared at it, deep in thought. He raised his head to look at the teacher, whose expression was impassive, though her eyes carried a mocking edge. Liu Changqing felt an uncomfortable tightness in his chest. Why are you so sure he cheated? 2 weeks ago, your son scored 96 on the math mock exam, and now he has a perfect 150. Do you think that kind of improvement is possible? Her voice rose in volume, drawing the attention of parents who had been leaving the classroom. Some stopped in their tracks, drawn by the spectacle. Curiosity is a universal human trait, regardless of age. Outside the classroom, Lan Yuxian, who had been cheerfully chatting with her daughter, noticed Liu Changqing arguing with the teacher. She didn't know what had happened, but Zhou Xiyan watched quietly, her expression unreadable. He wouldn't cheat, Liu Changqing said firmly. This conclusion was reached collectively by the math department. Your words alone won't change that. Unwilling to continue the conversation, the teacher folded the report card and tucked it between her books, attempting to walk past Liu Changqing. But he stepped in front of her. The teacher glared at him in confusion. What are you doing, parent? What do you want? Wait in your office. I'll bring my son there shortly, Liu Changqing said. Trying to pull strings? Let me tell you, I don't have the authority to change this. Ignoring her sarcasm, Liu Changqing withdrew his hand and re-entered the classroom without a word. The teacher stood rooted to the spot, her face dark with irritation as she watched him walk away. Inside the classroom, Liu Xia sat at his desk, his head hung low. This morning, he had left home with a cheerful smile. Now, he couldn't even look up. Sitting next to him, Zhao Sunwen glanced at Liu Changqing as he approached, her face filled with concern. She already knew about her deskmate's situation. Uncle, it's fine. Please step aside for a moment, Liu Changqing said calmly. Though she wanted to say more, Zhao Sunwen held back when she saw the serious look on his face. Quietly, she stood and stepped into the aisle. Liu Changqing moved closer and looked down at his son, who still wouldn't lift his head. Spread across the desk was a report card. The scores were remarkable, every subject was excellent, including a 141 in English. Liu Changqing recalled what Zhou Xiyan had said before, his son's grades had consistently been in the lower middle range. He remembered a time when Liu Xia had bragged at home that he was saving his strength, though Liu Changqing had dismissed it as an excuse back then. Oh epsilon. In his memories, Liu Xia had once longed for parental recognition. Up until the 4th grade, he had consistently ranked first in the entire school. But starting in 4th grade, something had changed. Liu Xia became quieter, prone to sitting in a daze as if lost in thought. His grades began to plummet. At the time, Liu Changqing had been too preoccupied with Li Wanran to notice his son's struggles. As a father, he had been mediocre at best. 14 or 15 years old, his son shouldn't have to carry such a heavy burden. Liu Changqing stood beside him silently, but Liu Xia didn't move. After a moment, Liu Changqing gently placed his hand on his son's head and gave it a reassuring pat. It's all right, he said softly. Finally, Liu Xia looked up, his eyes rimmed with red. I didn't cheat, he whispered. Seeing his son's expression made Liu Changqing feel a pang of discomfort. After a brief pause, he smiled. Of course you didn't. My son doesn't need underhanded tricks. You did it with your own ability. Dad, stand up. Bring your report card, scratch paper, and pen. I didn't bring any today, Liu Xia mumbled. Hearing their conversation, Zhao Sunwen quickly chimed in. I have mine. I bring them every day. Before anyone could stop her, she rummaged through her desk and pulled out a pink notebook with white edges and a black 0.5mm pen. Here, uncle, she said, her face full of determination as she handed them over. Thanks, Liu Changqing said with a smile, taking the items. He then gently took his son's arm and led him out of the classroom. Just as they exited, Liu Changqing nearly bumped into Lan Yuxian and Zhou Xiyan, who were still outside. He paused briefly, nodded in acknowledgement, and started to walk past them. He didn't cheat, Zhou Xiyan said suddenly, stopping him in his tracks for a moment. Of course not. Liu Xiao is my son, Liu Changqing replied without looking back, continuing toward the office. Zhou Xiyan watched the father and son until they turned a corner. Her expression suggested she had more to say but held it back. Lan Yuxian murmured, almost to herself, that was kind of impressive. What? Zhou Xiyan asked, startled. Realizing she had spoken aloud, Lan Yuxian quickly grabbed her daughter's arm and changed the subject. Let's go have a nice meal to celebrate your placement in the rocket class. At the office door, Liu Changqing paused. He had been here before, so it didn't take long to find the right place. Just as he raised his hand to knock, the door opened. The teacher, bag slung over her shoulder, was clearly startled to see him. "You scared me," she exclaimed, stepping back instinctively. "What are you doing?" Liu Changqing asked. "Going home, obviously. What else?" she replied irritably. As she tried to leave, Liu Changqing stepped into her path. "Wait a moment. What now? I already told you I can't change the outcome." "Change the outcome?" Liu Changqing's gaze sharpened. "Don't joke with me. My son didn't cheat. I understand you're protective, but the evidence." "Evidence? Was anyone else in the exam room scoring the same as him? Did any proctors catch him cheating on the spot?" "Well, no. Then how can you claim he cheated?" Raising his voice slightly, Liu Changqing stepped closer to the teacher, who instinctively backed into the office. Liu Changqing and Lu Xiao entered the office. The sound of the door caught the attention of the teachers inside. They turned to see the pair, their eyes filled with curiosity. The homeroom teacher's face turned bright red, clearly embarrassed by the commotion. "You again? Which one of you is the math teacher?" Ignoring her comment, Liu Changqing directed his question to the room. No one responded. Liu Changqing turned to his son. "Who's the math teacher?" "It's him," Lu Xiao said, pointing to a middle-aged man with sparse hair, who flinched at being singled out. The man slowly turned around, forcing a smile on his wrinkled face. "Ah, yes. Parent, how can I help you?" He remembered Liu Changqing clearly. The last time this man came to the school, it had been anything but ordinary. He knew Liu Changqing was fiercely protective of his son. Without hesitation, Liu Changqing grabbed a chair, placed it beside the math teacher's desk, and pulled 2 sheets of blank A4 paper from the nearby printer. He spread the paper on the desk and motioned to his son. "Come here." "Dad, what are we doing?" Though puzzled, Lu Xiao obediently sat down. The three of them exchanged glances before the math teacher broke the silence. "Parent, what exactly?" "Make a test." "Huh." The math teacher looked dumbfounded. Liu Changqing ignored his expression and turned to his son. "What level of math are you at?" "I've self-studied up to high school, almost finished." "Huh." A mocking sound came from the homeroom teacher standing behind them. Liu Changqing didn't react, keeping his focus on the math teacher. "Write some questions. I'm not asking for an entire test, just a few challenging problems. Use high school level material, around the second year level. No deliberate outliers. I've been to school, too." Anno. Though Liu Changqing's tone was calm, there was an undeniable tension beneath it, like a storm waiting to break. The math teacher glanced at Lu Xiao, then nodded. Without saying much, he grabbed a pen and began writing questions on one of the A4 sheets. With over 20 years of teaching experience, creating challenging math problems was second nature to him. The office fell into an uneasy silence as everyone watched. Behind Liu Changqing, the homeroom teacher rolled her eyes before turning to leave. She had barely taken 2 steps when Liu Changqing's voice stopped her. "It won't take long." She turned back, surprised that he had addressed her without even looking. "We'll need you to notify the leadership when we're done," he added. "You. SHH. Raising a hand to signal quiet, Liu Changqing glanced at her over his shoulder. "Don't interrupt while he's writing." Furious, the homeroom teacher stomped back to her desk, determined to stay and see if Lu Xiao truly had the ability he claimed. Minutes ticked by as the math teacher worked diligently, occasionally pausing to think before continuing. Finally, he set his pen down. "All right, here are 3 problems. If he can solve these, I have no further doubts." Liu Changqing took the sheet and examined it. The problems involved a mix of advanced middle school and early high school concepts. They were challenging but not impossible. Satisfied, he placed the paper in front of his son. Without hesitation, Lu Xiao began working, his pen gliding across the notebook as he outlined his formulas. The other teachers in the room stopped what they were doing to watch. Liu Changqing stood silently, observing his son's clear, methodical approach to the problems. Watching the boy's serious expression, Liu Changqing felt a wave of pride. He thought back to his son's earlier boast about hiding his true strength and began to believe it might actually be true. As the minutes passed, the room remained silent except for the sound of Lu Xiao's pen on paper. Eventually, the boy put down his pen, signaling he had finished. The math teacher, sitting beside him, immediately picked up the completed sheet. His eyes widened as he reviewed the solutions. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant." The teacher looked at Lu Xiao as if seeing a gem for the first time. "This boy's skill is remarkable. I underestimated him." "Well, any issues?" Liu Changqing asked. "None at all. He solved these perfectly and with such elegance." The teacher couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration as he looked over the work again. "This boy is a prodigy. We don't need to question his scores anymore." "Then who accused him of cheating?" Liu Changqing pressed. Caught off guard, the math teacher hesitated, unable to provide an answer. But Liu Changqing had already figured it out. Turning to face the homeroom teacher, whose face had turned ashen, he smiled. "Well then, teacher, could you notify the administration? My son's grades appear to be genuine." By the time Liu Changqing and Lu Xiao left the office, all doubts had been cleared. Though the homeroom teacher initially tried to argue, the evidence was irrefutable. The other subject teachers also prepared questions for Lu Xiao to answer on the spot. Each time, he aced them effortlessly. His results spoke for themselves. He had earned his scores through hard work and intelligence. As they descended the stairs, Liu Changqing felt his earlier frustration melt away. He clapped his son on the back. Well done, kid. You should have shown your true abilities sooner. If you keep playing the fool, people will treat you like one. Huh? What does that mean? Nothing. Just don't deliberately fail anymore. Work hard and aim to be the top student in the province when you take your college entrance exams. That's years away. 4 years isn't that far. It'll fly by. As they chatted, Liu Changqing watched his son walk beside him, his spirits restored. But just as they were about to leave the school building, they stopped. Standing in their way was a girl. Liu Changqing frowned in confusion as he looked at her. Could you step aside, please? He asked. Standing in front of Liu Changqing and his son was a tall girl dressed in sportswear, capri pants, running shoes, and a baseball cap shielding her face from the summer sun. She didn't seem to hear Liu Changqing's request to step aside. Instead, she raised her gaze slightly and extended an arm, pointing directly at a bewildered Liu Xiao. Liu Xiao, just you wait. Huh? Stunned, Liu Xiao turned to his father in a panic. I don't even know her, Dad, he blurted defensively, seeing the peculiar look on Liu Changqing's face. Don't think you can fool me by pretending to be clueless about what you did. One day, I'll make you pay. After shouting her piece, the girl spun around and jogged out of sight, leaving the father and son standing there in stunned silence. Liu Changqing said nothing for a moment, stepping back slightly to take in his son's appearance. At 173 centimeters tall, Liu Xiao wasn't short for his age. His hair was cropped in a standard student cut, and his features thick brows, small eyes weren't particularly striking, though the latter might have been due to his still round face. As he looked at his son, Liu Changqing's thoughts wandered. He remembered that as a child, Liu Xiao had been a handsome little boy with delicate features. Now, not so much. Handsome wasn't the word that came to mind. And yet, the girl, clearly attractive even with her cap obscuring much of her face, had confronted him with such intensity. Liu Changqing narrowed his eyes in confusion. Meanwhile, Liu Xiao was growing increasingly desperate to clear his name. Dad, I swear, I don't even know her. All right. I believe you, Liu Changqing replied dismissively. You don't believe me at all. It's just a lot to process all at once, Liu Changqing muttered as he started walking again. He murmured to himself, that Zhao Sunwen girl is pretty nice, good looks, decent height, maybe a little scatterbrained, but that compliments you. You two should focus on each other. No need for distractions. What? There's nothing between me and her. Got it. Dad, listen to me. Liu Xiao's protests continued as Liu Changqing tuned him out, his mind wandering elsewhere. He had seen the way Zhao Sunwen looked at his son. It was obvious to him that the girl had feelings for him, even if Liu Xiao seemed oblivious. Pausing mid-step, Liu Changqing suddenly turned to his son with a serious question. Tell me, have you ever had dreams where someone talks to you, claiming to be a system or something? What? A system? Liu Xiao looked at his father, utterly confused. What kind of system? Let's put it another way. Have you ever seen something others can't, like tasks or missions that give you rewards when completed? Dad, what are you even talking about? Liu Changqing scrutinized his son's face, searching for any signs of a guilty conscience. Instead, all he found was genuine bewilderment. Well, that rules out being the protagonist of a system novel, he muttered under his breath before continuing on. What's this about? Liu Xiao asked. Oh, just an idea for a game I'm discussing with your Uncle Feng, Liu Changqing replied casually. What do you want to eat? Anything, really. Let's grab something quickly. Xiazi's waiting at home, isn't she? Good point. How about we just pick up groceries at the market? Sounds good. As they reached the school gate, Liu Changqing suddenly stopped and tugged his son's arm. Look over there. Is she waiting for you? Following his father's gaze, Liu Xiao spotted Zhao Sunwen crouched by the roadside, poking at something on the ground with a stick. Just pretend we didn't see her, he muttered. What nonsense? It's obvious she's waiting for you, Liu Changqing scolded before walking over. When he reached her, he bent slightly to observe her curious activity. What are you doing? I saw a big bug crawl in here. Zhao Sunwen replied without looking up, continuing to poke at a crack in the pavement. The familiar voice made her pause. Raising her head, her eyes met Liu Changqing's. Startled, she shot to her feet, nearly colliding with him. Liu Changqing instinctively stepped back to avoid the sudden movement. Unfazed, Zhao Sunwen turned her attention to Liu Xiao, her expression one of eager anticipation. Uncle, you're out? Did everything get sorted? She casually tossed the stick aside and clapped her hands clean, a bright smile spreading across her face. Liu Changqing couldn't help but smile back. Her cheerful demeanor was infectious. It's all settled. The school's leadership decided to place him in the rocket class, he replied. The smile on Zhao Sunwen's face faltered momentarily, but she quickly recovered. That's great. Rocket class students are the best. Liu Changqing noticed the brief flicker of disappointment in her eyes. He knew she'd been placed in a regular class. To avoid lingering on the subject, he changed the topic. Where's your parent? Didn't they come today? My mom's out of town for work, Zhao Sunwen explained. That's a shame. I was hoping to say hello. Liu Changqing's gaze lingered on her for a moment. She's a sweet girl. Perfect daughter-in-law material. Have you eaten yet? He asked. Not yet. Why don't you join us for dinner? I'm heading to the market to buy groceries. Really? Zhao Sunwen's eyes lit up with excitement. Liu Changqing smiled, recalling how she had devoured 3 bowls of rice the last time she visited. He didn't mind, it was heartening to see a healthy appetite. Let's go. I parked nearby. Uncle, did you buy a car? No, just a rental. It's a bit run down, so don't complain. A car's a car. If it runs, it's a good one, Zhao Sunwen said cheerfully. Hearing her words, Liu Changqing's steps faltered briefly. The comment reminded him of something an Yuanyao had once said. Since that night on July 5th, he hadn't spoken to her. And, most likely, he never would again. Lu Ziazi stepped out of her room. After washing up and changing her clothes, the first thing she did was feed her 2 little tadpoles. Standing by the windowsill, she looked at the tadpoles with a smile, murmuring softly, "Grow up quickly, okay." Children's interest in something often burns bright but fades quickly. However, Liu Ziazi was different from other kids her age. When she liked something, her affection lasted a long time, whether it was fried chicken or tadpoles. She tore a small piece of bread into bits, rubbed it into crumbs with her thumb and forefinger, and sprinkled them into the plastic bottle. Watching the tiny black dots bob up and down inside the bottle, her face lit up with joy. The sound of a key turning in the lock interrupted her thoughts, followed by the door opening. Liu Ziazi turned her head slowly, hearing the noise at the doorway. What followed was a voice she found as grating as a devil's call. "Excuse me," Zhao Sunwen shouted as he stepped in, carrying a backpack. He quickly kicked off his shoes and barged in, his gaze darting around until he spotted Liu Ziazi, who looked stunned. His eyes lit up. "Ziazi," he called, running over and pulling her into a bear hug. "Long time no see." Liu Ziazi's face was buried against his chest, and she still held a half-eaten piece of bread in her hand. Startled by the sudden embrace, she froze, then quickly began struggling and pushing against him with her small hands. "Let go of me. Don't you miss me? It's been so long." Zhao Sunwen, sensing her resistance, reluctantly let her go with a pout. Freed, Liu Ziazi dashed to her brother Liu Zio standing at the door, clutching him tightly and burying her face against his stomach. "Why is he here?" she exclaimed. Her arms clung tightly around her brother, who awkwardly tried to console her while juggling the items he was carrying. Liu Zio looked helpless. Seeing his son's predicament, Liu Changqing stepped forward, took the groceries from him, and turned to Zhao Sunwen, who now stood by the window looking dejected. Smiling kindly, Liu Changqing said, "Don't take it to heart. My daughter can be a bit sharp-tongued, but she'll warm up to you with time. I just don't like her." Liu Ziazi shot back. "Ziazi, don't say such rude things." Her father's reprimand startled Liu Ziazi, who froze momentarily. Her big eyes widened before she lowered her head and stayed silent, clearly reflecting on his words. Her unexpected reaction surprised Liu Changqing. This girl. Understanding the importance of softening his tone after a scolding, Liu Changqing's voice grew gentler. "Didn't you want fried chicken? I made a special trip to the market to buy drumsticks. I'll fry some for you in a bit." Liu Ziazi continued clinging to her brother but didn't throw a tantrum like she normally would. Perplexed by her sudden compliance, Liu Changqing shook his head and carried the groceries into the kitchen. He had specifically bought breadcrumbs on the way home. Like many parents, Liu Changqing was wary of the hygiene standards of fried food sold outside. For his children, only the cleanest ingredients would do. NS. Each drumstick passed his inspection, earning his seal of approval. These were good drumsticks. After preparing the ingredients, Liu Changqing got to work. He cleaned the drumsticks, placed them in a bowl, and started marinating them. Once those were ready, he moved on to the other ingredients. In the living room, Liu Zio was comforting his sister, while Zhao Sunwen hovered awkwardly nearby. As Liu Changqing chopped vegetables in the kitchen, he could faintly hear their conversation. In the month since coming to this world, he had fully adjusted to his new life. The initial awkwardness of facing his 2 children had been replaced with a growing sense of familial bond. Smiling, Liu Changqing quickened his chopping pace. In his previous life, he'd been much like Liu Zio and the others, waiting quietly at the table while his parents prepared meals. Ever since he could remember, his parents never fought. The memory brought a smile to his face. For a moment, it felt like there was someone else in the kitchen cooking alongside him. After dinner, Liu Changqing asked his son to walk Zhao Sunwen home. The children had played so hard that by the time Zhao Sunwen left, Liu Ziazi had fallen asleep on the sofa. Kneeling beside the sofa, Liu Changqing studied his daughter's small face. Genes were truly remarkable. While Liu Ziazi's eyebrows and mouth resembled his own, her eyes, face shape, and nose were a mirror image of Li Wanran's. Looking closely, Liu Changqing suddenly felt as though Liu Ziazi was a miniature version of Li Wanran. He now understood why the previous owner of this body had distanced himself from the siblings, especially Liu Ziazi. It was likely because of this face. Lost in thought, Liu Changqing gently brushed aside a strand of hair that had fallen across her cheek, revealing her entire face. What a fool, he thought bitterly. The previous Liu Changqing had been dealt a good hand but had squandered it completely. If only he hadn't pursued Li Wanran in high school, things might have turned out differently. By his judgment, the high school version of Liu Changqing should have been drawn to someone like an Yuanyao kind, beautiful, with a good figure and a pleasant demeanor. He couldn't fathom why the old Liu Changqing had been so infatuated with Li Wanran, to the point of making one foolish decision after another, leaving him with a mess to clean up. Licking boots leads to nothing in the end. Liu Changqing muttered to himself. He lifted his hand and lightly touched his daughter's face, gently brushing against her cheek. The movement seemed to disturb her, as her brows furrowed as if she were dreaming something unpleasant. Suddenly, her small hand shot up and grabbed his tightly, holding on with surprising strength. Liu Changqing froze for a moment, intending to pull his hand back, but he paused when he felt the warmth of her grip. Looking closer, he noticed a tear slipping down Liu Xiaozi's cheek as she murmured in her sleep, "Dad, don't leave me." The room fell silent. Liu Changqing clearly heard her words and felt a pang in his chest. Was she having a nightmare? For a moment, he was stunned, but his expression gradually softened. Gently, he pulled his hand free and scooped her up into his arms. She curled into a small ball against his chest. Looking at her furrowed brows and delicate face, he whispered softly, "I won't leave. We're family, after all." Liu Changqing's fingers flew across the keyboard. It had been a while since he'd written any new chapters for his novel. Although he had accumulated a decent backlog during his month working at the bookstore, the high-frequency updates after the novel's launch had drained his reserves. The recent flurry of events left him with little time to write, and his original stockpile of over 200 chapters was nearly exhausted. On top of that, he'd been busy drafting the first generation of Pokemon sketches, leaving even less time for writing. Liu Xiao returned home, opening the door to find the living room empty. The faint sound of keyboard clicks drifted from his father's room. Dad was writing his novel. This was something Liu Xiao had only learned 2 days ago. After his exams, Liu Changqing had set up the computer he'd brought home from the bookstore and called Liu Xiao into his room to explain the novel writing project. That's when Liu Xiao finally understood why his father hadn't been worried about paying tuition fees. Curious, Liu Xiao read his father's work. It was a genre he'd never encountered before. The plot was captivating, and he was amazed his father could write something so engaging. While the writing wasn't particularly poetic, it was smooth and clear, far beyond the capabilities of someone with only a high school education. Over the course of 2 days, Liu Xiao finished all the chapters of Battle Through the Heavens. His conclusion, it was an interesting book, one that kept readers hooked. Quietly, he pushed open his father's door, holding a cup of tea. Liu Changqing sat at the desk, typing away. "I noticed the tea on the coffee table cooled down," Liu Xiao said softly. "Ah, just set it here," Liu Changqing replied without turning around. "I forgot to bring it in earlier." Obediently, Liu Xiao placed the tea on the desk and stood behind his father, watching the screen. One by one, the words appeared seamlessly on the monitor. A sense of admiration welled up inside him. Why hadn't he noticed this before? The clacking of keys stopped. Liu Changqing turned to look at his son and asked thoughtfully, "I just remembered, didn't you attend your homeroom teacher's tutoring class in the first year of middle school?" "Yes, I did." "Why? You've been reassigned to a new class this year, right? Is your homeroom teacher still leading the rocket class?" I think she's switching to the experimental class. My new homeroom teacher for the 3rd year won't be her," Liu Xiao explained, unsure why his father was suddenly asking about this. "Raoes." Liu Changqing fell silent, deep in thought. His son's homeroom teacher, Pan Huai, left a vivid impression on Liu Changqing's memory. When Liu Xiao first started middle school, he had told the old Liu Changqing that his teacher was running a tutoring class. Although it wasn't mandatory, almost all the students in the class had signed up. At the time, the old Liu Changqing didn't take it seriously and ignored the situation. Soon after, however, he was frequently called to the school, eventually giving in and signing his son up for the class just to stop the harassment. This went on until the 2nd semester of the 2nd year. During that period, Liu Changqing's personal life was a mess. His failing marriage and frequent drunkenness left him broke. He couldn't afford the tutoring fees, which was why, during a fight involving his son, only he was called to the school, and the punishment was a 1-week suspension. Even now, Pan Huai's actions still grated on him. When his son's exam results were invalidated without clear evidence of cheating, Liu Changqing knew it wasn't just petty favoritism, it was targeted harassment. Pan Huai had claimed that multiple teachers had agreed to cancel his son's grades. But in the school office, none of the other teachers seemed to harbor any grudges against Liu Xiao. It was clear she was singling him out, likely because he hadn't joined her summer tutoring class. If Liu Changqing didn't act now, even he felt he couldn't stomach the situation any longer. "I thought private tutoring by teachers was already banned," Liu Changqing said, leaning back in his chair. "How does your homeroom teacher get away with running such an obvious scam? She doesn't call it a tutoring class. It's labeled as a study interest group, and the fees are listed as material costs. Though the materials are ridiculously expensive. Just a rebranded scam." "Yeah, but her husband works at the Education Bureau." "What about Zhou Xian? Did she join the tutoring class too?" "No, she just transferred to our school this semester and hasn't experienced it yet." Liu Changqing frowned. His son's knowledge was mostly hearsay, so the details were vague. Even though the class reassignment was imminent, almost everyone except for Zhou Xian and Liu Xiao had signed up for the so-called study interest group. Adding to the mix, Liu Xiao had been nursing an injury before the exams yet managed to score within the top 10 in the school, a result that even Liu Changqing found hard to believe. After asking a few more questions, Liu Changqing let his son return to his room. As the door clicked shut, the room fell silent once more. Liu Changqing tapped his fingers against the desk, thinking. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Holding the phone to his ear, he waited for the call to connect. Yuanyeo sat expressionless, staring at the person seated across from her as if looking at a stranger. She lifted her cup with one hand, took a small sip, and gently set it down. "It's been a while," she said calmly. Li Wanran's face showed no visible emotion, but under the table, her hand clenched tightly before slowly relaxing. She felt deeply guilty toward An Yuanyeo. In high school, they had been inseparable best friends. Although An Yuanyeo's family wasn't as wealthy as hers, it was far from ordinary. In Li Wanran's memory, An Yuanyeo had never looked at her with such a cold expression or such distant eyes. Familiar face, unfamiliar person. Yuanyeo. Call me by my full name, An Yuanyeo interrupted, her voice firm. Her face betrayed no emotion as she stared directly at Li Wanran. Her gaze carried complexity, determination, and a trace of relief. Parting her lips, she spoke softly. After all, we're not that close anymore. On the afternoon of July 5th, An Yuanyeo made a phone call to Li Wanran. The moment Li Wanran heard An Yuanyeo's first sentence, she abruptly hung up. She wasn't sure why she had done so. Was it guilt? Or fear? She didn't know. What she did know was that she couldn't sleep that night. Afterward, she didn't receive any more calls from An Yuanyeo. On the other hand, after the call was cut off, An Yuanyeo didn't try again. Instead, she packed her belongings, arranged for movers, and left the house. She rented an apartment as a temporary place to stay. Once everything was in order, An Yuanyeo called Li Wanran again. She couldn't reach Liu Changqing. This time, Li Wanran didn't hang up. During the call, An Yuanyeo set up a meeting place, which led to the current scene. Hearing An Yuanyeo's words, Li Wanran's expression shifted. Instinctively, her eyes studied the woman across from her, her former best friend. An Yuanyeo looked much healthier now. The last time they met, An Yuanyeo's face had been bare of makeup, her eyes dim and lifeless, nothing like the brightness she exuded now. Something must have happened to her. Li Wanran steadied herself internally. If she's planning to make me let go, that's absolutely impossible. Unaware of what was going through Li Wanran's mind, An Yuanyeo paused briefly before continuing. I want to divorce Liu Changqing. I won't let you have him. Before Li Wanran could finish her rebuttal, she stopped, stunned, and stared at An Yuanyeo in disbelief. What? What did you say? I said I want to divorce him, An Yuanyeo replied calmly. Impossible to comprehend. Li Wanran shot to her feet, her hands slamming down on the table as she leaned forward. Her eyes were filled with confusion. What do you mean by that? You were the one who pushed me to divorce him in the first place. Now you're asking me what I mean. An Yuanyeo couldn't hold up her facade anymore. She couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. She lifted her head and glared angrily at the standing Li Wanran. If you really loved him so much, you shouldn't have given up on him. You shouldn't have married Liu Changqing. Li Wanran froze. She had never seen An Yuanyeo speak so forcefully. At the same time, she was startled. Why did Liu Changqing even come up? Already feeling a twinge of guilt about how she'd treated Liu Changqing, that guilt had vanished after their last encounter, when he had coldly told her never to appear again. Nigerian Naira. She had always believed that Liu Changqing's kindness toward her was something she deserved. Now, exposed to her painful truths, Li Wanran could no longer maintain her composure. She clenched her teeth, her chest heaving with emotion. So, as you wished. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, An Yuanyeo looked directly at Li Wanran. Bring Liu Changqing to me. Let's finalize the divorce immediately. Li Wanran locked eyes with An Yuanyeo. She didn't believe that An Yuanyeo truly wanted a divorce. For the past while, Liu Changqing had spent almost all his time with her, seemingly making up for the years they'd missed. He rarely refused her requests. When she last asked when he would divorce, he had gone back to his home the very next day. But when he returned, he told her that An Yuanyeo wasn't willing to divorce. Recalling this, Li Wanran's gaze firmed. She removed her hands from the table and stood up straight, looking down at An Yuanyeo. He loves me now. Even if you keep pestering him, it won't change anything. An Yuanyeo suddenly felt exhausted. While packing her new home these past few days, she'd often found herself reflecting. Had she ever been truly happy in her marriage with Liu Changqing? Sifting through her memories, she found no joy, only pain. In contrast, she preferred the time she spent with Liu Changqing. He wasn't conventionally handsome, his words could be sharp, and his comments sometimes made no sense, but he gave her a sense of comfort and happiness she had never felt before. Liu Changqing would ask if she was cold, if she was hungry. Just thinking about it brought a soft smile to her lips. Li Wanran noticed this fleeting expression clearly. Collecting herself, An Yuanyeo's face returned to calm. I'm not joking. I really do want to divorce Liu Changqing. Staring blankly, Li Wanran slowly sat back down, her gaze complicated. If you want a divorce, what does that have to do with me? I can't find him. What do you mean? I haven't seen him since last month. He changed his phone number when I call, it says the line is disconnected. I don't know. None of that matters, An Yuanyeo said, ending the pointless conversation. Tomorrow, bring him to the Civil Affairs Bureau. We'll finalize the divorce as soon as it opens. I've prepared all the necessary documents. All that's needed is his presence. Seeing Li Wanran's silence, An Yuanyeo pressed. What's wrong? Isn't this exactly what you wanted? This way, the two of you can be together openly and legally. Li Wanran stared at her, gripping her hands tightly in her lap before finally releasing them. 16 years late, her rightful title was finally within reach. Looking at An Yuanyeo, she nodded. All right. Where are we going today? Liu Changqing asked as he gently held Li Wanran's hand, his tone warm. Did you spot a bag you like? Just buy it, he said with affection, oblivious to what was about to unfold. No, Li Wanran replied softly, shaking her head as she looked into his eyes with an unreadable expression. Then what is it? I need to take care of something today. Is it about the family business? Liu Changqing asked, his tone shifting slightly. No, that's good to hear. Relieved, Liu Changqing exhaled deeply before turning back to her with curiosity. Then what is it? You'll find out soon enough. With that, Li Wanran pulled her hand from his grasp and looked straight ahead. Confused, Liu Changqing couldn't make sense of the situation. The car slowed to a stop. Peering out the window, he noticed the building in front of him. The words on the facade struck him like a blow. After a moment of stunned silence, he turned to Li Wanran, his voice rising. The Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Changqing sat in the car, stunned. His eyes stared blankly out the window, his head tilted slightly back, exposing the curve of his neck. After a long pause, he swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing visibly. His lips felt dry as he forced himself to turn and look at the woman beside him. An Yuanyeo doesn't want a divorce right now. I can't marry you. Then go and get the divorce, Li Wanran said flatly. Her words left him speechless, and he stared at her in disbelief before asking hesitantly, what do you mean by this? I met with an Yuanyeo yesterday, she replied. What? She called and arranged to meet me, Li Wanran continued, her tone lowering as her gaze turned to the man beside her. The way she looked at him made him uneasy, his heartbeat quickening as guilt crept into his chest. Why would she meet with you? She wants a divorce. Impossible. Li Changqing's voice rose sharply. The exclamation made Li Wanran narrow her beautiful eyes. After a brief silence, she asked, didn't you tell me before that she refused to divorce? Then why did she tell me that she hasn't even seen you for nearly a month? I don't want to hear any more excuses. You can get out now. With that, Li Wanran turned her head forward, fixing her gaze on the road ahead. A heavy silence filled the car. Lowering his head, Li Changqing hesitated for a moment before mumbling, my ID card. I didn't bring it. Maybe we can reschedule. Before he could finish, a hand holding his ID card appeared in front of him. Stunned, he looked at Li Wanran, who hadn't even turned her head. When did you get that? He asked in shock. We can go now, she said curtly, tossing the ID card onto his lap before leaning back against the seat, closing her eyes as if to rest. She massaged her temples and urged, hurry up, beta. Speechless, Li Changqing shakily reached for the car door handle, slowly opening it. After stepping out and gently closing the door behind him, he took a few steps forward before stopping. He glanced back at the car, trying to see the woman inside. He lingered for a moment, deep in thought, before continuing forward. It wasn't long before he saw Yuanyeo waiting at the entrance. Standing there, his nominal wife looked different. Something about her had changed, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Quickening his pace, he approached her and spoke softly, Yuanyeo. Without responding, Yuanyeo merely glanced at him and nodded slightly before heading inside. Unprepared for such indifference, Li Changqing hesitated before reaching out to grab her arm. Wait. Let go, she said coldly, turning to face him. Her tone was icy, making it hard for him to process. Seeing he hadn't let go, a flicker of disgust passed through her eyes as she shook off his hand and wiped her wrist. Don't touch me, she snapped. You. Don't say another word. I've brought everything we need. Let's get this over with, she said firmly. The woman before him felt like a stranger. From their high school days, Yuanyeo had always been gentle and soft-spoken, welcoming him home with a warm smile no matter what. But today, she looked more stunning than ever, even more radiant than she had in high school. Her simple outfit wasn't designer, but on her, it stood out. She could be spotted in any crowd, just as she had the first time they met. Summer, by the riverside, under the willow trees. Yuanyeo, he called out, his voice filled with complex emotions. She paused but didn't turn back. Do you really want a divorce? Are we just going to end all these years of marriage like this? Don't you love me anymore? She lowered her head for a moment before turning to face him. At that moment, she felt as if she were seeing him for the first time and a deep self-loathing welled up inside her. Not hatred for him, but for herself. Why had she made so many foolish sacrifices for this man? She'd given up her job, her friends, her family, everything for him. An uncontrollable surge of emotion took hold of her. Clutching her bag tightly, she strode toward him. Seeing her approach, a flicker of hope lit up his face. He reached out, wanting to take her hand. Yuanyeo. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as his head turned to the side. A red handprint quickly appeared on his cheek. His eyes filled with disbelief as he raised a trembling hand to his face, staring at her as though she were a stranger. You. Divorce. Standing at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yuanyeo exhaled deeply. The streets outside were becoming livelier, mirroring the turmoil of her emotions. The sunlight was glaring. Yuanyeo. Clutching the divorce certificate in his hand, Li Changqing followed her out, seemingly wanting to say something. Without responding, she adjusted her bag and walked away, leaving him standing there, lost and bewildered. He felt as though he'd lost something vital. Staggering back to the waiting car, he took a deep breath to collect himself, then opened the door and climbed in. The first thing Li Wanran noticed was the red certificate he placed between them. Her face lit up with joy, but her expression turned to concern when she saw the mark on his cheek. What happened to your face? Yuanyeo slapped me. She hit you. Yeah, he said, nodding with a bitter smile. She wants to use my infidelity to demand a larger settlement from the divorce. What? Li Wanran sat upright, clearly shocked. How could she do that? It's fine. Just consider it compensation for her, he said nonchalantly, as though it didn't bother him. His lie was seamless. Reaching out, he took the agitated Li Wanran's hand in his own, gazing at her with apparent tenderness. As long as I have you, nothing else matters. Unaware of the conversation taking place in the car between Liu Changqing and Li Wanran, Anyuanyeo walked with a light step, her head held high as she gazed at the sky that now felt like it belonged to her. Cars streamed by on the street, and pedestrians bustled on the sidewalks. Pausing, Anyuanyeo took a deep breath and raised the red booklet in her hand, blocking the sunlight from her eyes but unable to dim the brightness within her heart. A smile gradually appeared on her face. No doubts this time, right? You big fool. Her mind wandered to a certain someone, and before she knew it, her face was already lit up with joy. Glancing down at her clothes, her smile faded. The more she thought about it, the more dissatisfied she felt. I should buy a new outfit, she muttered. He likes quiet, understated styles. She reached up to touch her hair. I should get some treatments, maybe trim it and go for a trendy style. The list of preparations started to grow in her mind, but after a moment, she gave up. Forget it, she decided with a smile. I'll just go see him first. Her pace quickened as she flagged down a taxi. After giving the driver Liu Changqing's address, she leaned back in her seat, placing her bag beside her. Resting her head lightly against the window, her eyes took in the view outside, though her thoughts were elsewhere. She remembered Liu Changqing's words from that evening, his tone, his expression. Unconsciously, her hands balled into fists. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. When I see him, I'm going to pinch him 10 times. Pausing, she reconsidered. 10 is too many, 5, then. The taxi cruised along steadily when her bag suddenly buzzed with the sound of a ringing phone. Startled, Anyuanyeo reached into her bag and pulled out her phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression turned serious. The phone kept ringing. Finally, she answered. Did Li Changqing just call me? So, you're divorced? Yes. Her response came after a long silence, her voice soft. On the other end, there was a brief pause before the voice continued. Come home for a visit. Your father wants to see you. Mom? But I'm. Come back immediately. A complicated look flickered across her face before she eventually answered in a low voice. I understand. Pan Huai's study interest group had officially begun. The venue was a shabby rental property. Out of the 45 students in her class, 43 had signed up for the summer program, each paying 1,000 yuan, half the usual tuition. Zhao Sunwen was among them. Her little face was full of reluctance as she pulled her English textbook from her backpack and plopped it on the worn-out desk in front of her. The environment was terrible. Some of the windows were half broken, and the ancient ceiling fan made an irritating screeching sound as it turned lazily overhead. The walls were poorly patched, with no regard for safety. When Pan Huai entered the room, the students quickly hid their dissatisfaction, putting on obedient faces. Her authority over them was partly due to her forceful demeanor. Walking to the old blackboard, she picked up a piece of chalk and began writing. When she finished, she dusted off her hands and faced the students. On the board, large characters spelled out, Exercise Book XX. This is an excellent workbook I discovered recently, she announced. I recommend everyone get a copy to take home. Once you've mastered its contents, you'll have no trouble with the high school entrance exam. If you're interested, let me know before you leave today. NB. The students responded numbly. They were used to this routine. Every tutoring session included a sales pitch for a new workbook. Many bought the books only to leave them untouched. Those who refused, however, were subjected to their teachers' cold glares, and at this age, most of them didn't dare resist. After wiping the board clean, Pan Huai picked up her materials and began the lesson. As an English teacher, she emphasized rote memorization. While the sessions occasionally touched on other subjects, her teaching in those areas lacked depth. The class had barely begun when the sound of a key turning in the lock interrupted her. The only people with keys were her and her husband, who should have been at work. Glancing at the door, she saw her husband step aside to let several uniformed individuals enter. The strangers carried cameras and immediately began taking pictures. Stunned, Pan Huai stood frozen, unable to speak. One of the uniformed individuals approached her. Ms. Pan, please come with us. Downstairs, Liu Changqing leaned against his car, watching as Pan Huai was escorted out of the building. He said nothing, merely turning to open the car door and sliding into the driver's seat. Glancing at the man beside him, he remarked, Your method works like a charm. I told you this was a small matter. No need to call me, replied Chen Deifu with a chuckle, his eyes fixed on the manuscript in his hands. So, you're saying this old turtle evolves into something this massive? That's a tortoise. Same thing, they both have shells. Chen Deifu's eyes lit up as he finished reading. He placed the manuscript aside, leaning back in his seat with a grin. This is brilliant. Adding a couple of cannons to a turtle makes it look so much cooler. Rolling his eyes, Liu Changqing corrected him. I told you, it's a tortoise. Don't confuse the species. Whatever it is, your proposal is intriguing. Handheld consoles are incredibly profitable right now. I thought you went back to inherit your family business. Why are you still interested in these small ventures? Just because I went home doesn't mean I can't invest. And I really like your turtle design. Clapping Liu Changqing on the shoulder, Chen Deifu continued, let's find a place to sit down and discuss this. I think it's a winner. Where to? Liu Changqing didn't refuse. He needed funds, and while the game project was off-limits, involving Chen Deifu in the console venture seemed plausible. After securing his seatbelt, Liu Changqing started his van and drove off. How about I treat you this time? Anywhere is fine by me, Chen Deifu replied. Let's head to that neon-themed restaurant near XXX. They've got good food. Neon cuisine? I can't handle raw stuff. Just ask the chef to cook it. Easy fix. As they chatted, the car arrived at their destination. Chen Deifu exited first, slamming the door shut before glancing around and freezing in place. He saw two familiar figures, Li Wanran and Liu Changqing. When Liu Changqing parked and joined him, he noticed Chen Deifu's wide-eyed stare. What are you looking at? Liu Changqing asked, puzzled. Your ex-wife? Chen Deifu replied, nodding toward the pair. Following his gaze, Liu Changqing spotted Li Wanran clinging to a man's arm. Her expression mirrored his stunned as their eyes met. Liu Changqing narrowed his eyes. It was his first time seeing Liu Changqing since arriving in this world. Dressed in a sharp suit, with an expensive-looking watch on his wrist, his slicked-back hair shining under the light, and sharp, sculpted features, he certainly appeared handsome. But he was disappointingly short, barely taller than Liu Changqing's son and slightly shorter than Li Wanran, who was wearing heels. This place won't do. Let's find another spot, Chen Deifu suggested, seemingly trying to spare Liu Changqing some discomfort. He turned back toward the car, but his hand froze mid-air before opening the door. He turned, stunned, as Liu Changqing grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Let's just leave. Chen hissed, walking quickly back to Liu Changqing and whispering in his ear. Aren't we here for food? Why leave? Liu Changqing responded calmly. You're nuts. Liu Changqing ignored him, releasing his hold and striding forward. Stopping in front of the pair, he glanced briefly at Li Wanran before turning his gaze to Li Changqing. A smile crept across his face. So, you're the famous Li Changqing. I've heard much about you but never had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Now that I see you, you truly are dashing and distinguished. After a pause, Liu Changqing clicked his tongue. Though you're a bit short. What are you, 160 centimeters? Haha, you must be Liu Changqing, Li Changming chuckled lightly, seemingly unbothered by the jab. He extended a hand toward Liu Changqing. I've heard about you from Wanran. We were even schoolmates, weren't we? I do recall that, Liu Changqing said, glancing at the offered hand but refusing to shake it. Instead, he examined the faint red slap mark on Li Changming's cheek, his smile deepening. Honeymoon phase over already? It's only been a little over a month, and you're already getting slapped. Liu Changqing turned to Li Wanran, his tone teasing. Wanran, you didn't hold back, did you? Even with your first love, you went all out. Look at his face, the mark's still there. How's he supposed to charm young girls with that? Liu Changqing. Li Wanran's face darkened, her voice rising. Can't you stop acting like a child and saying such ridiculous things? I'm just offering heartfelt advice. If this is your version of playful banter, who am I to comment? Turning away from Li Wanran, Liu Changqing locked eyes with the unflinching Li Changming. Truthfully, Liu Changqing wanted to punch him not for Li Wanran's sake, but for Anyuanyeo. That woman sacrificed so much for this guy? Well then, I won't interrupt your meal. Let's catch up another time. Without waiting for a response, Liu Changqing turned and walked into the restaurant. Chen Deifu stared in disbelief before hurrying to catch up. Standing still, Li Changming watched Liu Changqing disappear into the doorway, his expression unreadable. Feeling a tug on his arm, he turned to see Li Wanran looking concerned. Don't take it personally. It's fine, Li Changming said with a smile, shaking his head as if to reassure her. After a brief pause, he added, that man with him, isn't he Chen Jiangguo's son? What's he doing with Liu Changqing? With grave epsilon. I'm not sure. Maybe they met at some banquet? I've heard Chen Deifu's a troublemaker, so it's not surprising they get along. I see. Li Changming dismissed the thought, regarding them as mere nobodies. Following a kimono-clad server through the restaurant's corridors, Liu Changqing and Chen Deifu entered a private room. Looking at the exotic decor, Liu Changqing let out a sigh. You rich people really know how to live. Just this? You must have lived miserably when you were married to Li Wanran, Chen teased, plopping onto the floor. Liu Changqing sat down and shrugged. Ancient history. Let's just say the old Liu Changqing was an idiot. You're something else, Chen said, stunned for a moment before giving him a thumbs up. It's my first time seeing someone call themselves an idiot. Enough chatter. Let's order. I've barely eaten this kind of stuff before, Liu Changqing said, gesturing toward the menu. Got it, Chen said, nodding as he began rattling off dishes to the kneeling server. After finishing his order, he added a word in Japanese that Liu Changqing didn't understand. The server bowed and left, pulling the door closed behind them. Watching her leave, Liu Changqing remarked, is everyone here Japanese? Of course not. They're all locals. I thought so. You order in Chinese, and they answer in Japanese. For a second, I thought I was abroad. The boss is Japanese. Want to meet her? Why would I? She's pretty. Don't start. That's not my thing. After a moment of silence, Chen said, you're 10 years older than me, but sometimes I feel like you're younger. You're so sharp I can't always keep up with what you're saying. Liu Changqing smiled faintly. My mental age is 21. Stop spouting nonsense. Chen laughed, shaking his head. You're more interesting than I thought. If I'd known earlier, I would have chatted with you back when you were still married. Would have saved me from my current mess. Suddenly, Chen burst out laughing. You really had the guts to call Liu Changqing short. That was bold. What's wrong with pointing out someone's height? Liu Changqing stretched his legs, feigning confusion. Still chuckling, Chen leaned closer, dropping his voice. Didn't you notice? He's not even 170. Those heels on his shoes practically stuck out the back. Huh. Liu Changqing raised an eyebrow. Inserts. More than one. Chen cackled, forming a stack with his fingers to show the thickness. For a moment, Liu Changqing was silent. Then he burst out laughing as Chen mimicked Li Kongming's walk, complete with exaggerated gestures. Their laughter filled the room, blending into the faint hum of the restaurant's ambience. By late afternoon, Liu Changqing, still slightly tipsy, bid farewell to Chen Deifo, who was seated in a taxi. After exchanging a few parting words, he closed the car door and watched as the taxi drove away. The smile on his face gradually faded, and his half-closed eyes snapped fully open. He shook his head. He had indeed drunk a bit too much, though it was still within his limits. Chen Deifo wasn't a fool. Despite their seemingly close camaraderie, nearly sworn brothers when it came to matters of profit, Chen would show no mercy. Liu Changqing was keenly aware of this. There was no way he would share a piece of Pokemon with Chen. That project had to remain 100% in his hands. However, collaborating on the handheld console was an entirely different matter. It promised significant profits. Choosing to walk home to sober up, Liu Changqing decided against returning with the smell of alcohol lingering on him, mindful of the two children waiting at home. He walked silently for nearly an hour before reaching his doorstep. Fishing out his keys, he unlocked the door and stepped inside. The scene in the living room greeted him. Liu Ziyazi was curled up on the sofa, her shoes off. At the coffee table sat his son, Liu Ziya, and Zhou Xiyan, surrounded by books. Casting a quick glance over the table, Liu Changqing leaned against the wall to remove his shoes, swapped them for slippers, and stepped into the room. Looking at the books spread before them, he turned to Zhou Xiyan. Here to help with homework. His grades don't need my help, Zhou Xiyan replied softly, shaking her head. Liu Changqing paused at her words, momentarily confused, before recalling that his son's test scores had been higher than hers this time. He smiled. Even so, you both have strengths to share. Discussing topics together will help reinforce your knowledge. Dad, Liu Ziyo called out, embarrassed. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiyan, staring at Liu Changqing's slightly flushed face, seemed to contemplate something before standing up. She grabbed a cup from the coffee table, walked to the kettle, and poured some water. Returning, she handed the cup to Liu Changqing. Uncle Liu, have some water. Surprised by her gesture, Liu Changqing hesitated before accepting the cup, his gaze falling on her stoic expression. Thanks. Taking a sip, he placed the cup back on the table and straightened up. To his surprise, Zhou Xiyan continued to stand before him, her head tilted up as she looked at him. Her eyes carried an unusual intensity, almost as if she was waiting for something. Nigerian Nairo yes. Her gaze puzzled him, and after a moment of thought, he said tentatively, you're very thoughtful. Zhou Xiyan nodded enthusiastically, returning to the sofa with her head slightly bowed, her cheeks tinged with red. The faint blush on her face immediately sharpened Liu Changqing's senses. He glanced at his son, whose expression was equally perplexed. What's this about? A single compliment, and she's blushing? Well, you two keep working on your assignments. I'll lie down for a bit. Feeling a bit dizzy, he said, retreating toward his room. Just as he was about to close the door, Liu Ziya suddenly called out, Dad, Anton stopped by earlier this afternoon. Liu Changqing froze mid-step, his expression briefly conflicted before he turned back, feigning curiosity. What did she want? I'm not sure, Liu Ziya replied. She seemed to have rushed over. She was out of breath when I answered the door. She asked if you were home, and when I said no, she left not long after. Frowning, Liu Changqing couldn't guess why she'd come. He'd made himself perfectly clear the last time they spoke. Shaking off the thought, he turned and walked into his room, shutting the door behind him with a firm thud. Left in the living room, the three others continued their respective activities. Liu Ziyazi remained engrossed in her handheld console, her head never lifting. Several days into summer vacation, she still hadn't touched her homework, which lay forgotten in her backpack. She was completely absorbed in her game. Liu Ziya, his foot injury now healed, could walk and jump without issue. After getting word that his father wouldn't be home for lunch, he'd gone out to buy 2 boxed meals, which they had eaten together earlier. Zhou Xiyan had arrived not long after. Her visit surprised Liu Ziya, especially since she carried her summer homework with her. It wasn't until she pulled out a math test paper that he realized her intent to ask for help with her questions. Despite his initial protests about not being good at math, Zhou Xiyan stood silently at the door, staring at him until he relented and invited her in. Still, one thing puzzled him, how did she know which floor I live on? As they worked, Zhou Xiyan suddenly broke the silence. Who's this Anton you mentioned earlier? Startled, Liu Ziya turned to her. Why do you ask? Isn't your dad single? Is she his girlfriend? Are you kidding? There's no way she's my dad's girlfriend. That would be way too. He stopped mid-sentence, shaking his head. Family scandals shouldn't be aired publicly. While many of his classmates knew about his parents' divorce, they didn't know the details. Embarrassing matters like these were better left unsaid. She's more like a friend of my dad's, he finally replied. I see, Zhou Xiyan said softly. Why do you care all of a sudden? No reason. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her voice quiet. I was just curious. Have you two ever thought about encouraging your dad to start a new family? At that, Liu Xiaozi's hands froze mid-button press. Though she wasn't paying attention earlier, Zhou Xiyan's question made her stop playing. She clenched the console tightly, then looked up at Zhou Xiyan with an exaggeratedly fierce expression. That's impossible? Stop spouting nonsense, shorty. Xiaozi. Liu Xiao turned and scolded his sister, his face stern. Hearing her brother's sharp tone, Liu Xiaozi pouted and looked down, her expression sulky. She vented her frustration by furiously mashing the console buttons. Zhou Xiyan, meanwhile, was taken aback by Xiaozi's strong reaction, confusion flickering in her eyes. After a moment of thought, Liu Xiao set his pen down and leaned back, considering the idea. It wasn't something he'd ever really thought about before, but, glancing at Zhou Xiyan, he said, if my dad likes the idea, I wouldn't object. Zhou Xiyan was surprised by Liu Xiao's response. She studied his face as if trying to decipher his thoughts, but his expression gave nothing away. After a moment of silence, she asked another question. What kind of person do you think would suit your dad? Well, she shouldn't be much younger than him. Definitely needs to be gentle and caring, family-oriented, and... Wait, why am I even telling you this? Mid-sentence, Liu Xiao suddenly realized the oddity of the conversation and stared at Zhou Xiyan, puzzled. For reasons he couldn't quite understand, she seemed unusually strange today. Without replying, Zhou Xiyan picked up her pen, her gaze shifting back to the workbook on the coffee table. In her heart, however, a tiny seed had been planted. At home, Zhou Xiyan lay in bed, staring at the ceiling with wide eyes. She had been in this position for quite some time. The small room contained little more than a bed. Although old and worn, the bed was still comfortable enough for rest. Her thoughts wandered. She tilted her head slightly, looking at her mother, Lan Yuxian, who sat at the edge of the bed, combing her hair. Lost in thought, she watched as her mother ran the comb from the roots to the tips of her hair. But the hair was tangled, and the comb snagged. Lan Yuxian tugged gently, then firmly, using her other hand to hold the hair above the knot. After some effort, the comb finally slid free. She exhaled deeply. Tangled hair is so annoying. Hearing this, Zhou Xiyan spoke. Why don't you get a hair treatment, Mom? Huh? Why would I waste money on that? It's expensive, Lan Yuxian replied instantly, her tone dismissive. To her, hair treatments were an unnecessary extravagance. Realizing her suggestion was poorly timed, Zhou Xiyan fell silent. She regretted bringing it up, knowing full well their financial situation. They had just paid off a large debt not long ago. Nigerian naira. Fatherly love was something Zhou Xiyan had lacked since childhood. In her vague memories of her father, Zhou Quan, she could only recall fragments from her kindergarten years. Those memories were now blurred. The days that followed were filled with darkness and debt collectors. Even after her mother's divorce, those people continued to haunt them, leading to her grandmother's passing. Her thoughts drifted to the first time she met Liu Changqing. She had accidentally spilled soy milk on his pants. Instead of scolding her, he reassured her, saying it was fine as long as she wasn't hurt. Then there was the second time when he walked her home after she was followed. He even endured her mother's misunderstanding, leaving with a bruise on his forehead. And the third time, when he saved her life. For reasons she couldn't quite articulate, Liu Changqing felt reliable, a source of reassurance. Especially when he spoke of his children, his love for them shone unmistakably in his eyes. It must be wonderful to be his child, she thought. These memories resurfaced vividly, as did the moment when Liu Changqing defended Liu Xiao after he was falsely accused of cheating. He has a way of solving everything, she mused, her eyes growing brighter. Glancing at her mother, she asked softly, Mom, have you ever thought about finding someone new? The sound of the combing stopped abruptly. Lan Yuxian turned her head slowly, staring at her daughter in shock. What's gotten into you today? After a moment's hesitation, she leaned forward, placing a hand on Zhou Xiyan's forehead to check her temperature. Everything was normal. Frowning, she asked, why are you talking nonsense? I just think you're working too hard on your own. My tuition fees are no small burden, and you won't let me get a part-time job. Stop saying things like that. You're a child, your only job is to study, Lan Yuxian said, her rare sternness adding weight to her words. Zhou Xiyan stared at her mother. She knew her mother's facade well. In the past, she had often found her crying alone at night. Her gaze firmed with resolve. Someone broke into our home last time, she said quietly. Lan Yuxian froze. The authoritative expression she had been trying to maintain dissolved into shock. What do you mean someone broke in? It wasn't a debt collector. It was a stranger with an iron rod. He tried to kill me, Zhou Xiyan said evenly, as though recounting someone else's story. Lan Yuxian sprang to her feet, her voice sharp. He tried to what? Zhou Xiyan nodded, her tone calm. Uncle Liu told me not to say anything to avoid worrying you. The man who broke in was the same one who had followed me after night classes. Were you hurt? Lan Yuxian rushed forward, cupping her daughter's face and inspecting it closely. Zhou Xiyan was about to push her mother's hands away when she saw the tears brimming in her mother's eyes. A drop fell onto her cheek, startling her. Mom, if Liu Changqing told you not to say anything, you just listened? I'm your mother. Lan Yuxian's voice trembled as more tears fell. Her sobs grew louder as she cradled her daughter's face. Seeing her mother's emotional breakdown, Zhou Xiyan sat up and hugged her tightly, resting her head against her chest. Her mother's warmth, softness, and the rhythmic beating of her heart comforted her. Uncle Liu has already taken care of everything. But, you did hit him with that iron rod last time. What should I do? Lan Yuxian asked between sniffles, her voice tinged with guilt. She vividly recalled the time she struck Liu Changqing, leaving him with a visible bruise. The man had saved her child, bought them breakfast numerous times, and even accepted payment for it. How mortifying. Lan Yuxian couldn't imagine facing Liu Changqing again. Still resting against her mother, Zhou Xian's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she softly suggested, "Why don't you invite Uncle Liu to dinner?" Coming. Liu Changqing called out as he left the bathroom, his hands still wet, having just finished using the toilet but not yet brushing his teeth or washing his face. Tugging up his pants, he walked toward the door and opened it. Standing at the entrance was Zhou Xian. His mind immediately filled with questions. What's this girl doing here? Here to study again? He asked. No, my mom sent me to bring you breakfast, Zhou Xian replied, shaking her head and lifting a large plastic bag she was holding. Liu Changqing glanced at the bag and quickly scanned its contents: steamed buns, dumplings, fried dough sticks, sesame balls, soy milk, and 8 treasure porridge. For me? He asked, astonished. Yes, she confirmed, stepping inside as he moved aside to let her in. She switched into the same slippers she had worn the previous day. My mom wanted to thank you for saving me last time, she added. Saving you? Liu Changqing repeated reflexively, then remembered the stalker with the iron rod. His brows furrowed. You told her about that? So she asked me to bring breakfast to show her gratitude. It's been over a week since that happened. There's no need. This is just a small gesture of appreciation, Zhou Xian said, holding the bag out toward him, her gaze steady. After a moment of thought, Liu Changqing chuckled. All right, I won't stand on ceremony. He took the bag from her hands, patting her head lightly with his free hand. You're such a thoughtful kid. As soon as he did it, he realized it might not be appropriate. She's not my child. Would she find this offensive? Awkwardly, he withdrew his hand and laughed nervously. Sorry, force of habit. It's fine, Zhou Xian said with a rare smile, surprising him. There it is again. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Liu Changqing felt uneasy under her gaze, his discomfort palpable. Desperate for an excuse, he said, let me wake up Xiao. Okay, she replied. Placing the breakfast bag on the coffee table, Liu Changqing headed to his son's room. Inside, Liu Xiao was still sound asleep. Liu Changqing walked over and yanked the blanket off him. Get up. Your classmate is here to see you. Rubbing his eyes groggily, Liu Xiao mumbled, classmate? Who? Zhou Xian. His son's movements froze, and his eyes snapped open. She's here again. How would I know? Now get up, wash your face, and don't keep her waiting. Ugh. Before his son could respond, Liu Changqing had already left the room. Returning to the living room, he said, have a seat on the sofa. He'll be up soon. Then he added, have you eaten breakfast yet? Yes, she replied. That's a lot of food. The 3 of us can't finish all this. It's fine. If you don't like it, I can ask my mom to send something else. No need. Your family's breakfast is the best around here. That's good to hear. With that, Zhou Xian fell silent. Liu Changqing struggled to continue the conversation. Something about her presence didn't feel right, though he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Oh Epsilon-S. While she claimed to be here to deliver breakfast, she made no move to leave, sitting quietly on the sofa with her eyes fixed ahead. Noticing her gaze, Liu Changqing looked at her and caught her turning to meet his eyes. She smiled again. I'll just wash up, he said abruptly, retreating to the bathroom. Okay. Inside, he stood before the mirror, looking at his reflection as he rubbed his chin, feeling the stubble that had grown overnight. Thick eyebrows, deep-set eyes, a straight nose despite his overgrown hair, his features were still striking. Not bad, he muttered, shamelessly complimenting himself. The mirror often lies, making the reflection seem better than reality. Thinking of the summer heat, Liu Changqing decided it was time to restart his father-son weight loss plan. Morning runs were no longer enough, he'd add evening runs too. For the sake of a standard physique? Just then, Liu Xiao appeared at the bathroom door, leaning against the frame. Dad, are you going to wash your face or just stare at yourself? I'm washing, don't rush me, Liu Changqing retorted. An idea struck him, and he turned to pull his son into the bathroom, shutting the door behind them. Lowering his voice, he said, Hey, does your classmate seem a bit off to you today? What do you mean? You didn't, get close to her during tutoring sessions, did you? Dad? How could you accuse me of that? Oh, come on. Every time I visit your school, I see girls chatting you up. That's just classmates talking. Don't overthink it. Keep your voice down. Liu Changqing hissed, covering his son's mouth. Yesterday, did she say anything weird after I went to my room? Reluctantly, Liu Xiao thought back. Well, now that you mention it, she did ask me a weird question. What was it? She asked if we'd ever thought about encouraging you to start a new family. Start a new family? Liu Changqing repeated, stunned. What does she mean by that? No idea. Maybe she was just making conversation. Anyway, if you're not washing your face, can I go ahead? Fine, go ahead. Liu Changqing stepped aside as his son turned on the faucet and splashed water on his face. Standing nearby, Liu Changqing frowned in thought. It was a question he hadn't considered before. After a long pause, he murmured under his breath, Remarrying? Huh? Liu Changqing shook his head, trying to dispel the unsettling thought. Remarrying? The mere idea sent chills down his spine, and he almost broke out in goosebumps. Calming himself, a sense of sadness crept in. What kind of woman would want to marry a divorced man with 2 kids? Pushing the thought aside, Liu Changqing focused on what truly mattered: raising his children. After this resolution, he returned to the bathroom. Spotting Liu Ziya brushing his teeth, Liu Changqing nudged him aside to splash water on his face. He grabbed a bar of soap, lathered his hands, and washed his face thoroughly. Then, taking the pink towel his daughter used, he rinsed it under the faucet, wrung it out, and headed to her room. There, Liu Ziya was sprawled on the bed in a highly unflattering position, with one leg hanging off the edge. Liu Changqing walked over and gently wiped her face with the towel. Soon, she woke up groggily. Get up and have breakfast, he instructed before heading back to the bathroom to finish brushing his teeth. Once he was ready, he found Zhou Xian still sitting on the sofa in the same posture. This girl. Want to watch TV? He asked. No, I don't watch TV. Then what do you usually do at home? Sometimes I read, or I work on my summer homework. Liu Changqing couldn't help but envy Lan Yuxian. This is what other people's daughters are like. His own daughter hadn't touched her homework since the summer vacation started. She spent all her time glued to her handheld console, and not a single page had been filled out. In contrast, Zhou Xian was well-mannered, polite, and beautiful, flawless in academics and diligence. She even helped out at her family's breakfast shop every morning. Yesterday, when she saw him return tipsy, she immediately poured him a glass of water. The only areas where she lacked were, Uncle Liu. Zhou Xian suddenly interrupted his thoughts. What is it? He asked, snapping back to reality. Her eyes held a hint of anticipation. My mom wants to invite you to dinner to show her gratitude. Huh? Dinner? Yes. She said that if it weren't for you, something terrible might have happened to me. She'd like to express her thanks. That's not necessary. Please don't refuse. Zhou Xian raised her voice slightly, cutting him off. Her seriousness left Liu Changqing momentarily speechless. To you, it might not seem like much, but you've helped us a lot. We have no other way to repay you, so at least let us show our gratitude, she continued. Nes. Uncle Liu, she pressed, her expression firm, her eyes unwavering. Eventually, Liu Changqing sighed in defeat. All right, fine. But don't choose an expensive place, a street stall will do. When should we meet? Tonight. My mom's already taken leave from work at the supermarket. Okay, just send me the address when it's time. All right, she said, standing up and bidding farewell before leaving the house. Liu Changqing stared at the closed door, realizing that this dinner invitation was likely the real reason for her visit. Suddenly, he felt a piercing gaze and turned to see his son standing in the bathroom doorway. What? She said you saved her. What did she mean? Nothing, just a small incident, Liu Changqing replied casually, heading to prepare breakfast, leaving a bewildered Liu Ziya behind. That evening, Liu Changqing arrived at the agreed location. From a distance, he spotted Lan Yuxian standing outside a restaurant. It wasn't the street stall or small eatery he had suggested, but a decently upscale restaurant with elegant decor. She scanned her surroundings, and when her eyes landed on him, they lit up. She waved energetically. Over here. Liu Changqing paused mid-step, her loud call drawing the attention of nearby passers-by. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he quickened his pace to reach her. With a sigh, he said, Didn't I tell your daughter to pick a casual spot? Why here? Lan Yuxian didn't respond immediately, instead gazing at him for a moment before saying, You saved my daughter. Picking a small place wouldn't feel right. It's no big deal. I think small places are better, portions are generous. These restaurants serve tiny portions on huge plates. One chopstick and it's gone. Have you already made a reservation? He asked. Yes, I booked a private room, she replied. Cancel it. Let's go for barbecue instead. What? I've been here before. The portions are tiny, and they charge a yuan for a glass of water, Liu Changqing whispered, mindful of being at the restaurant's entrance. Really? Why would I lie? Come on, let's cancel it together. With that, he led the way inside. Caught off guard by his sudden shift, Lan Yuxian hesitated before quickly following him. Moments later, they emerged from the restaurant, their cancellation successfully processed since no preparations had started. Liu Changqing took the lead, walking quickly, while Lan Yuxian trailed behind in slightly formal attire and high heels. The clacking of her shoes on the pavement caught his attention, prompting him to slow his pace. As the distance between them closed, they walked side by side. The silence lingered until Liu Changqing broke it. Why didn't your daughter come along? She's working on her summer homework. She got stuck on a question, so she sent me alone. Hard-working kid, he remarked. Lan Yuxian's face lit up at the compliment. My daughter's always been well-behaved. When she was born, she was so tiny and never cried. I was terrified. Some kids are like that at birth, Liu Changqing nodded. And when she got older, she'd always earn little rewards in kindergarten, like those red flower stickers. I kept every single one. You're a great mom. Thumbs up to you. Thumbs up? She asked, puzzled. It means I agree with you and think highly of you, he explained, giving her an actual thumbs up. Lan Yuxian stared at the gesture for a moment, a curious expression on her face. Then, unexpectedly, she let out a small laugh and quickly covered her mouth. There's no one else around, so don't hold back. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Liu Changqing disapproved of this overly cautious concern with maintaining an image. Life should be lived freely. If you want to laugh, laugh. Otherwise, when death comes, you won't even be able to laugh anymore. Lan Yuxian was startled by Liu Changqing's words but soon covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Over the years, she had become accustomed to laughing with her hand covering her mouth, so changing that habit immediately was next to impossible. Before long, the two arrived at an open-air street stall. This stall had its barbecue grill set up at the entrance, with square tables scattered around and white plastic stools stacked in piles. Inside, patrons could order cooked dishes, but it was all operated by the same family. The bustling crowd included several burly men holding beers, their conversations loud and unintelligible. A few, feeling the heat, had even stripped off their shirts, baring their large bellies. The heavy scent of charcoal smoke lingered in the air, but Liu Changqing didn't mind it. He had eaten here before. He vividly remembered picking up a scrappy kid named Feng Shuyan from the roadside and buying her some barbecue. The image of her greasy little hands wiping themselves on his pants remained clear in his mind. Approaching the boss, who was fanning the grill non-stop, Liu Changqing shouted, "Boss, 10 lamb skewers and 2 pork kidneys? By the way, do you have clams today?" "Yes, brother. Saved some just for you," the boss replied warmly, though he didn't actually remember Liu Changqing. "Great. Add an order of clams, 4 skewers of lamb fat, 4 of cauliflower, 2 of green peppers, and..." "Wait." Lan Yuxian tugged lightly at Liu Changqing's sleeve. He turned back toward her, but just as she opened her mouth to speak, a gust of smoke from the boss's fan blew over. "Cough, cough? That's too much. I can't eat all that," she said, waving her hand to fan herself. "I can finish it," Liu Changqing replied. "I'm kidding. Don't worry, nothing will go to waste." With that, he turned back to the boss. "Just these for now. Oh, and bring us 2 portions of stir-fried rice noodles. Do you eat spicy food?" Lan Yuxian nodded hesitantly. "I can handle some spice." "Okay, 2 medium spicy portions," Liu Changqing said. "Got it," the boss called out, turning to yell toward the back, 2 portions of extra spicy rice noodles. After placing the order, Liu Changqing picked a small table and sat down. The place was busy, with barely any free seats. Looking around at the scene, Liu Changqing turned to Lan Yuxian. "You've never been to a street stall like this, have you?" Slightly startled, Lan Yuxian shook her head. "No, I usually cook at home. Street stalls are all about the atmosphere. Eating at a fancy restaurant wouldn't be nearly as enjoyable." "That's true. Though the environment here is a bit rough, it feels like it's due for some government cleanup soon." Lan Yuxian murmured softly, lowering her head and falling silent. Noticing her unusual behavior, Liu Changqing remembered that Lan Yuxian had been acting reserved ever since they arrived at the stall. Leaning slightly toward her, he asked, "Does it sting your eyes?" "Huh. You've been avoiding looking around since we got here. Is it because some of those guys took off their shirts and you're uncomfortable?" "Yeah." Her hesitation gave her away. The situation clearly made her uneasy. Liu Changqing stood up, walked over, and stood in front of her. "Switch seats with me. Sit where I was, so you don't have to face them." "It's fine. Come on, move." "I'll sit here," he insisted, his tone firm. Liu Changqing had noticed during their interactions that Lan Yuxian was a bit timid. A slightly commanding tone often left her with no choice but to comply. Nu Epsilon S. Sure enough, her shoulders quivered slightly as she stood up and switched seats. Sitting in his spot, her hands rested nervously on her lap, clenched into fists, with her head lowered. Liu Changqing said nothing more, observing her quietly. Unlike his daughter's sleek, straight black hair, Lan Yuxian's had a slight natural wave that didn't look bad at all. She had applied light makeup today, with soft curls framing her face. Her eyebrows were delicate, and her eyes clear, a beautiful woman overall. It was easy to understand why her breakfast shop was always so popular. The hot weather and noisy environment were punctuated by their silence. Feeling the heat, Liu Changqing tugged at his collar and glanced back toward the grill. Spotting the boss carrying a tray over, he made room for him to place the skewers on the table. "Do you have cold beer?" Liu Changqing asked. "Of course. Bring me a bottle." "Coming right up." Soon after, the boss returned with a glass bottle of beer and a bottle opener. He placed them on the table and went back inside to bring out 2 portions of rice noodles, along with disposable chopsticks and cups. Liu Changqing tossed a pair of chopsticks to Lan Yuxian, opened the package on his own set, and snapped them apart. Moving the cups aside, he grabbed the bottle opener, popped the beer open, and took a swig. Refreshing. The ice-cold drink sliding down his throat made him let out a satisfied sigh. Lan Yuxian glanced at him, slightly stunned, before picking up her chopsticks to take a bite of the rice noodles in front of her. She chewed and swallowed. Time ticked by. Liu Changqing picked up a lamb skewer, biting it off in one go. Glancing at Lan Yuxian, he noticed her stiff posture and her face gradually reddening. "What's wrong with you?" he asked, confused. "Spicy? Too spicy." Her eyes filled with tears as she struggled to endure the heat. She stuck out her tongue, fanning her face desperately with her hands. Liu Changqing paused for a moment before realizing what was happening. Pouring some cold beer into a cup, he handed it to her. "Here, rinse your mouth with this. Spicy." Lan Yuxian grabbed the cup without looking and lifted it to her mouth. Lan Yuxian gripped the disposable cup tightly and tilted her head back, downing the beer Liu Changqing had handed her. The icy beer slid down her throat, her neck curving gracefully. As she swallowed, Liu Changqing couldn't help but notice the movement of her throat and reflexively swallowed himself. Lan Yuxian finished the beer in one go, placing the cup back on the table with a loud belch. Burp. Is the rice noodles really that spicy? Didn't you just say you could handle spice? Liu Changqing shifted his gaze and picked up a bite of rice noodles with his chopsticks. After chewing and swallowing, he paused and looked at her in surprise. It's not even that spicy. Are you sure you can't handle? Wait a second. He abruptly stopped mid-sentence, grabbed the beer bottle nearby, and gulped several mouthfuls. Then, placing the bottle down, he opened his mouth wide, exhaling deeply. The spice had a delayed punch. At that moment, the boss arrived with clams and several plates of grilled vegetables. Here's the rest of your order, the boss said, turning to leave. Liu Changqing quickly grabbed him. Wait, why is this rice noodles so spicy? Didn't you order extra spicy? The boss replied with a puzzled look. Liu Changqing was momentarily stunned but quickly figured it out. When you said extra, which tone did you mean? The fourth tone. I said medium spicy, the neutral one, not extra as in heavy. Well, you didn't make that clear. I thought you meant extra spicy. Do you want me to take it back and make a new one? That works, Liu Changqing nodded after a moment's thought. The misunderstanding was purely due to poor communication, not intentional negligence. Watching the boss take away the overly spicy noodles, Liu Changqing sighed and turned toward Lan Yuxian, who was staring blankly at him. For a moment, he froze, subconsciously touching his face. I shaved today, didn't I? He thought. Realizing her gaze was fixed on the seat he had just vacated, Liu Changqing understood she was simply dazing out. He waved his hand in front of her eyes. Her gaze was vacant. Lan Yuxian, he called tentatively. She murmured in response, her tone slightly off. Has the spiciness passed? What spiciness? She slurred, her head wobbling lightly, hands stiffly clasped on her lap as her body swayed slightly, as though she couldn't maintain her balance. Beta Epsilon S. Seeing her like this, Liu Changqing hesitated briefly before picking up a lamb skewer and offering it to her. Want to try? Sure, she responded cheerfully, reaching out her hand, but instead of grabbing the skewer, she held on to Liu Changqing's hand. I meant the skewer. Why are you grabbing my hand? Oh, this is your hand. She blinked, staring at the hand she was holding. Leaning closer for a better look, she quickly withdrew her hand. Sorry, she mumbled, finally taking the skewer and nibbling on it delicately. Liu Changqing retracted his hand and picked up a grilled kidney, biting into it. He had grown fond of kidneys after his initial reluctance to try them and now enjoyed their unique flavor. As he chewed, he glanced at Lan Yuxian, who was still working on her skewer. Her hands, pale and slender, had a strength about them likely honed by her early morning breakfast shop routine. They were delicate yet sturdy, a combination that subtly caught his attention. She took another small bite, her eyes narrowing as her cheeks turned red. Noticing these changes, Liu Changqing paused mid-bite. Hey, are you okay? Seriously, have you never had alcohol before? Alcohol? I've had it before. Then why is your face as red as a monkey's butt after just one cup? Really? She asked, confused, touching her flushed face before exclaiming, why is my face so hot? You're drunk, Liu Changqing declared. When he had ordered the beer, he hadn't planned for her to drink. But due to the mix-up with the spicy noodles, she had gulped it down to rinse her mouth. He had assumed her boldness indicated prior drinking experience. Why didn't you just rinse your mouth? Why did you swallow it? Did you say that? Her voice trailed off, the alcohol clearly taking its toll. Her eyelids drooped as if struggling to stay open. Watching her, Liu Changqing sighed. You should head home. Don't worry, I'll pack everything up and take it with me. Go home? Why? You're so dizzy. What, are you planning to fall asleep on the street? Hee, you're so funny, she giggled, facing him with a smile this time, without covering her mouth. For a moment, Liu Changqing didn't know what to say. After a brief pause, he called out to the boss. Boss? Pack up those 2 portions of noodles. Got it. Standing up, Liu Changqing turned to Lan Yuxian. Wait here. I'll grab a plastic bag for the food. Okay, she replied, nodding so vigorously that her skewer nearly poked her face. Liu Changqing sighed, took the skewer from her hand, and placed it on the table. After returning from inside with the packed noodles and a bag, he carefully tied it up. Stuffing the change into his pocket, he grumbled internally about always being the one to pay. He packed up the untouched clams, leftover vegetables, and meat skewers, tying them neatly in the bag. Then, walking over to Lan Yuxian, he lightly patted her shoulder. Are you still awake? No response. Liu Changqing froze, a bad feeling welling up. He gently lifted her head, only to find her eyes tightly shut. Liu Changqing stood silently, holding Lan Yuxian's chin, staring at her flushed face and tightly shut eyes. He had gotten her drunk. But that wasn't the most pressing issue. The real headache was figuring out how to get her out of here. No taxis could drive into this area, so they'd have to walk a bit to reach the main street. Looking at the unconscious Lan Yuxian, Liu Changqing sighed. He set down the packed barbecue on the table and freed his hands. Grabbing her arms, he tried lifting her up, but she slumped like a slippery eel, resisting every attempt. With no other choice, Liu Changqing adjusted his grip, securing her arms and forcibly pulling her to her feet. Lan Yuxian? Lan Yuxian. His calls seemed to stir her slightly. She opened her eyes to a sliver, murmuring groggily, Liu Changqing. Can you stand on your own? I am standing. No, you're standing because I'm holding you. Let me go, and you'll see if you can stay upright. Raising his voice slightly, Liu Changqing released her. As soon as he let go, Lan Yuxian collapsed forward like a boneless doll. Startled, Liu Changqing hurriedly caught her, propping her up with one hand. Her head rested lightly against his shoulder, her soft breaths brushing against his neck. This close, Liu Changqing could see her features more clearly than ever. Her long eyelashes, unmistakably natural, stood out even more under the proximity. Shaking his shoulder slightly to rouse her, he found she didn't react at all. Scanning the bustling scene around them, Liu Changqing noticed a few curious glances from nearby tables, which made his face flush with embarrassment. If they were younger, this might have seemed cute. But for someone his age, deciding it was best to leave quickly, he crouched down, turning his back to her. As soon as he let go, Lan Yuxian predictably slumped onto him. Liu Changqing adjusted her position, hoisting her up slightly before standing with her weight on his back. Her arms draped loosely over his shoulders, and he grabbed the bag of food with one free hand before making his way out. The stall owner noticed them and chuckled. Did your wife have too much to drink? She's not my wife, Liu Changqing muttered. The owner grinned knowingly. All right, but be careful. Don't let your wife catch you. Ignoring the teasing, Liu Changqing continued forward, focusing on steadying Lan Yuxian as her weight shifted. Carrying a drunk person was vastly different from carrying someone sober. Every few steps, her body would slip down slightly, forcing Liu Changqing to stop and adjust her position. The awkward walk continued until they finally reached the main road. Liu Changqing flagged down a taxi after a brief wait. Carefully setting Lan Yuxian down, he opened the car door with his occupied hand and helped her into the back seat. Once she was settled, he exhaled deeply and climbed into the front passenger seat. With ring above. Driver, take us to XXXX, he instructed, leaning back against the seat in exhaustion. The ride was silent. When they arrived near Lan Yuxian's home, the taxi stopped, unable to go further into the residential area. Liu Changqing paid the fare, helped Lan Yuxian out of the car, and watched it drive off. Looking at her drooping head, he sighed in frustration. He adjusted her weight and began the slow trek toward her home. A short distance turned into a grueling 5 or 6 minutes. Reaching the stairs, Liu Changqing briefly entertained the idea of carrying her like a sack of rice. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at her apartment door. Light spilled from the windows, signaling someone was home. Liu Changqing knocked on the door and called out, Zhou Xian, open the door. The door opened quickly, revealing a startled Zhou Xian, who froze at the sight of her mother leaning against Liu Changqing. What happened to my mom? She asked, panic evident in her voice as she hurried forward. She drank 1 cup of beer, and this happened, Liu Changqing explained. She drank. Zhou Xian's voice rose in disbelief. She can't handle alcohol. She once got drunk off rice wine and was out for half a day. Liu Changqing was at a loss for words. He'd known people with low tolerance before, but this was on another level. Let's get her inside first, he said. Right, Zhou Xian nodded and helped guide her mother into the apartment. When Lan Yuxian was finally lying on her bed, Liu Changqing let out a long sigh. Phew, that was exhausting. Why would my mom drink? She knows she can't handle it, Zhou Xian muttered. Well, that's on me. She ate something spicy, and there wasn't any water around. I told her to rinse her mouth with beer, but I guess she didn't realize and just downed the whole cup. Zhou Xian tilted her head slightly, staring at Liu Changqing in silence. What? It's true, he insisted. I know, she replied softly, turning her gaze to her mother. The room fell quiet. After a while, Zhou Xian broke the silence, her voice low. It's not just because she can't handle alcohol. My mom doesn't like drinking because of some things from the past. What things? Things that happened a long time ago. Hearing this, Liu Changqing decided not to press further. He had a vague sense of what might have transpired but didn't want to pry into their family affairs. Looking at Zhou Xian, a girl not much older than his own son, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Her calm tone betrayed a numbness that tugged at his heartstrings. Glancing between the small girl and her peacefully sleeping mother, Liu Changqing made a decision. Zhou Xian, he called gently. She turned to him, her eyes meeting his. With a smile, Liu Changqing held up the bag of barbecue. Hungry? Let's share this. Zhou Xian stared at him for a moment, then slowly nodded, a small smile forming on her lips. July 12th. Liu Changqing and his son had returned home. With his son's foot injury fully healed, their long-delayed father and son fitness plan was officially launched. To mark the occasion, Liu Changqing extended their workout to 2 hours. The consequence, however, was that by the time they climbed the stairs to their apartment, both were trembling from exhaustion. Dad, I think increasing the workout by nearly an hour all at once wasn't a great idea, Liu Zaya said, leaning against the wall as Liu Changqing fumbled with the keys. Sweat dripped relentlessly from his forehead, some of it stinging his eyes. Liu Zaya wiped at it with his hand as he spoke. Hearing his son's comment, Liu Changqing nodded in agreement. All right, let's cancel tonight's running session. It's been a while since we exercised, and it's clear our bodies aren't keeping up yet. And we need to control our diet. You came back smelling like barbecue yesterday. That nose of yours is impressive, you can smell it all, Liu Changqing quipped as he opened the door. The father and son walked in, but Liu Changqing didn't head to the bathroom to wash up right away. Instead, he stopped, surprised, at the sight of his daughter standing by the window, engrossed in watching a plastic bottle that housed 2 tadpoles. The noise of their return startled Liu Ziazi. She turned and, upon seeing them, ran over excitedly to grab Liu Changqing's hand, unbothered by the sweat. Come see, come see. She pulled Liu Changqing toward the window, her enthusiasm undeniable. When they reached the bottle, she released his hand, pointing at it with a big smile. The tadpoles have grown legs. Legs already. Hearing this, Liu Zio also came over, peering closely into the bottle. Sure enough, both tadpoles had sprouted hind legs, and their bellies looked noticeably plumper than before. But, I thought tadpoles didn't grow this quickly? Haven't these been with us for just over 10 days? You talk too much. Liu Changqing gave his son a light smack on the back of his head, more playful than stern. Though the hit didn't hurt, Liu Zio looked at his father in confusion. Dad, these tadpoles have been under your sister's meticulous care since they came here. She's been feeding them bread every day. It's no surprise they're developing early Omicron Thailand bodies. Is that so? You think I'd make that up? Liu Changqing replied with mock seriousness before turning to his daughter. Still in her pajamas, with messy bed hair and an unwashed face, she had clearly come straight to the tadpoles as soon as she woke up. Without a trace of disdain, Liu Changqing patted her head gently. My Ziazi is amazing. I think these tadpoles will turn into frogs very soon. Really? Adults never lie to kids. Liu Ziazi beamed. Seeing her delight, Liu Changqing couldn't help but smile. All right, go wash up first. You can feed the tadpoles after you're done. Okay, she shouted enthusiastically before running off to the bathroom, with her brother following behind. Left alone, Liu Changqing's smile slowly faded. Bending down, he examined the tadpoles in the bottle, his expression darkening. He had anticipated this situation from the start. From the moment he secretly swapped out the tadpoles, he'd known the replacements were noticeably larger than the ones his daughter had originally brought home. What he hadn't expected was how quickly they would grow legs. Ordinarily, such fragile creatures wouldn't last long under a child's care. But these two have absurdly strong life forces, Liu Changqing muttered, his teeth clenched as he watched the tadpole's tiny legs twitch. Later, after a refreshing shower, Liu Changqing stepped out of the bathroom with a towel draped over his shoulders. The cool sensation after sweating profusely was incredibly satisfying. He sat down on the sofa and observed his daughter, who was engrossed in her handheld console. It seemed like Ziazi had changed recently, but not in a particularly positive way. Liu Changqing's gaze fell on her unkempt hair, and after a moment of silence, he said, Ziazi. She responded without looking up, her fingers mashing buttons wildly. Do you want Dad to tie your hair for you? Her hands froze, and her wide eyes darted toward him in disbelief. No, I don't want my hair tied at home. Don't worry. I'm confident this time. Ziazi's expression remained skeptical, her gaze filled with distrust. She still vividly remembered the disastrous pigtails her father had given her a few days ago. If not for Anton stepping in. Snapping out of her thoughts, she clutched her console in one hand and jumped off the sofa, slipping on her sandals. I'm going to my room to work on my summer homework. With that, she dashed off, her sandals slapping against the floor, leaving Liu Changqing alone on the sofa. His son was resting in his room, and his daughter had fled to hers. Liu Changqing slumped back, feeling as though life had hit a dead end. All because he couldn't tie hair. He sighed deeply, reflecting on the many lessons life had yet to teach him. As he brooded, his phone buzzed, snapping him out of his thoughts. Pulling it out, he glanced at the screen. It was a message from someone on Ball Chat. Jun Zyxiang Si. The name was unforgettable to Liu Changqing. After all, it wasn't every day someone casually tipped over 100,000 yuan. Recently, though, this person had been unusually quiet. No messages, no rewards for his novels. And honestly, the latter was more concerning. Opening the chat, Liu Changqing read the message. Are you there? A typical opening line, nothing surprising. He typed a quick response. I'm here. What's up? This time, the reply came almost instantly. Nothing much, just wanted to chat. What are you doing right now? What are you doing? Liu Changqing had only chatted with Jun Zyxiang Si twice before, and this was their third conversation. Did they really expect him to disclose personal details so casually? Sitting on the couch, he sent those 5 words. The reply came almost instantly. What are you doing on the couch? Spacing out. Spacing out doing what? Just spacing out. What else could I be doing? Feeling bored lately? Not really. Why are you asking all this? Liu Changqing was starting to feel bewildered. The way they were talking seemed like they were just fishing for conversation. How old are you this year? Liu Changqing blinked at the screen, puzzled. Why were they suddenly asking about his age? That's private. Do you have a girlfriend? At this, Liu Changqing fell silent, the room growing so quiet he could hear the seconds ticking by. Just as he thought about putting his phone down, another message popped up. Haven't thought about finding a girlfriend? Maybe pay attention to the people around you. Liu Changqing stared at his phone, dumbfounded. What was this person rambling about? I'm going to take a shower. He sent the message, tossed the phone onto the sofa, and leaned back, staring at the ceiling. His gaze drifted to a cobweb in the corner. Ah, so you've been hiding there all this time. Jumping up, Liu Changqing charged into the bathroom, ready for an impromptu deep cleaning session. Meanwhile, Anyuanyeo was furiously typing on her phone. What's the point of wasting your life away like this? Have some confidence in yourself. Don't give up. Explain yourself before you go showering. But it was all in vain. Her messages sank like stones in a pond, leaving no trace behind. Lying on her bed, phone in hand, she stared at the screen. Idiot? Big dummy? He actually went to shower. Frustrated, she pounded her mattress with her fists, venting her annoyance. Flipping onto her back, she glared at the ceiling, her chest rising and falling with agitation. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Idiot, she muttered, rolling onto her side. Her eyes lingered on the last message Liu Changqing had sent. She stared at it, lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. The soft sound of knocking startled her. Turning toward the door, she heard a familiar voice. Yao Yao, are you awake? Startled, Anyuanyeo shoved her phone under her pillow, shut her eyes, and yanked the blanket over herself. She feigned steady breaths, pretending to be fast asleep. When no response came, the person outside the door waited for a moment before stepping inside. A woman, slightly over 1.6 meters tall, entered quietly. She wore casual home clothes, her hair tied back. Although faint wrinkles lined her face, it was clear she had been exceptionally beautiful in her youth, a resemblance she shared with her daughter. Standing by the bed, she gazed at Anyuanyeo, who was lying with her back to the door. A faint look of helplessness crossed her face. When I knocked earlier, I heard noise in your room, she said softly. Anyuanyeo slowly opened her eyes, her face flushing with embarrassment. Mom, stop lazing around and get up. We're expecting guests soon, her mother said firmly, exposing Anyuanyeo's feigned sleep. Hearing this, Anyuanyeo pouted, clutching the blanket tightly. I want to go back. I don't want to stay here. What nonsense are you spouting? You've already divorced him. Why would you go back? Her mother's tone grew sterner. You haven't been home in 2 years. This time, stay put and don't go anywhere. But what? Are you planning to go back to that Liu Changqing? Why would I? We're already divorced. You silly girl. Her mother poked her forehead with a finger, exasperated. We opposed it back then, but you still went to him, didn't you? I was young and stupid back then. I know now what kind of person I should spend my life with. Her mother's face grew curious, her eyes narrowing. Who is this person? What person? Don't play dumb. Is the divorce because of him? What's his name? Mom, I don't know what you're talking about. Are you going to tell me, or should I go ask your dad? The threat turned Anyuanyeo pale. Her father, a renowned Chinese painting master, had always been a strict and stoic presence in her life. From her earliest memories, his stern face never betrayed any emotions. His eccentricity often led him to lock himself away for days when inspiration struck. Under his rigid upbringing, Anyuanyeo had once pursued a career as a Chinese painting teacher. Though talented, her skills fell short of his exacting standards, and years of criticism left her fearful of him. Now, she was terrified her mother might report this. Bowing her head, she fidgeted with the blanket. I'll tell you. What's his name? Her mind raced. She couldn't reveal Liu Changqing's name. Her father had once been friends with Li Wanran's father, which was why she and Li Wanran had become close despite their vastly different personalities. If her father learned of her connection to Liu Changqing, there would be chaos. After a long pause, she murmured, Liu, what was that? Her mother leaned in closer, her expression curious. Liu, as in the willow tree. Caught off guard, Anyuanyeo looked at her mother in surprise. Why are you staring? Just tell me his name. He's called. Her gaze wandered to the window, where the green leaves of a tree swayed gently. Inspiration struck. Liu Changqing? Liu as in willow, Chang as in constant, Qing as in clear water. Liu Changqing, her mother repeated, eyebrows raised. Suyan, Anyuanyeo's mother, frowned as she repeated the name her daughter had just said. Liu Changqing. Why does that sound familiar? The name stirred a sense of recognition, though she couldn't pinpoint where she had heard it before. She pressed further. What does he do? He writes novels. I guess he's an author. An author? That's wonderful. Suyan's face lit up with a smile. What's the name of his book? I'll read it later. Has it been published? Can I buy it now? Well, it's probably about to be published. Anyuanyeo's voice trailed off as she turned her head away, clearly avoiding her mother's gaze. Noticing her daughter's discomfort, Suyan asked curiously, why haven't I heard about this person before? How did you two meet? Well, caught off guard, Anyuanyeo's mind raced for an explanation. We met at a cafe. A cafe. She nodded earnestly, her gaze shifting to the wall behind her mother. Falling silent, she appeared lost in thought. After a moment, she began to speak softly, as if recalling a distant memory. The weather wasn't great that day. I forgot my umbrella, and it started raining heavily. I was stuck in the cafe, waiting for the rain to stop. Just when I was feeling hopeless, he came rushing in. He came in. He forgot his umbrella too. His clothes were soaking wet when he entered. With a serious expression, she continued her fabricated tale, eager to keep her mother engaged. Suyan, intrigued by the story, sat down on the bed to listen more closely. The cafe was packed with people sheltering from the rain, so he had no choice but to sit across from me. He apologized and asked if the seat was taken. I told him it wasn't, and he asked if he could sit there. I said yes, so he sat down. I guess he noticed how upset I looked because he asked if something was bothering me. For some reason, I ended up telling him everything. Normally, I wouldn't open up to a stranger, but the moment I saw him, I felt like he was someone I could confide in. Suyan's expression softened as she listened, a hint of sadness in her eyes. She hugged her daughter, gently resting Eunyeo's head on her lap. What he said really struck me, Eunyeo continued, her voice quiet. He told me to eat well, drink well, and leave the person who didn't love me. He said to find someone who would truly care for me. That women shouldn't live like this. R.A. Well said. Suyan nodded in approval of Liu Changqing's words. And then, he suggested that when you're feeling down, you should go out in the rain to wash away your unhappiness. I don't know why, but I followed him outside. We got drenched, but somehow, it felt so liberating. As she spoke, a smile crept onto her face, her joy evident. Suyan noticed it clearly, but Eunyeo, lost in her thoughts, didn't realize her mother was watching. We were both soaked, so he took me to his place to warm up. To his place? You went to his house the first time you met. Suyan's tone was skeptical. I was soaked. If I didn't warm up, I'd have caught a cold or a fever. Still, when we got there, he boiled water, dried my clothes, and even made me a bowl of hot porridge. Her voice grew softer, and her face turned pink as the scene played vividly in her mind. Images of Liu Changqing's kindness, of the two of them together, filled her thoughts. Her heart started pounding, her face burning with embarrassment. Unable to continue, she covered her face with her hands and buried her head in the pillow. Suyan was perplexed by her daughter's sudden reaction. After a while, Eunyeo muttered, I'm still a bit tired, Mom. Please leave me alone for now. I don't want to see anyone today. But you haven't had breakfast yet. I'll eat when I'm hungry. For now, I just want some peace. Suyan hesitated before finally relenting. All right. She started to leave but stopped when Eunyeo suddenly sat up. Mom, please don't tell Dad. Suyan turned back, her expression irritated. I already told you I wouldn't. When I say something, I mean it. Okay. All right, rest for a bit. With that, Suyan left the room, leaving Eunyeo alone. Staring at the closed door, Eunyeo sat in a daze. The imaginary scene she had just concocted replayed vividly in her mind. Lying down, she pulled the blanket over her head and curled up, a quiet giggle escaping her lips. He he he. Outside, Suyan stood by her husband's door, hesitating before finally pushing it open. Just now, our daughter told me she's taken a liking to a young man. His name is Liu Changqing. The door shut behind her, cutting off the rest of her words. Achoo, achoo, achoo. On a ladder, Liu Changqing turned his head, sneezing 3 times in a row. Sniffing, he muttered, who's thinking about me? Why so many sneezes? Dad, stop wobbling? I can barely hold the ladder steady. Lu Ziyu shouted from below, gripping the ladder tightly. Although it wasn't very high, a fall from over 2 meters would still hurt. Looking down, Liu Changqing barked, son, hold it steady. Then stop moving so much. Fine, I'll finish quickly. With that, Liu Changqing resumed scraping away at a cobweb with a small trowel. Old houses came with their quirks, and having spotted the cobweb earlier, Liu Changqing had gone out to buy tools, borrowing a ladder left downstairs. Now, he was determined to handle the issue himself. After some effort, he finally cleared the cobweb. Perfect. Is it clean now? His son asked, looking up. Of course. Your dad never leaves a mess behind. Now, check the light over there, it hasn't worked in days. Moving the ladder under the faulty light, Liu Changqing flipped the circuit breaker before climbing back up. Below, Lu Ziyu's face was turning red from the strain of keeping the ladder steady. Unscrewing the light bulb, Liu Changqing examined it and sighed. It's burned out. You'll need to buy a new one. Dad, I can't take it anymore. We already worked out for an extra hour, and now I've been holding this ladder forever. My arms and legs are killing me. Seeing his son's weary face, Liu Changqing realized he was truly exhausted.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.